Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 751 High Hopes. As a film with most scenes in a single room, the 2-week shooting period of This Man from Earth is more than enough. If it is not for the pursuit of excellence, it can actually be done in a week. Simon arrived at the Toronto studio, and the filming progress of the film was more than halfway. Brett Ratner is an MV director. It is not suitable to direct such a drama-style film. The reason why the project was handed over to him was that Simon had high hopes for him, hoping that he could get rid of some bad habits of many filmmakers who are MV directors with some diverse style movies. New World Pictures has already obtained Jack Chang's Rumble in the Bronx, which is expected to be released in February next year. After that, the Rush Hour series will be included in Simon's production list. This time, Simon does not intend to let Brett Ratner direct the Rush Hour series as he did before. He wants to hand over the more important Charlie's Angels series to him. The shooting location is located on the outskirts of Scarborough, east of Toronto. Arriving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon watched the filming until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he did not interfere or even express any opinions during the period, everyone in the crew was obviously a little trembling because of his arrival, and the scheduled filming task was only half completed. It was midwinter, and 5 o'clock was already evening. After everyone finished work, they were notified that Simon had prepared a buffet party in his villa in downtown Scarborough, and everyone in the crew could go as long as they had no other arrangements tonight. Before, they had never expected to receive an invitation from Simon Westeros. This was a rare opportunity, so how could everyone have other arrangements? Some people even tried to see if they could bring their companions with them. After receiving a positive answer, they even called New York directly. Los Angeles would definitely be too late, but from New York to Toronto, a distance of 500 kilometers, it would still be possible to hire a private plane temporarily. The opportunity to meet Simon Westeros face-to-face is something that many people in Hollywood would beg for, so of course they had to seize it. The longer you are in this circle, the more you can understand the importance of connections. Perhaps just a meeting, a conversation, leaving an impression on others, and opportunities will come unknowingly. People are of course different. Simon Westeros has such a wide network of people that if you can get in touch with him, any resources he throws out can make you successful. So, from 5 o'clock when the crew finished work to 7 o'clock when the buffet dinner started in the evening, 2 hours, 2 private planes from New York flew to Toronto specifically for this dinner, one arranged by WMA and the other by ICM. As for CAA, which is in a 3-way competition, it can only be said to be a pity. In this current project, Director Brett Ratner and actress Elizabeth Perkins are both under WMA, and the male lead George Clooney is from ICM, and most of the other supporting roles are also from these two companies. CAA, which gathered a large number of Hollywood stars in the 1980s, has begun to decline in recent years with the rise of Deanery's Entertainment Group, which has always disliked using big names, and some conflicts in the past. Just as the Screen Actors Guild is divided into 2 major parts, the East and West Coasts, the 3 major Hollywood talent agencies also have 2 headquarters on the East and West Coasts, and the distribution of their artists is also the same. It is easy to gather a group of people to rush to this dinner in a short period of time. The planned venue for the dinner party was another property of Simon located near the Red River Park in the eastern suburbs of Scarborough. After the crew finished work, Simon returned to the property for a short break. He unexpectedly received a call from Jonathan Friedman in Los Angeles, testing whether he would mind a more lively buffet. Simon did not expect that his impromptu dinner party would turn out like this. Since Jonathan called, he must give a favor. He agreed and asked Zoe and Isabel, who were in charge of the dinner preparation, to increase the food quantity. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. Because it had just snowed, the night temperature in the Toronto area was below -10 degrees Celsius. The guests who came to the buffet party one after another were all dressed in their best clothes. The dinner party, which was originally scheduled for only more than 20 people, was expanded by more than twice, and it was expected to exceed 70 people. There was actually a reason why WMA and ICM were so deliberate. A large number of blockbuster projects of Deanery's entertainment group are in the early preparation stage recently, and there are opportunities everywhere. Although Deanery's entertainment group is very strict in the selection of film castings, it is difficult to finalize it by eating a meal and sleeping as in the past, but as long as the foundation is strong, being able to show your face in front of Westeros at this time will definitely get extra points for breaking into the final round of casting in the future. What's more, Simon is not an unkind person. When the time comes, just make a phone call and mention, "Do you remember XXX at the Toronto dinner party?" and chat for a few words. Maybe it can be finalized. This time, the heroine Elizabeth Perkins of This Man from Earth was won by Jonathan Friedman in this way. Of course, Elizabeth Perkins's profound acting qualifications are also the most basic premise. This 34-year-old actress with excellent appearance and temperament is not only a standard drama school graduate, but also has more than 10 years of Broadway and Hollywood acting experience. She has also participated in blockbuster movies such as Flying Over the Future, which is the basis for the other party to get the role. If Jonathan Friedman recommends a vase with no acting skills at all, it may be a waste of time, and Jonathan will not be stupid enough to do so. On the other hand, there are a lot of actors with Elizabeth Perkins qualifications in Hollywood, where there are more than 200,000 members of the Professional Actors Union. When the qualifications are sufficient, the factor of personal connection becomes crucial. It was 7 o'clock. The villa next to the Red River Park was already crowded with people. Although the buffet dinner was temporarily increased and there were chefs cooking on the spot, most people's attention was not on the food. Simon had not expected that the founder of ICM would see that Nancy Josephson, the daughter of the major shareholder Marvin Josephson, also rushed over. This Hollywood female agent who is already the vice president of ICM will be in charge of ICM in the next few years. She is very popular in the Hollywood actor circle. Nancy Josephson also brought Johnny Depp, whom she personally promoted. After the greetings, I learned that Johnny Depp happened to be in New York to participate in the recording of NBC's Saturday Night Live. The purpose was to add a boost to Interview with a Vampire starring Depp and Pitt, and push this vampire movie to break the 100 million yuan threshold. In the lobby of the villa, after chatting for a few sentences, Nancy Josephson said directly, "Simon, Deanery's and MGM are preparing for the Bourne Supremacy. Do you think Depp should try it?" Simon was holding a glass of red wine and was about to bring it to his mouth, but he stopped when he heard the words. He imagined the eye-catching scene of Captain Jack playing Jason Bourne, and shook his head and said, "John's image is not suitable. Nancy, you should know better than me what type of film he is suitable for." Nancy glanced at Depp with a disappointed expression, but did not give up. "John became famous for starring in 22 Jump Street. I think he can fully support the action movie style. Simon, how about arranging an audition?" "Let's not mention this, Nancy. John is a very talented actor. I hope we will have the opportunity to work together in the future, but he is not suitable for Bourne Supremacy. There is no need to waste time," Simon said, and suddenly remembered something, and asked Nancy, "By the way, what is Burton busy with recently?" Burton is a very common surname in the United States, but Nancy Josephson immediately realized that the Burton Simon was referring to was Tim Burton, who had worked with Depp in Edward Scissorhands. Having just been rejected by Simon, Nancy's emotions towards Tim Burton were inevitably a bit complicated. Before Edward Scissorhands, Johnny Depp was just a TV star who had just established a foothold in the entertainment industry with the 22 Jump Street series. If he wanted to develop in the film industry, he could only star in youth horror films such as the Nightmare on Elm Street series, and he was not the absolute leading actor. It can be said that Edward Scissorhands directly turned Depp from a TV star to a movie star, but at the same time, the negative effects were also very obvious. The literary and artistic atmosphere of Edward Scissorhands was too heavy, which directly stereotyped Depp's big screen image. In recent years, he could only mix in the literary and artistic film circle. Even the opportunity of Interview with a Vampire was only reluctantly recognized by David Geffen after watching Edward Scissorhands. Because they are all non-human. Although after Edward Scissorhands, they starred in art films such as Arizona Dreams in a Different Sky, neither Depp nor Nancy Josephson wanted to continue to follow the art route. The best-selling commercial films were The Kingly Way. If possible, Nancy Josephson did not want Depp to continue to work with Burton, so as not to be completely stereotyped by Depp's strong personal style. However, when Simon asked, Nancy Josephson could not help but respond. Nancy Josephson was not in charge of Tim Burton personally, but because of the cooperation between Johnny Depp and Tim Burton, the two sides also had a very good relationship in private. Nancy Josephson knew Burton's movements very well. After thinking for a while, she quickly said, "He is currently supervising an animated live-action fantasy film produced by Disney, called The Adventures of Peach Flying, and it seems that there is no new directing project for the time being." Having said that, Nancy Josephson immediately went a step further. Mr. Westeros, if you are interested in Burton, I can arrange a meeting for you. How about tomorrow, which happens to be the weekend? Even if she didn't want Depp to participate in Burton's movies again, Nancy Josephson didn't mind facilitating the cooperation between ICM's filmmakers and Simon Westeros. Because of Simon's appearance, Hollywood history has changed a lot. One of the people who was greatly affected was Tim Burton. This filmmaker with a strong personal style should have become a god with Michael Keaton's version of Batman and became one of the hottest super directors in Hollywood in the 1990s. However, the birth of the DC Movie Universe series led by Deanery's Entertainment Group completely changed Burton's fate. Although Tim Burton is still one of the famous Hollywood blockbuster directors with films such as Beetlejuice, Edward Scissorhands and The Nightmare Before Christmas, his status is far less than before. Simon smiled. He didn't expect this woman to be so good at taking advantage of the situation. This is probably the most basic quality of an excellent agent. Without keeping it a secret, Simon said, "Forget about a meeting, but I just happened to see a project recently that should be very suitable for Burton to direct. Washington Irving's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Nancy, do you know it?" Nancy Josephson shook her head honestly. Simon didn't mind and said, "You can let Burton read this novel first. If he is interested, we can find time to talk about it." Nancy Josephson nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, Simon, I will tell Tim." The project that Simon thought of temporarily was exactly Sleepy Hollow, directed by Tim Burton in his memory. Simon didn't like Burton's Batman series very much, but he had watched Sleepy Hollow many times. This classic horror film, every frame of which can be used as wallpaper, showed the Burton-style film aesthetics to the fullest, and it was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. The budget of Sleepy Hollow in memory exceeded 100 million yuan, and the global box office was only over 200 million yuan. The producer Paramount Pictures needed to recover the cost through post-production operations. However, for a work of art, even if there was a loss, Simon was very happy to invest in filming it. After agreeing to this, Nancy Josephson still did not leave, but just motioned Johnny Depp to talk to other people. After the other party left, she motioned to a girl who was chatting with the couple Hugh Grant and Elizabeth Hurley not far away, and promoted it again. "Simon, what do you think of Mad Shen in the movie Charlie's Angels? She is 24 years old this year, and has starred in David Lynch's Twin Peaks and some other good movies. She is very malleable." Nancy Josephson refers to Mad Shen Amick. This actress became famous for starring in David Lynch's Twin Peaks. Speaking of which, several actresses in this TV series are very beautiful and impressive. In fact, Mad Shen Amick, who had been paying attention to the movements here, saw Simon and Nancy looking over here together, and immediately showed a decent smile, and walked up to the two of them, looking at Simon with undisguised charm and teasing. "Nancy, and Mr. Westeros, is there anything I can do for you?" In fact, Simon, like David Fincher, is a heavy face control, and he is always more patient with beautiful women. Seeing Mad Shen Amick flirting with him, he smiled and said, "Just call me Simon, Mad Shen. Nancy just recommended you to me to star in Charlie's Angels." Mad Shen Amick's eyes suddenly lit up, and her expression was expectant. "So, wait. Simon, do you think I can give it a try?" Simon said, "I've seen Femme Fatale, it's pretty good. However, the launch of Charlie's Angels may be a little late. If you are interested, you can come for an audition then." Mad Shen Amick didn't expect that the man in front of her had seen Femme Fatale, in which she starred with James Spader. "You know, this is a commercial failure. It was invested by Polygram, released in North American theaters in the first half of the year, and distributed by Gramercy Films, the only film company. The North American box office was only a pitiful $250,000. Although she gained some fame with Twin Peaks, in terms of status, Mad Shen Amick is barely a second-tier actress. In recent years, she has only starred in a few low-cost small-scale films. If it weren't for today's opportunity, Nancy Josephson felt that she might have the chance to compete for the role in Charlie's Angels, and she would not be qualified to attend this dinner. She has been in Hollywood for quite a while, and when she heard the man say that she could go for the audition, Madge and Amek's excitement just now cooled down a lot. Simon said this, which was actually the same as saying nothing. Glancing at Nancy, seeing that she seemed to suddenly think of something and lowered her head to sip the red wine in the glass, Madge and Amek did not hesitate any longer, and walked slightly forward to the man's side, rubbing his arm on Simon intentionally or unintentionally. "Simon, maybe we can go upstairs to talk alone, right?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "There are still many guests here, it's not convenient to leave now." Having said that, before Madge and Amek could be disappointed, Simon had already raised his hand to grab the girl's chin. "But, as long as you are willing, I will call you if I have time." Madge and Amek paused for a moment, and soon relaxed. She was not at all dissatisfied with the man's sudden frivolous action, nor did she care about the strange looks that would inevitably come from the people around her. Instead, she slightly raised her delicate face to cooperate with the man's play. "That's settled, Simon, I'll wait for your call." Simon finally pinched the girl's chin, withdrew his hand, and said, "But, by then, you still can't get the role of Charlie's Angels. What should I do?" Madge and Amek smiled brightly. "It is my honor to date Simon Westeros." "You are very smart," Simon smiled, gestured to the buffet table not far away, and said, "Have fun. Also, the chef tonight is very good, you can go and try it." After saying that, Simon turned and walked away. Madge and Amek watched Hugh Grant and Elizabeth Hurley stop the man and start chatting with him. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and looked at Nancy, who had not left yet, and asked, "Nancy, do you think I can get the role?" Nancy Josephson shook her head slightly. "It's hard to say. What Westeros lacks the least is beautiful women. He may forget about you tomorrow morning." "Ah." Nancy saw that Madge and Amek opened her mouth slightly and seemed a little unconvinced, and said, "Madge, beautiful women always overestimate themselves, but I think you should be aware of your acting skills. You still need some time to get the role of Charlie's Angels. A blockbuster of the level of Charlie's Angels cannot be decided by who you are willing to go to bed with." Madge and Amek felt that Nancy was not dead, and asked, "Then, what should I do?" Nancy smiled and said, "I think Simon just hinted that Charlie's Angels won't be launched in the short term. This is your chance. My suggestion is that you need to take some intensive acting courses when you go back this time, preferably with physical training, such as fighting. Charlie's Angels is an action movie, and the physical requirements for actresses will be very high." Madge and Amek hesitated and said, "Is that okay?" Nancy looked at him and said, "Think about Valeria Golino, Nicole Kidman and others. Charlie's Angels is a purer female-led blockbuster than the DC Movie Universe project, and it is directed by Simon Westeros himself. If you succeed, you will become a first-line celebrity on par with those actresses. If you can't get the role, it's a pity that according to your current status, the best way out is to find a man with a relatively wealthy fortune to marry you. You have left an impression on Simon just now, so this is your closest chance to success, either shining brightly or unknown." Chapter 752 Weekend. The man didn't come back at dinner time. After asking Allison Norris, who was obviously indifferent to them, they learned that he was out socializing, so they had to wait patiently. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Natalia, who had been paying attention to the movements outside, first discovered that a car entered the gate of the mansion. She immediately jumped up from the sofa in the living room on the second floor and pulled Katharina and Emily out to greet them. It was Allison who was one step ahead. She was talking to the man who just came in and took his coat considerately. There were two other beautiful women coming back with him. One of them. It was big. They looked familiar with each other. Natalia, who had lived in this villa for several days, suddenly felt that she was an outsider. She awkwardly went forward with the other two women, a little worried whether he still recognized them. Sure enough, he admitted his mistake. Although his smile and gentle tone made people feel warm, "What was the matter with hugging me and calling me Nana?" Well, actually, Natalia could barely use the nickname Nana, and everyone privately envied him for calling Katharina this nickname. But, it was obviously a mistake. She looked up with a little resentment and wanted to explain, but when she looked at him, she found the teasing in the man's eyes, and immediately understood that he was intentional and did not admit his mistake. She greeted Katharina and Emily again, and the others were sent away, leaving only the two of them. Seeing Katharina take the initiative to hold the man's arm and lean on him, she hurriedly followed suit. The three of them went upstairs together and came to the master bedroom. In recent days, the two girls have been sleeping here together. There are many rooms in the villa. At first, they wanted to sleep in separate rooms. When they learned that it was the man's arrangement, they had to agree. After running around for a whole day, Simon entered the bedroom and lay down on the big bed. The two girls also threw themselves on the bed with him, and shouted in surprise. It was not until they realized that the man was not eager to go any further that they sat up again, and their two delicate faces had become flushed. Katharina got out of bed again and took the initiative to help the man take off his shoes. Seeing this, Natalia came over and helped the man take off his other shoe. After putting the shoes neatly in place, Katharina came over again and asked in standard American English, "Simon, do you want to take a shower?" Simon shook his head, patted his side, and said in Russian, "Come." The two girls came over obediently. Simon hugged one of them and still used Russian. "Did you have fun these days?" Russian and Ukrainian are basically the difference between Mandarin and surrounding dialects. If you learn one, you can understand the other. Simon's Russian in the more than 10 memories in his mind is far less proficient than the other languages, but it is more than enough for communication. Hearing Simon talk about this, the two girls became more talkative. Simon arranged this trip for the two girls last month for some reason and specially prepared a Gulfstream V private jet for them. For more than half a month, accompanied by Celia Miller's assistant Emily Joplin, the two girls visited many places in Europe, Asia and North America, and only flew to Toronto from Tokyo on Tuesday. The Aegean Sea is so beautiful. We took a cruise from Greece to Rome. Paris is not fun at all. There were thieves. Amy's wallet was almost stolen. Luckily Eve was there. I fell while skiing in the Alps. My knee still hurts a little now. London was too cold. We only stayed there for one day and left. Amy said Egypt was very chaotic recently, so we didn't get to see the pyramids. The Great Wall of China is really spectacular. Nada and I took a lot of photos. Simon, do you want to see them? And Mount Fuji? This one, taken at sunset. Isn't it beautiful? Haha, it's mainly because I'm prettier. Nan looks dumb. Ah, stop it, I'm going to fight back. This is Eve. She's very tall, right? She used to be a basketball player. Simon, you must know this, right? I almost forgot. We bought you a present. There are a lot. Chattering, blah blah. As she told the story of her trip, the initial awkwardness disappeared unconsciously. After seeing the photos, the two girls piled up a bunch of small gifts bought for Simon from all over the world on the big bed and showed them to the man one by one. There were watches, pendants, cufflinks, rings, belts, ornaments, portraits. There was a dazzling array of things, full of the clever aesthetics of little girls. Of course, all the money was spent by Simon. The two girls talked endlessly for an unknown period of time. Natalia repacked a bunch of small items and put them in a cabinet at the side under the man's instructions. When she returned to the big bed again, she found that the man had closed his eyes. Katharina was still leaning against him like a well-behaved kitten. Seeing Natalia come back, she even blinked at her. Women are born actors. This sentence is actually not wrong at all. Privately, whether it is Katharina or the other girls, they are not innocent and pure vases. Their obedience is only for a man who makes them look up to him in order. Being chosen to be by Simon's side first means that the 6 girls not only have beautiful faces, but also have very smart minds. Take this trip for example. Both Natalia and her 2 daughters, as well as the other 4 girls left in Livni, probably realized that it was unusual. It was impossible for the man to arrange only 2 girls to travel for no reason. When she quietly talked about this with her family on the phone, the reply she got was just to let them have fun and not care about anything else. She also absolutely could not ask about it in front of the man and pretend that she knew nothing. Obviously something had happened. Fortunately, at least the 2 of them did not lose the man's favor. This was enough. As for the rest, they could not control it. At the moment, looking at the time, although it was already more than 11 o'clock, the man obviously had some wine outside and came back. However, it seemed that he should not sleep like this. Did he forget something? It was inevitable that there were some gains and losses. The 2 girls exchanged glances for a moment, and Natalia carefully leaned next to the man and whispered in his ear, "Simon, do you want to take off your clothes before sleeping? It's uncomfortable like this." The man hummed. No action. The two girls received the instructions and stood up to help him take off his pullover and trousers with some effort, leaving only his underwear. Natalia reached out to turn off the light, and there was another rustling. Then they all stuck to the man and pulled up the quilt. Feeling the man's arms naturally come over and hold them in his arms, they couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease. But because of the little thoughts in my heart, it still took a long time before I fell asleep. In a daze, I felt the man get up and wanted to get up, but he pressed me and continued to stay in bed obediently. After washing up and changing into a set of sportswear, Simon went downstairs. The time was 6:30 in the morning. It was just dawn outside. Inside the villa, the Way family maids were already busy. They stopped a new member of the Way family maid team, named Sylvia, to ask about the location of the gym. She stopped her work and personally took Simon to the gym. To Simon's surprise, there was already someone here. A tall girl who could not be called tall was practicing boxing on a sandbag in a corner of the gym. She was only wearing a tight sports vest and shorts, which showed off her fair and fit figure. The gym was filled with powerful bangs. Sylvia noticed Simon's gaze and took the initiative to introduce, Mr. Westeros, this is the bodyguard of Miss Eve and Miss Noskova. Simon nodded. You go and do your work. Sylvia said nothing and quietly left. The girl named Eve noticed the movement here and stopped practicing when she saw that it was Simon. I had seen Eve's shadow in the travel photos of the two girls last night. Most of the time, she was wearing sunglasses and looked cool. Now, she still had the obvious appearance of a Slavic girl, with light eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and a delicate face. Perhaps because she was an athlete, she had a few more perseverance that was rare in other girls around Simon. There was no shortage of tall women around Simon. All of them were about 180 centimeters tall with slim waists and legs, but compared with Eve, they were inevitably a bit frail. This certainly didn't mean that Eve was a muscular woman. Her figure was very well proportioned, full of feminine beauty, and could even be said to be a work of art carefully crafted by God, with an obvious potential for explosive power. However, Simon soon discovered the girl's shortcomings. After being stared at by Simon for a while, the girl remembered to greet her big boss. She spoke clumsy English, her eyes were slightly dodging when she spoke, and her face even had a few blushes. Simon couldn't help but smile. It turned out that she was not as cold as Alice Ferguson. This was obviously a truly introverted girl who was not good at dealing with people. She was wearing sunglasses in the photos last night. In addition to her professional habit as a bodyguard, there might also be some self-protective tendency to avoid looking at people. With this in mind, Simon walked towards a treadmill, pointed at another one next to it, and said to her, "Come, run with me." The girl was taciturn but very obedient. She walked over and stepped on the treadmill without looking over. She just listened to the movement around her. When she saw Simon start running, she also adjusted her own speed to a similar level. Simon didn't say anything. He jogged for 10 minutes to stretch his body, and then increased his speed. The girl next to him followed without leaving a trace. Right in front of the treadmill is a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Lake Ontario. As the sky gradually brightened, the view became wider and wider, and the endless sea and sky scene was refreshing. After running for half an hour, Simon got off the treadmill and came to the gantry to start strength training. Eve got off the treadmill like a robot, but this time she didn't know whether she should be with a man. Simon smiled and pointed to the side. When the girl came over, he asked in Russian while exercising, "What's your name?" Hearing Simon's Russian, the girl changed her language and said softly, "Eve." "I know that." Eve paused, understood, and gave her full name, Eve Besanoskova. "Did you play basketball before?" "Yes." "What competitions have you played?" "It seems like there are many." "What about the highest level?" "The Olympics." "That's amazing. Then why don't you be an athlete?" "The team is disbanded." Simon then remembered that the former Soviet Union Legion, which was once equally powerful in sports, had long since disappeared. The 1992 Barcelona Olympics was the last time that the former Soviet Union member states participated in the form of the CIS. It was considered their last glory, and then they quickly declined. Now the former Soviet Union member states even have problems eating, and naturally they can no longer maintain their investment in sports. Many top athletes have retired as a result and have become ordinary people. Thinking of this, Simon asked, "By the way, do you know Gutshu?" In his past memories, the most regrettable thing about the decline of the former Soviet Union sports was Tatiana Gutshu, an all-around gymnast who also came from Ukraine. This legendary gymnast shone like a comet at the Barcelona Olympics, but then it was short-lived. Eve nodded. She retired last year and went to the United States. Simon vaguely remembered that Gutsch's life experience after retirement was roughly the same. Some legendary athletes turned to coaches after retirement and were still able to continue their legends, but this was only a minority, and most of them did not end well. Gutsch was one of the less fortunate ones. After going to the United States, it seemed that he was just a gymnastics coach at an ordinary university in a state in the central United States. In fact, it was similar to a physical education teacher. After 10 years of twists and turns, he was considered to have obtained American citizenship. Except for entering the Gymnastics Hall of Fame many years later, no other deeds were reported. Under the turbulent trend, legends are inevitably reduced to ants, and the situation of the entire Ukraine can be imagined. Thinking of this, Simon had some ideas in his mind, but soon gave up. He had no obligation to revive the former Soviet Union sports. However, sports is actually a very profitable business. It seems not bad to take some time to invest in some projects that you are interested in Ukraine. After making up his mind, he looked at the girl who was still standing quietly next to him. Simon knew that Ekaterina and other girls would only be submissive and well-behaved in front of him, but he didn't care. The one in front of him was obviously not pretending at all. So he asked again, "How old are you this year?" 21 years old. How tall are you? 188 cm. Are you willing to be my woman? Eve was stunned. She didn't expect the man to ask this question directly. Her eyes were wandering. She didn't know how to answer at all. This little girl-like reaction formed a strong contrast with her figure and temperament. Even a little cute. Simon did one last push-up, left the gantry, glanced at the barefoot girl who was a little taller than him, took the towel handed over by girl A who had just quietly appeared in the gym, and said, "If you don't refuse, it means you agree." Then it's settled. Go upstairs to take a shower and wait for me in bed. After Simon finished speaking, he handed the towel to girl A and turned to walk out of the gym. Allison did not leave with him. After the man disappeared at the door, he said to Eve, who was still a little dazed, "The boss is joking with you, just ignore him. So, I'll have someone send you away. You don't have to live here for the next 2 days." Allison felt a little regretful when she said this. She should have sent this woman away yesterday. Eve was a member of the Wei family's female guards. After being selected, language was the most basic requirement. She had been learning in recent months. Although she didn't speak well, she had no problem understanding what Allison had just said. Girl A seemed to be doing this for her own good, but Eve didn't move. Instead, she stared at Allison for a moment and suddenly said, "You lied to me." Allison didn't feel embarrassed at all and stared at Eve. "I'm thinking about you. I might be punished by my boss for this. Do you want to be someone else's lover?" Eve continued to stare at Allison, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Allison waited for a moment, and seeing that Eve didn't answer, she said directly, "I'll have someone prepare a car for you. There's a property owned by the boss next to Red River Park. You can stay there before you leave." Eve finally shook her head, but her eyes shifted quietly and her voice became much lower. She whispered, "I'm not leaving." Chapter 753 Grace's Thoughts. Simon took a shower and had breakfast with the two girls. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a sunny day. After listening to girl A's report on some important matters of the Westeros system that he needed to know, he also asked Allison to communicate with Los Angeles about the Sleepy Hollow project that he suddenly thought of last night. At 8:30, he left the mansion on the shore of Lake Ontario by car and rushed to a post-production center in downtown Toronto that belongs to Deanery's Entertainment. After the two girls acted coquettishly, they were taken along. "Today, I will review the completed sample of This Man from Earth with Brett Ratner and discuss the details of the post-production. By the way, I will personally teach Ratner about my own film concept." As one of the creative backbones specially selected for the spy movie universe, Simon has invested enough energy. As for the conversation with Eve after morning exercise, it was not a joke, but it was not taken too seriously. Work should still be put first. Inside the villa. After Simon left, it was breakfast time for the maids of the Wei family. Emily Joplin noticed that Eve was not at the table, and thought that she had not asked about it with her boss, so she asked. "She's upstairs," girl A answered, and seeing Emily was about to get up, she stopped her and said, "I'll take care of it later." Emily probably realized something and said nothing more. She was just curious about when her boss would eat another one, and eat so much that he couldn't even get out of bed. However, thinking about that night a few months ago, she felt relieved, and couldn't help but have some aftertaste and anticipation. Looking around again, this villa is like a mini harem. Except for a certain guy, all the others are women, and they all ask for whatever he wants. She really has no competitiveness. After breakfast, the girls went about their own business. Allison first went back to her temporary office in the villa, and soon came to the second floor with some documents. She found Eve's bedroom, knocked twice, pushed the door open, and saw the figure wrapped in a quilt on the big bed. She couldn't help but add a little more obvious teasing in her tone, "You are really obedient." The girl lying on her side with her back to the door moved obviously, but did not respond. Allison pulled the chair next to the dressing table and walked all the way to the other side of the big bed, facing Eve. After thinking for a while, she walked over and opened the curtains. The slightly weak but still bright sunlight in winter spread in this bedroom. Feeling the bright sunlight shining on her body, Allison sat down on the chair she had just sat on, opened a document in her hand, and read, "Eve Besanoskova, 21 years old, was born in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Her father, Alexander Besanoskov, 51 years old, is a former engineer at the Kiev Arsenal and is currently unemployed. Her mother, Maria Besanoskova, 52 years old, is a nurse at the Kiev 3rd Hospital. Her brother, Vladimir Besanoskova, 25 years old, served in the former Soviet Army and retired 2 years ago and is unemployed. Her sister, Lyudmila Besanoskova, 16 years old, dropped out of school and is unemployed. She started practicing basketball at the age of 8 and participated in many youth basketball competitions with excellent results. At the age of 18, she was selected for the former Soviet national team." After reading this, Allison paused and continued, "In the same year, the Soviet Union collapsed. At the age of 19, she represented the CIS in the Barcelona Olympics and retired at the age of 20. In April this year, she was recruited by the Westeros family female guard team and completed training in July. Among the 60 trainees of the same period, her overall score ranked 6th and she was transferred to the villa in the south of Rivne as a bodyguard." After reading Eve's brief resume, Allison looked up. The girl on the bed still had her eyes closed and did not move, but a tear mark appeared in the corner of her eye, which slid onto the pillow, wetting it. Seeing this, Allison sighed secretly, and her tone softened. "As long as you remain loyal to the Westeros family, your salary alone is enough for your family to live a good life. Eve, you still have one last chance, you can still leave now." Eve finally opened her eyes, looked at Girl A, and asked in obviously stiff English, "Why do you want me to leave so much?" Allison did not hide it, "Because I am also the boss's woman. Of course I hope that there are as few other women around him as possible. Will he not be angry if you act on your own?" "Maybe, maybe not. The boss has gone to work. So, you see, he doesn't care about you that much. What if I don't leave? I will respect your wishes." Eve looked at her for a moment again, and finally repeated the words she said in the gym that morning in a firm tone, "I'm not leaving." Girl A was not surprised by this and took out another document from the folder. "This is an agreement, you need to sign it. There is a lot of content, but it is very simple to summarize, only 2 words, loyalty and confidentiality. The boss will not possess you for a long time, so, at least 1 year. After a year, if you want to get rid of this kind of life, just tell me and you will be free." Eve stretched out a smooth arm from the quilt, took the thick document, looked at Girl A, and asked, "Why 1 year?" Allison said, "Because the boss has many women, you are just one of them. 1 year is enough time for a person to be completely forgotten. A year for you too." "Yes. You lied to me." "I didn't lie to you. I can be free at any time." "But you didn't do it. Why don't you leave him?" "This is my own business, I don't need to explain to you." Eve retracted her gaze, sat up, ignoring the quilt sliding off her body. Because she was too tall, she was looking down at Allison. She lowered her head to flip through the agreement in her hand, and said to Allison, "These are in English, I don't understand it very well. You just need to sign. Shouldn't there be 2 copies of the agreement? Only this one?" Eve nodded, asked Allison for a pen, and followed her instructions to patiently sign her name on each page. After all the dozens of pages of the agreement were signed, Eve handed the agreement and the pen back to Girl A. Eve's eyes flashed and asked, "What should I do next?" The boss doesn't like a vase that does nothing, so your job remains the same. Moreover, if you slack off because of your changed status, you may be abandoned in less than a year. In addition, it is what I just said, loyalty and confidentiality. Eve nodded, bit her lip, and finally asked again after a moment, what can I get? Allison carefully checked every page of the agreement to make sure that nothing was missed, and said, your annual salary will be increased to $200,000, and there will be additional medical, clothing, maintenance, transportation and other benefits. You can ask Zoe and Isabel for these details. In addition, you can also choose a house. $200,000? Exclamation mark. Hearing this number, Eve felt a faint sense of suffocation. In the morning, after a few words from the man, she obediently stripped naked and waited for him in bed, because she didn't want to, dared not, and couldn't lose her current bodyguard job with a monthly salary of $1,000 and various benefits. In Ukraine, where the average monthly salary is less than $30, this job is enough for her to support the entire Besanoskov family, who are in trouble, and even some relatives who need help. Now, with an annual salary of $200,000, she couldn't calculate it for a while. She didn't quite understand how to spend it. She just knew that it was worth selling herself for such a sum of money. Allison waited for a moment, and seeing that she didn't speak, she said, if you don't have any other questions, I'll go down first. Eve reacted and called Allison, a little unsure but insistent, about the house. Allison said, maybe you have heard that bosses are sometimes very generous to give women around them real estate worth millions of dollars, but it depends on your luck. The house here is just a kind of welfare. It will be located in the city of Rivne where you will work for a long time. The property rights do not belong to you, but as long as you don't give up the agreement you just signed, you can probably live here forever. Eve was a little disappointed, but nodded quickly. Allison seemed to see what she was thinking and said, you have to understand, Miss Besanoskova, everything you get requires corresponding sacrifices. Moreover, the more you get, the more you have to sacrifice, and the greater the price of betrayal. Eve woke up, looked at Allison, and said solemnly, I know. Well, that's it for now. Allison got up directly this time, looked at the girl on the bed, and said, your skin is not bad, but it can be better. Pay attention to maintenance in the future. In addition, maybe you have had it before, but I will arrange a comprehensive physical examination for you tomorrow. After Allison finished speaking, she walked around the big bed and walked out. The tall girl named Eve Besanoskova was in a daze on the big bed for a long time facing the bright sunshine in the morning, and finally got dressed and went downstairs. As Simon's first assistant, Allison had a lot of work to do. Just checking the work emails accumulated from yesterday to now took a whole morning. In the afternoon, she sorted out the documents and materials that needed to be known by her boss, and began to deal with the things Simon had told her. Unknowingly, a day had passed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I hung up the last call with Shirley Lansing, the head of MGM, about the latest 007 casting, and finally finished the day's work. This office on the first floor of the villa also has a good view. Outside the French window, the sunset-covered Lake Ontario, brilliant and magnificent. I picked up the book Legend of Sleepy Hollow that someone bought during the day, quietly flipped through a few pages, checked the time, and planned to ask Zoe and the others to prepare dinner. When I left the office, I found that Zoe and Isabel were gone, but the two little goblins from Ukraine had returned at some point, looking unhappy. After asking, I learned that he would stay in the villa next to Red River Park tonight, and Zoe and Isabel had gone there to serve him. It was inevitable to feel lost, but I had long been accustomed to him taking everything for granted. This is my king. Red River Park in the eastern suburbs of Scarborough. The villa where the buffet was held last night was not so lively tonight. In addition to the maids of the Way family in the main villa and the bodyguards in the annex, there were only Simon and Grace Spelter who came from New York to visit the set. As the agent of Trzeszgoff, her artist was filming in Toronto, and she came to visit the set on the weekend. The reason was very legitimate. Of course, the real reason was that a guy happened to be here. Grace never thought that she would unknowingly really like a man who was much younger than her, and even have a soul-stirring feeling of passionate love. Occasionally, when facing her husband and two children who still lived under the same roof, she could not help but have a strong sense of betrayal, but she always found it difficult to control herself. Privately, she unreasonably pushed the responsibility onto little man, secretly thinking that he might be a devil. stealing women's hearts quietly, doing all kinds of bad things. Still irresponsible. In the afternoon, she pretended to come here under the name of visiting the set, but in fact she didn't say a few words to her client. Then she came over and found two tender little vases beside him, and she felt jealous. Fortunately, he didn't let her down. He offered to have dinner together. I deliberately hesitated for a while before agreeing. At that time, I noticed the hateful smile on his face and wanted to pinch him. It was very cold in Toronto at night. The atmosphere of the dinner was very warm. I deliberately chose a living room with a fireplace, reflecting the firelight, and lit candles. The red wine was mellow and the food was delicious enough. The only flaw was that the waitress was too pretty. However, thinking about how he liked everything around him to be beautiful and exquisite, if the waitress was not good-looking enough, it would probably affect the atmosphere. Sitting opposite each other, sipping red wine, looking at the handsome face of the little man opposite, and trying to find a topic at random, I went to see Suicide Squad last night. The whole family went there together. This is not suitable to say. The woman on the other side asked, "How do you feel?" "Great, people are lining up to buy tickets. It's sure to be a big hit this time." "Congratulations." "Thank you," Simon smiled, looking at the woman on the other side who had become more and more beautiful without anyone noticing. "You've become more beautiful recently. Do you like it?" "Of course. At my age, it's very hard to maintain my appearance, but I'm still grateful to you. If the maintenance project of the club in the Upper East Side wasn't free, I couldn't afford it. In fact, I've been thinking recently whether I should invest in research on technologies such as immortality, which can at least keep people young forever. I know this. Many people in high positions like to do this. However, it seems that no one has succeeded yet, but many people have died accidentally. That was in the past. In ancient times, people knew too little about deep biological knowledge, so they could only pursue immortality in an unconventional way, which naturally led to failure. It's different now. We can already understand the origin of life at the genetic level, so we have the opportunity to make fundamental changes. I don't know if I can wait until that day. From now on, invest regardless of cost. I think there should be results in 20 to 30 years. 30 years, Grace touched her still smooth face with some melancholy. I think it would be better to die by then. Simon smiled and said, "Maybe I can regain my youth." "You are kidding, little girl. The rise and fall of all things. Maybe you can delay this process indefinitely, but it is inevitable that it cannot be reversed, just like time." Grace asked, "Are you afraid of death?" "No, I'm more than 500 years old. I have lived so much longer than you. It's not a loss to die immediately." "You are talking nonsense again." "Do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Grace looked at Simon's expression carefully for a moment, shook her head and said, "I can't tell. It seems that some women have this instinct, or it should be called the sixth sense, which can easily tell whether others are lying or not. It's a pity that I don't have this ability, so you can lie to me at will," Grace said with a little regret on her face, and asked with a smile, "In fact, I have always been curious about a question. Can you really see ghosts?" Chapter 754, Anti-Humanity. A warm dinner, and a chat, listening to him talk about those mysterious, true and false, the sky is high and the sea is vast, boundless. Then make love and sleep together. Since we are already in the clouds, there are no dreams. When we wake up, feeling the breath of the little man behind us, Grace quietly leans back, and her small hand covers his big hand around her waist. Suddenly, I feel that such a date is enough for me to savor for a long time. Don't be greedy. Grace's movements are very gentle, but Simon still wakes up. He kissed the woman's round shoulder gently and asked softly, "Do you want to get up?" She turned her face to the man and felt his light stubble. She said reluctantly, "It's still early." Simon glanced at the skylight outside the gap in the curtains. "Okay, then sleep a little longer." "I can't sleep." He couldn't help but be a little coquettish in his tone, and then he felt his cheeks slightly hot. It was not suitable for him to be coquettish. He held down his big hand that was about to do something naughty again. "Chat with me. Shall I tell you another ghost story, like last night? According to your theory, I'm not afraid now. I even hope that there are ghosts in this world. This will prove that death is not the end, and there may be an afterlife. If there is an afterlife, what do you want to do? Just don't meet you again." "Oh, I understand. This is irony." "No, you are my fate. My own and my family's fate have changed because of you. Don't you want this change?" My daughter entered Dalton Middle School in the fall and met a very good boy. At this point, Grace paused, then said, "My daughter is very beautiful." Simon's big hand under the quilt covered the woman's small hand, and said without hesitation, "Of course, just look at your mother." Grace was reluctant to change her posture at this time, and turned her face again to touch the man's chin, and continued, "Then, during Halloween, we received an invitation to a party from the boy's family. After everyone got in touch, we found that they probably wanted to get in touch with you through us. How did you deal with it?" To be honest, Simon Westeros and I are not familiar with each other, but we have some cooperation with you. Then what? Grace hesitated and said, "Rita likes the boy very much, but I think the boy is just completing the task assigned by his parents. I talked to him a few times. Although he is the captain of the school's football team, he is actually a child with no opinion in his heart. I said that after they were not familiar with you, they became a lot colder to us. It may be that the boy also has some feelings for Rita and has not broken up. Occasionally, he will continue to come to my house as a guest. He is well educated." Simon smiled. "Then are you satisfied or dissatisfied?" Grace shook her head slightly. "I don't like the boy's family. They are too snobbish." "Then just ignore them and treat it as a matter between two children. You don't think our girl will stay with that boy forever, or even get married and have children, do you?" Grace tilted her head and rolled her eyes at Simon. "What do you mean by our girl?" Simon shamelessly said, "As a responsible man, your daughter is of course my daughter." Grace teased, "What about my husband?" Let's change the subject." Grace caught the man's big hand from under the quilt, pretended to be angry and bit it lightly until there was a tooth mark, then whispered, "Actually, the main reason is that the family is very rich and powerful, and I'm worried that Rita will be hurt." "How does it compare to Simon Westeros?" "Small shrimp." "Then what are you worried about?" "You are you, and I am me. I just said that I am a very responsible man, the kind that protects my shortcomings." Simon said, thought for a while, and said, "Well, next time I go to New York, I'll invite you to visit me, and you can bring that family. I don't want to get too close to you." "Aren't we close yet?" Grace turned her head and glanced at him lightly. Simon didn't care and asked, "By the way, what do you say the boy's family do?" "I'll ask someone to check it out first." "Florida, the Levison Group, mainly engaged in real estate. I seem to have some impression. A very famous wealthy family in Florida. It's not surprising that you have heard of it." Simon recalled again and said, I seem to have seen it. I have a property in North Palm Beach, Miami. I went there for vacation with Jenny 2 years ago. I met the head of the Levison Group at a local party. I think his name is, Francis Levison." Grace nodded and said, "That's him. He is the boy. Mike's father." "I didn't expect you to have such a good memory." Simon said, "Actually, it's mainly because I happen to remember that his wife is very beautiful." Grace immediately grabbed Simon's right hand to her mouth and bit it without any hesitation. Simon let the woman grind her teeth and smiled. 2 years ago, the real estate industry in Florida was at its lowest point. I bought a property in Miami at the bottom, very cheap. Now the federal real estate industry is in the dark stage before dawn, but many real estate companies just can't get through this hurdle, and the Levison Group should also be in trouble. The real estate industry in the United States experienced a period of prosperity in the 1980s. After the stock market crash in 1987, the bubble began to burst. It reached its lowest point in 1991. It began to slowly improve after the end of the Gulf War and Clinton's inauguration. It is expected to rise next year as various economic indicators in the United States recover, and finally soar all the way to after the new millennium, until the subprime mortgage crisis broke out. It can be said that now is the best time to buy at the bottom and enter the real estate industry. Of course, many people see this opportunity, but whether they have the strength and courage to enter the market is another matter. Westeros System is the one who really entered the market. Simon's acquisition of a company of a golden-haired real estate developer, in addition to laying a foreshadowing, is also because he is optimistic about the future prospects of the U.S. real estate industry. Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management, subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, have also purchased a large number of real estate-related assets through various types of investment portfolios in recent years. Not only that, Simon's properties around the world are also fundamentally an investment. The global economy will show a rapid upward trend in the next decade or so. The rise of new technology will create a large number of new wealthy people. As demand increases, the growth rate of luxury home prices around the world will inevitably lead the real estate industry itself. Moreover, even if the bubble bursts in the future, the value of the top luxury homes will not depreciate too much. Simon now buys luxury homes all over the world. Not only can he meet the habit of living in his own house wherever he goes, but the value-added returns of these properties themselves are not much worse than many other investments. The scale of the entire Westeros system's fixed assets, stocks, bonds and other investment portfolios in the real estate industry may account for a small proportion of Simon's business empire, but this is only relative. Combined, the tens of billions of investment portfolios will obviously attract many troubled real estate companies to move closer to the Westeros system in order to seek possible help. On the other hand, the Levison family tried to connect with Simon by letting their son date Grace's daughter. It seems a bit unconventional, and it is probably a helpless move. Simon has never been a sociable person. Don't think that those people in front of and behind the scenes of this man from Earth can attend the buffet party the night before yesterday. It's just because the project is related to Simon. Simon has no interest and no time to deal with irrelevant people casually. Judging from Grace's tone just now, the Levison Group is well known in Florida. The family assets may be able to enter the list of the 400 richest people in the United States. It may still be an old money family with a century of heritage. But in the United States now, if you want to compare assets with Simon, it's just a joke. Even if you compare power, the comprehensive strength of the Westeros system in the political and business circles is enough to crush most of the old consortiums, not to mention a single family. The only superiority that the old family can show is probably the so-called foundation, accumulated by several generations, at the top of the pyramid. It's just that these can be manipulated in front of the new nobles of the same level, but in front of Simon, it's also a joke. The Hester family, which quickly fell apart after being suppressed by the Westeros system, is the most typical lesson. To use a more appropriate description, the rise of the Westeros system is actually equivalent to change of dynasty for traditional American capital. Because the rise was too rapid, the traditional capital forces in the United States have not yet reacted to jointly deal with the threat of the Westeros system. Suddenly, the capital structure of this country has been completely changed. And it is a change that is difficult to reverse. The history of the United States is too short. Taking China, which Simon is most familiar with, as a reference, no dynasty can be restored after being overthrown. Now, the only way to destroy the influence of the Westeros system on the United States is to use unconventional and extreme means. Simon certainly will not allow this to happen, so there have been several consecutive warning actions that are either cruel or radical in the past year, as well as various concessions, integration and wooing methods. Hearing Simon's serious tone, Grace loosened her teeth and asked, "Are you going to help them? Do you think I'm an angel?" Grace also learned from the media that a certain golden-haired real estate developer's company had changed hands. She held Simon's big hand and said with a bit of pun, "You are the devil." Simon smiled and said, "You see things clearly." Grace hesitated and said, "I think it's better to forget about visiting you." "It's really nothing," Simon said, "just think of it as you introducing a business to me. I happen to be increasing my investment in Florida recently, and I'm optimistic about the real estate industry. It's just right to support a spokesperson there. Or, I'll just introduce you and you go meet them yourself. Speaking of which, bring our daughter with you. I want to meet them too." "Asshole, I always feel like you are taking advantage of me." Simon smiled and said, "Is there anything else about you that I haven't taken advantage of?" Grace suddenly thought of something, turned around, looked at Simon and said, "You really can only treat Rita as your daughter, and don't have any other bad thoughts?" Simon knew at a glance what the woman was worried about. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips, saying, "I promise." In fact, those three had other reasons. They were just playthings, understand? Grace's eyes flashed. Then, "What about me? You can be considered a lover." Grace pretended to be dissatisfied. "Are you so reluctant? I have many women, but very few lovers. I can count them on one hand." "Oh," Grace's eyes lit up, but she was still relentless. "How many women have you had?" "I really haven't counted." Then, Grace hesitated slightly and asked a somewhat sensitive question, "How is your relationship with your wife?" "Very good." Grace was originally a little nervous about asking this question, but seeing the man's frank tone, she felt a little relieved, and couldn't help but become more curious. "Won't she be jealous of you doing this?" Simon said, "Let me put it this way. Actually, I am a feminist, and my wife is a male chauvinist. Grace blinked and didn't react for a while. Are you thinking the opposite? Simon smiled and said, well, I may be a little hypocritical as a feminist, but it's true that Jenny is a male chauvinist. She thinks it's natural for men to have many women. Grace blinked again. Simon smiled and stretched out his fingers to touch the woman's eyelashes. He felt a row of small brushes flickering at his fingertips after being startled. He continued, of course, if there are other women, such as you, who want to take her position as wife, then things will be different. She may kill you. Be careful, this is not a joke. Even my life will be in danger. It feels so strange. Simon said, this is a pyramid-shaped world. Because the base of the pyramid is too crowded, most people at the bottom can only actively or passively accept the constraints of various secular rules. After a long time, they take it for granted. Then, the higher you go, the higher the degree of freedom. The elites at the top of the pyramid can more easily realize the extravagant wishes of the people at the bottom, so it becomes common. For the people at the bottom, since they are unable to realize it, looking up from the bottom, they often question certain things, but they can only question them. Even most of them think it is natural in their bones, and then try their best to climb up. Grace listened to the seemingly reasonable nonsense of the little man in front of her, and suddenly laughed, teasing, I feel like you are quibbling. Simon immediately showed an exposed expression, well, actually I am a bad man who is a playboy. Grace chuckled, but leaned close to Simon and said softly, you don't need to feel inferior, I am also a bad woman. It sounds like a good match. The two of them laughed and whispered, and continued to be affectionate for a while. Seeing that it was about time, they got up. Grace had to return to New York in the morning, and Simon had to fly back to Los Angeles in the afternoon after finishing his work here. They were both taking a break. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 753, Anti-Humanity. A warm dinner, and a casual chat, listening to him talk about those mysterious things, true and false. The sky is high and the sea is vast, and it is boundless. Don't be greedy. Grace's movements were very gentle, but Simon still woke up. She asked softly, do you want to get up? She turned her face to the man and felt his light stubble, and said reluctantly, it's still early. Simon glanced at the skylight outside the gap in the curtains, okay, then sleep a little longer. I can't sleep. He couldn't help but say a little coquettishly, and then he felt his cheeks slightly hot. It was not suitable for him to be coquettish. He held down his big hand that was about to do something naughty again. Chat with me. How about telling you another ghost story, like last night? According to your theory, I'm not afraid now. I even look forward to the existence of ghosts in this world, so that it can prove that death is not the end, and there may be an afterlife. If there is an afterlife, what do you want to do? Just don't meet you again. Oh, I understand, this is an irony. No, you are my fate. My own and my family's fate have changed because of you. Don't you want this change? My daughter entered Dalton Middle School in the fall and met a very good boy. At this point, Grace paused, then said, my daughter is very beautiful. Simon's big hand under the quilt covered the woman's small hand, and said without hesitation, of course, just look at your mother. Grace was reluctant to change her posture at this time, and turned her face again to touch the man's chin, and continued, then, during Halloween, we received an invitation to a party from the boy's family. After everyone got in touch, we found that they probably wanted to get in touch with you through us. How did you deal with it? To be honest, Simon Westeros and I are not familiar with each other, but we have some cooperation with you. Then what? Grace hesitated and said, Rita likes the boy very much, but I think the boy is just completing the task assigned by his parents. I talked to him a few times. Although he is the captain of the school's football team, he is actually a child with no opinion in his heart. I said that after they were not familiar with you, they became a lot colder to us. It may be that the boy also has some feelings for Rita and has not broken up. Occasionally, he will continue to come to my house as a guest. He is well educated. Simon smiled, then are you satisfied or dissatisfied? Grace shook her head slightly, I don't like the boy's family. They are too snobbish. Then just ignore them and just treat it as a matter between two children. You don't think our girl will stay with that boy forever, or even get married and have children, do you? Grace tilted her head and rolled her eyes at Simon. What do you mean by our girl? Simon shamelessly said, as a responsible man, your daughter is of course my daughter. Grace teased, what about my husband? Let's change the subject. Grace took the man's big hand out from under the quilt, pretended to be angry and bit it lightly until teeth marks were left. Then she whispered, actually, the main reason is that the family is very rich and powerful, and I'm worried that Rita will be hurt. How does it compare to Simon Westeros? Small shrimp. Then what are you worried about? You are you, and I am me. I just said that I'm a very responsible man, the kind that protects my shortcomings, Simon said, thought for a while, and said, well, next time I go to New York, I'll invite you to visit me, and you can bring that family with you. I don't want to get too close to you. Aren't we close yet? Grace turned her head and glanced at him lightly. Simon didn't care and asked, by the way, what do you say the boy's family do? I'll have someone check it out first. Florida, the Levison Group, mainly engaged in real estate. I seem to have some impression. A very famous wealthy family in Florida, it's not surprising that you have heard of it. Simon recalled again and said, I seem to have seen it. I have a property in North Palm Beach, Miami. I went there for vacation with Jenny 2 years ago. I met the head of the Levison Group at a local party. I think his name is, Francis Levison. Grace nodded and said, that's him. He is the boy. Mike's father. I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Simon said, actually, it's mainly because I happen to remember that his wife is very beautiful. Grace immediately grabbed Simon's right hand to her mouth and bit it without any hesitation. Simon let the woman grind her teeth and smiled. 2 years ago, the real estate industry in Florida was at its lowest point. I bought a property in Miami at the bottom, very cheap. Now the federal real estate industry is in the dark stage before dawn, but many real estate companies just can't get through this hurdle, and the Levison Group should also be in trouble. The real estate industry in the United States experienced a period of prosperity in the 1980s. After the stock market crash in 1987, the bubble began to burst. It reached its lowest point in 1991. It began to slowly improve after the end of the Gulf War and Clinton's inauguration. It is expected to rise next year as various economic indicators in the United States recover, and finally soar all the way to after the new millennium, until the subprime mortgage crisis broke out. It can be said that now is the best time to buy at the bottom and enter the real estate industry. Of course, many people see this opportunity, but whether they have the strength and courage to enter the market is another matter. Westeros System is the one who really entered the market. Simon's acquisition of a company of a golden-haired real estate developer, in addition to laying a foreshadowing, is also because he is optimistic about the future prospects of the U.S. real estate industry. Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management, subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, have also purchased a large number of real estate-related assets through various types of investment portfolios in recent years. Not only that, Simon's properties around the world are also fundamentally an investment. The global economy will show a rapid upward trend in the next decade or so. The rise of new technology will create a large number of new wealthy people. As demand increases, the growth rate of luxury home prices around the world will inevitably lead the real estate industry itself. Moreover, even if the bubble bursts in the future, the value of the top luxury homes will not depreciate too much. Simon now buys luxury homes all over the world. Not only can he meet the habit of living in his own house wherever he goes, but the value-added returns of these properties themselves are not much worse than many other investments. The scale of the entire Westeros System's fixed assets, stocks, bonds and other investment portfolios in the real estate industry may account for a small proportion of Simon's business empire, but this is only relative. Combined, the tens of billions of investment portfolios will obviously attract many troubled real estate companies to move closer to the Westeros System in order to seek possible help. On the other hand, the Levison family tried to connect with Simon by letting their son date Grace's daughter. It seems a bit unconventional, and it is probably a helpless move. Simon has never been a sociable person. Don't think that those people in front of and behind the scenes of this man from Earth can attend the buffet party the night before yesterday. It's just because the project is related to Simon. Simon has no interest and no time to deal with irrelevant people casually. Judging from Grace's tone just now, the Levison Group is well known in Florida. The family assets may be able to enter the list of the 400 richest people in the United States. It may still be an old money family with a century of heritage. But in the United States now, if you want to compare assets with Simon, it's just a joke. Even if you compare power, the comprehensive strength of the Westeros system in the political and business circles is enough to crush most of the old consortiums, not to mention a single family. The only superiority that the old family can show is probably the so-called foundation, accumulated by several generations, at the top of the pyramid. It's just that these can be manipulated in front of the new nobles of the same level, but in front of Simon, it's also a joke. The Hester family, which quickly fell apart after being suppressed by the Westeros system, is the most typical lesson. To use a more appropriate description, the rise of the Westeros system is actually equivalent to change of dynasty for traditional American capital. Because the rise was too rapid, the traditional capital forces in the United States have not yet reacted to jointly deal with the threat of the Westeros system. Suddenly, the capital structure of this country has been completely changed. And it is a change that is difficult to reverse. The history of the United States is too short. Taking China, which Simon is most familiar with, as a reference, no dynasty can be restored after being overthrown. Now, the only way to destroy the influence of the Westeros system on the United States is to use unconventional and extreme means. Simon certainly will not allow this to happen, so there have been several consecutive warning actions that are either cruel or radical in the past year, as well as various concessions, integration and wooing methods. Hearing Simon's serious tone, Grace loosened her teeth and asked, "Are you going to help them? Do you think I'm an angel?" Grace also learned from the media that a certain golden-haired real estate developer's company had changed hands. She held Simon's big hand and said with a bit of pun, "You are the devil." Simon smiled and said, "You see things clearly." Grace hesitated and said, "I think it's better to forget about visiting you." "It's really nothing," Simon said, "just think of it as you introducing a business to me. I happen to be increasing my investment in Florida recently, and I'm optimistic about the real estate industry. It's just right to support a spokesperson there. Or, I'll just introduce you and you go meet them yourself. Speaking of which, bring our daughter with you. I want to meet them too." "Asshole, I always feel like you are taking advantage of me." Simon smiled and said, "Is there anything else about you that I haven't taken advantage of?" Grace suddenly thought of something, turned around, looked at Simon and said, "You really can only treat Rita as your daughter, and don't have any other bad thoughts?" Simon understood at a glance what the woman was worried about and said, "I promise." In fact, those three had other reasons, understand. Grace's eyes flashed, then, "What about me? You can be considered a lover." Grace pretended to be dissatisfied. "Are you so reluctant? I have many women, but very few lovers. I can count them on one hand." "Oh," Grace's eyes lit up, but she was still relentless. "How many women have you had?" "I really haven't counted." Then, Grace hesitated slightly and asked a somewhat sensitive question, "How is your relationship with your wife?" "Very good." Grace was a little nervous when she asked this question, but seeing the man's frank tone, she felt a little relieved, and couldn't help but become more curious. "Won't she be jealous of you doing this?" Simon said, "Let me put it this way, actually, I am a feminist, and my wife is a male chauvinist." Grace blinked and didn't react for a while. "Are you thinking the opposite?" Simon smiled and said, "Well, I may be a little hypocritical as a feminist, but it's true that Jenny is a male chauvinist. She thinks it's natural for men to have many women." Grace blinked again. Simon smiled and stretched out his fingers to touch the woman's eyelashes. He felt a row of small brushes flickering at his fingertips after being startled. He continued, "Of course, if there are other women, such as you, who want to take her position as wife, then things will be different. She may kill you. Be careful, this is not a joke. Even my life will be in danger. It feels so strange." Simon said, "This is a pyramid-shaped world. Because the base of the pyramid is too crowded, most people at the bottom can only actively or passively accept the constraints of various secular rules. After a long time, they take it for granted. Then, the higher you go, the higher the degree of freedom. The elites at the top of the pyramid can more easily realize the extravagant wishes of the people at the bottom, so it becomes common. For the people at the bottom, since they are unable to realize it, looking up from the bottom, they often question certain things, but they can only question them. Even most of them think it is natural in their bones, and then try their best to climb up. Grace listened to the seemingly reasonable nonsense of the little man in front of her, and suddenly laughed, teasing, "I feel like you are quibbling." Simon immediately showed an exposed expression. "Well, actually I am a bad man who is a playboy." Grace chuckled, but leaned close to Simon and said softly, "You don't need to feel inferior, I am also a bad woman." "It sounds like a good match." The two of them laughed and whispered, and when they saw that it was about time, they got up. Grace had to return to New York in the morning, and Simon had to fly back to Los Angeles in the afternoon after finishing his work here, so they were both taking a break. Chapter 755 Ovitz's Choice. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. It is Friday, December 23rd. Tomorrow night is Christmas Eve, and Michael Ovitz still has no rest today. He arrived at the CAA headquarters in Century City before 8 o'clock. Just after a box office week, Ovitz entered the office and sat down. The assistant immediately sent him the box office data report for the past week. Michael Ovitz is a man who is good at multitasking. While looking at the box office report, he asked his assistant about the distribution and delivery of Christmas gifts for CAA's clients. Ovitz's magic weapon in running this talent agency over the years is to express CAA's meticulous care for its customers by giving various gifts regularly. The saying "more gifts, less blame" is applicable everywhere, so the effect is remarkable. Many filmmakers agreed to sign contracts after inadvertently receiving some small gifts from CAA that are not worth much but obviously spent their thoughts. CAA's old client Sidney Pollack also publicly teased Ovitz for having obsessive-compulsive disorder in giving gifts. In order to obtain a variety of gifts and a large number of them, CAA even signed long-term cooperation agreements with some suppliers of food, toys, books, artworks, etc. Under the influence of Ovitz, CAA's agents will almost instinctively pay attention to their clients' personal preferences and even their short-term interests in certain things, whether it is a book, the birthday of the client's children, or tickets to a certain NBA game, and then the client will always receive the corresponding carefully prepared gifts at the right time. Intentional but unintentional. There is no shortage of other talent agencies that follow suit, but because they cannot imitate the essence of Ovitz's gift-giving, they often cannot achieve the same good results as CAA. For important holidays such as Christmas, gift-giving becomes even more important to CAA. After spending half an hour discussing the gift with his assistant and sending him away, Michael Ovitz once again looked at the first week box office report of the Christmas season from December 16th to December 22nd, which was still spread out in front of him. There is no suspense. Another blockbuster of the DC movie universe, Suicide Squad, won an unstoppable box office of $91.78 million in the first 7 days, easily occupying the first place in the single-week box office list. The Suicide Squad is just a derivative of the DC superhero series. It is far less popular than the old superheroes such as Batman and Superman. The related comics were not published until 1987. Before the film was made, many comic fans may not know that such a series exists. Before the movie was released, the industry generally predicted that the box office data of Suicide Squad should be comparable to that of The Flash. The first Flash had a box office of only $72.86 million in the first week, and a total box office of $253 million in North America. The popularity of The Flash in DC Comics is not much different from that of Superman and Batman. Now, riding on the east wind of the DC movie universe, a derivative series such as Suicide Squad has earned $91.87 million in the first week. Even if it did not achieve a box office of over $100 million in the first week, the box office performance is definitely what many people expected, and the total box office of the film in North America is expected to hit the $300 million mark. Before the release of Suicide Squad, Michael Ovitz's box office expectations for this movie were the same as most people. However, seeing the super high box office of $91.87 million in the first week of Suicide Squad, he was not surprised. The Flash was released at the end of 1991. At that time, the DC movie universe plan had been made public, but only 2 Batman movies were released in the entire project, and The Flash was only the third one. Moreover, because the Flash project was completely controlled by Warner, the young man who created the DC movie universe was not very involved in the project, and the quality of the film was inevitably not comparable to the 2 Batman movies, so it was expected that the box office would be lower than the average level of the series. The Suicide Squad is already the 8th big movie in the DC movie universe series. Before that, superhero movies such as Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Cyborg had already been released and formed a series, and the popularity of the DC movie universe plan had fermented. The most important point is that this Suicide Squad, both the plot and the special effects are exciting enough, and it is also a popular schedule like Christmas, with a first-week box office of $91.87 million, which is also a matter of course. Affected by the Suicide Squad, the second place in the list, Toy Story 2, fell by 27% this week, earning $21.06 million, and a cumulative box office of $236.23 million. According to the practice of previous years, after entering the popular Christmas season, as the number of moviegoers increases significantly, many old films tend to see a box office decline. This time, Toy Story 2 went from an unpopular season to a popular Christmas season, and not only did it not decline, but it continued to fall by 27%, which shows the impact of Suicide Squad. Disney's holiday comedy The Santa Claus ranked third, earning $16.39 million in the first 7 days. This is a movie that Michael Ovitz pays more attention to, because it is a packaged project recommended to Disney by CAA. The film does not involve big directors and big stars, so the budget is only $22 million. The first week of $16.39 million, considering that the next 2 weeks are still in the holiday season, means that the total box office of this project in North America is expected to hit the $50 million mark. Michael Ovitz is a little regretful about this. If there were no extremely strong Toy Story 2 and Suicide Squad, The Santa Claus, which fits the festive atmosphere and has a very good reputation among the audience, is likely to be a billion-dollar box office club work. Of course, this assumption is no longer meaningful. What's more, the domestic box office of $50 million is enough to bring good profits to Disney. The fourth place on the list is Little Women, which is adapted from a famous novel. In the first week of large-scale opening, relying on 1,503 screens, this well-received female film won a box office of $11.39 million, with an average of about $7,500 in each theater. Although it did not reach the level of a big seller of $10,000, it is commendable that such a literary drama film that is only aimed at female audiences can achieve such a box office result under the heavy pressure of Suicide Squad. Including the previews in the previous 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of Little Women reached $12.07 million. If it can get out of the box office curve of Steel Magnolias that year, coupled with the help of the awards season, the domestic box office of Little Women is expected to be comparable to The Santa Claus, reaching the level of $50 million. Considering that the production cost of the film is only $15 million, and the investment in publicity and distribution is less than that of commercial films such as The Santa Claus, the return on investment of Little Women is much higher than that of The Santa Claus. Interview with the Vampire released by Warner Brothers. Pictures ranked 5th this week, with a 33% drop in box office revenue and another $5.53 million. It unexpectedly surpassed Jim Carrey's comedy The Mask, which was released at the same time. The film's total domestic box office reached $92.43 million, one step closer to the billion-dollar box office club. The Mask, produced by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, ranked 6th on the list, with a 45% drop in box office revenue this week and $4.5 million. However, the film's total domestic box office successfully broke the billion-dollar box office club, reaching $101.79 million, officially entering the billion-dollar box office club. In the office at CAA headquarters, Michael Ovitz looked at the box office data in his hand with mixed feelings. Deaneries Entertainment actually accounted for 3 of the top 6 on the list, not to mention that heavyweight killers like Suicide Squad directly took 68% of the total box office for the week, and other movies were just there to make some money. What worries Ovitz even more is that very few of the film creators on this list are affiliated with CAA. Of the packaged project model created by CAA in the 1980s, only Santa Claus remains. Because of some frictions at the beginning, the cooperation between CAA and Deaneries Entertainment is not close. However, Ovitz can also feel that except for Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, who were banned by Simon Westeros, Deaneries Entertainment did not deliberately target CAA. However, It is obvious that CAA has less and less say in Hollywood in recent years. All this is caused to some extent by the young man who suddenly appeared in Hollywood. Not to mention 3D animated films, the rise of blockbuster movies focusing on special effects, especially the rise of the DC movie universe, has minimized the dependence of studios on stars, and their say has also increased significantly. Therefore, for those blockbusters that are destined to become the core of the box office, let alone taking over the entire project as in the past, the agency now has to lower its status and even take the initiative to reduce its salary to compete for important roles in those projects. Because you don't fight for it, the role will be taken away by others, and the popularity will fall on others. WMA, which was almost on the verge of collapse, has risen again in recent years by relying on the large number of roles provided by Simon Westeros. Now it has firmly suppressed CAA and regained the throne of the strongest talent agency in Hollywood. Michael Ovitz is very clear that he is powerless to change the current situation. What he has been thinking about in recent years is the issue of leaving. In fact, since CAA got on track in the late 1980s, Ovitz has gradually shown his boredom with the talent agency business, so he went to help Sony acquire Columbia Pictures, and also opened up CAA's advertising business and sports star agency business, cooperating with companies or celebrities outside the circle such as Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Magic Johnson, etc. Just a year ago, Michael Ovitz had negotiated with software tycoon Bill Gates, but because CAA's plate was too small, Damon didn't look down on it at all, and invested in DreamWorks created by Spielberg and the other two. Maybe it's really time to leave? There is a reason for this idea. The French Vivendi Group has completed its acquisition of Disney, and has been looking for a person in charge. Vivendi's first target was the executives of Deaneries Entertainment. However, the previous idea of better to be the first did not work this time, and several Deaneries Entertainment executives who were contacted clearly refused. After a circle, Ovitz, who was almost invited by Eisner to join Disney as president, became a candidate for the top leader of this company again. Ovitz and Eisner have been good friends for many years, and the two families are neighbors. If it was a few months ago, Ovitz might have refused to take into account the friendship of friends. Now, Eisner has completely left Disney, and after a serious illness, he has become more open-minded about many things. If he chooses to join, it will not be a big problem. What's more, with such a rare opportunity, Ovitz feels that if Eisner still can't let go and wants to stop him, this friendship may not be so solid. After a busy morning with a heavy heart, Ovitz made an appointment with Jean-Marie Mariou, president of Vivendi Group's telecommunications and media business, to meet at noon, and rushed to Morton's on time. Speaking of which, Ovitz actually didn't like this famous Hollywood steakhouse very much. Some time ago, Eisner's wife suddenly called Ovitz, who was still working, and said that Eisner was angry at home because he wanted to book a seat at Morton's to entertain friends. As a result, Morton's, which had always responded to Eisner and other Hollywood bigwigs' requests, bluntly said that there was no seat this time. How could there be no seat? The reason is simple: Eisner is no longer the chairman and CEO of Disney. In fact, whether in Los Angeles or New York, many well-known restaurants are so snobbish, which is probably a way for them to maintain their so-called style. He had just had a heart surgery and had not yet fully recovered. Being angry hurt his body. After receiving the call from Eisner's wife, Ovitz quickly contacted her and not only helped his old friend book a seat, but also strongly demanded that the waiter who refused Eisner must call to apologize. Ovitz has a wide network of contacts in Hollywood, not to mention that he is the head of CAA, which owns many big names. Morton's restaurant did not dare to offend him and obeyed. The meeting at noon was not pleasant. This was not the first time the two sides had contacted each other. Ovitz's requirement was that he must obtain absolute control of Disney. However, with a previous experience of Columbia Pictures, Vivendi Group did not agree with this at all, and the two sides have been stalemate until now. As the lunch was coming to an end, Jean-Marie Mariou simply put forward the last conditions that Vivendi could give. At the end of lunch, Ovitz knew that he had no room for bargaining. Either accept or refuse. After working absent-mindedly for the whole afternoon, Ovitz went home after get off work and had dinner. He took the initiative to go to the house of an old friend next door and propose a drink. Eisner can drink a little red wine now. The two who had known each other for many years sat down by the specially lit fireplace in Eisner's mansion. Watching Eisner's wife take another blanket to cover her husband, Ovitz sighed a little, and couldn't help thinking about what his future would be like. whether he would also be so old. In fact, except for losing his position at Disney, Eisner had no problems in other aspects. He served as the head of Disney for 10 years. With the original salary agreement and Disney's rapid development in the 1980s, Eisner accumulated tens of millions of dollars in wealth. Even if he left this time, Disney shareholders and the board of directors gave him a very generous compensation contract to avoid him from interfering. This money is enough for Eisner to enjoy his very rich retirement life without worries. But think about the Morton's restaurant incident. For a man with a little ambition, losing power is obviously more unacceptable than losing money. Ovitz wanted to join Disney, in the final analysis, to gain more power. CAA may still be prosperous, but in fact it does not have much foundation. Apart from the headquarters building in Century City, it does not even have many fixed assets, and its income is not as lucrative as that of the head of a large studio. The two drank for a while, and Michael Eisner took the initiative to bring up Ovitz's concerns. "Mike, I heard that Vivendi is in contact with you." Chapter 756 Ovitz's Choice, 2. It is difficult to keep secrets in the Hollywood circle, not to mention that it involves Disney, which Michael Eisner has been in charge of for 10 years. When Michael Ovitz heard Eisner's initiative to ask, his tone was calm. Knowing that he had let it go, he nodded and told the truth. "I am still hesitating." Eisner took a sip of red wine and said, "If you decide, I can publicly express my support for you." In the past, after Katzenberg left, Eisner invited Ovitz to join Disney. Because of the power struggle, the two completely turned against each other in less than a year. Now, many things have changed, and this friendship that has lasted for more than 10 years has been maintained. A few months ago, during Eisner's heart surgery, as a close friend, Ovitz flew to New York with his family and stayed by his bedside for more than a week. Even the last generous compensation agreement between Eisner and Disney was obtained by Ovitz. In order to avoid irritating Eisner, during that period, whenever Ovitz was asked whether he would join Disney again, he would firmly deny it. Such a friend is enough for Eisner to let go of his knot and support the other party. Ovitz was well aware of the stubbornness of his old friend. He thought it was good enough to get Eisner's understanding, but he didn't expect him to say that. He looked at him with some surprise and quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Mike." Eisner also smiled and said, "Putting aside the fact that I was kicked out of Disney, Mike, purely from a friend's perspective, I actually don't recommend you to join Disney now. Do you want to hear the reason?" Ovitz made a face asking him to speak. Eisner pulled the blanket covering his knees, seemed to organize his words, and said, "I am a bystander now, so I should see some things more thoroughly than you. Just like this time, do you think Vivendi's acquisition of Disney was too smooth?" "Oh, I mean the process of passing the review of the Ministry of Justice." Eisner reminded him so, and Ovitz quickly recalled the various details about this acquisition during this period in his mind, and also found problems. When Sony acquired Columbia, it once caused a lot of public opinion in the United States. At that time, most American media opposed the deal because Columbia Pictures' logo was the Statue of Liberty. Newsweek even published an issue with the Statue of Liberty dressed in a kimono on the cover to alert the federal government to the invasion of Japanese capital. It was under this kind of public pressure that the Japanese had to state that Columbia would continue to be managed by local professional managers, which resulted in a disaster. Later, MGM was acquired by Australian capital. Everyone knew that Simon Westeros was behind the deal, and it was finally in the hands of their own people. Seagram Group acquired Paramount because the United States and Canada are neighbors and have a strong sense of cultural identity, so the backlash was not so severe. However, the French acquisition of Disney was completely different. The contradictions between the United States and France have always been on the table in recent years. France's anti-American sentiment can be seen from the one-sided booing of the local media at the opening of Disneyland Paris a few years ago. Moreover, compared with Columbia, MGM and Paramount, Disney is a more prominent symbol of American culture. Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck have accompanied several generations of Americans in their childhood, and the Disneyland in Los Angeles and Orlando are important attractions that most Americans must visit in their lifetime. For a company with so many special meanings, even if the Department of Justice approves the acquisition, facing the overwhelming public opinion, someone in Congress should jump out to oppose it. As long as they do so, in the eyes of many voters who don't want their childhood memories to be sold to the French, this is capital. But the result is that everything went smoothly, which seems a bit unusual. Eisner looked at his old friend's expression, and after a moment he said, Did you feel it? Ovitz nodded and looked at Eisner. Someone is pushing this deal behind the scenes. Eisner said, think about it again, and you will understand who did it. Ovitz thought for a moment, and the shadow of a young man quickly flashed through his mind, but he was a little uncertain. Simon Westeros. Eisner nodded, and said, I don't have any evidence, but based on various signs, the truth should be like this. Ovitz asked subconsciously, but why did Westeros do this? Eisner noticed the gaffe in his old friend's tone, smiled bitterly, and said, so, this is the most amazing thing about it, young man. If I hadn't noticed the dynamics of Deaneries Entertainment's recent batch of cooperative projects, I almost didn't understand it. Ovitz has a good memory. When Eisner talked about it, the corresponding information immediately emerged in his mind. Deaneries Entertainment has finalized 4 new foreign cooperation projects, Charlie's Angels and Jason Bourne with MGM, Jumanji with Warner Brothers, and The Mummy with Fox. At first glance, there seems to be no problem. Ovitz also knows that this is a means for Deaneries Entertainment to relieve the pressure on other Hollywood film companies caused by its own excessive strength. However, after Eisner's awakening, the problem has emerged. There are 4 projects in the first batch of 10 projects, which is no problem. They are all blockbuster films. There are too many at one time, and the schedule cannot accommodate them. However, Deaneries Entertainment would rather give MGM 2 projects at one time, and did not let the remaining 3 companies, Disney, Sony and Paramount, share a share. This is obviously not in line with Deaneries Entertainment's early cooperation strategy. You know, Disney just released a movie Sleepless in Seattle in cooperation with Deaneries last year. The relationship between the two sides was very harmonious before, and there is no reason to suddenly cool down. Obviously, this arrangement was intentional by Deaneries Entertainment. So, here comes the question. Why did Simon Westeros do this? Eisner looked at the hesitation in Ovitz's expression and took the initiative to help him solve the mystery. It's normal that you can't figure it out for a while. From the rise of the Los Angeles film industry at the end of the last century to the present, a century has passed, and everyone has become accustomed to the coexistence of many large studios in Hollywood. However, in recent years, the pattern of Hollywood is undergoing fundamental changes. This city can no longer accommodate 7 large studios. Ovitz immediately understood something and felt like a basin of cold water was poured on his heart. Some truths are only a thin layer of paper away, but he is not willing to expose them himself. He subconsciously asked, what does this have to do with Westeros secretly pushing Vivendi to acquire Disney? Eisner smiled bitterly again. It's very simple. If Disney is still in the hands of the Federation, once Deaneries Entertainment suppresses us too harshly, we will definitely rebound and make a fuss. Neither the White House nor Congress will sit idly by. Now that Disney has been sold to the French, things are different. Whether this company goes bankrupt or closes down in the future, Washington is unlikely to actively intervene. So, in my opinion, severing cooperation is only the first step. Hollywood is still 7 major studios now, and in the next 5 to 10 years, it may become 5 major studios, or even 3 major studios. Moreover, the big studios that survive will definitely not be able to compete with Deaneries Entertainment. After the words fell, the atmosphere was silent for a moment, with only the occasional crackling sound of burning wood in the fireplace. After a long while, Eisner finally sighed. Hollywood is no longer our world. Ovitz also rarely showed some dejected emotions. He took a sip of the red wine in his hand, looked up at Eisner and asked, Mike, what do you plan to do in the future? Eisner is only 52 years old this year. For the social elites of their class, this is an age of prime vigor. In addition, his heart has recovered very well. Ovitz does not believe that his old friend will be willing to enjoy his retirement life. Hearing this question, Eisner shook his head slightly to get rid of some of his emotions, and said, I've been reading about new technology industry investment recently, and I've hired a computer teacher. I plan to try this kind of investment in the future. New technology, we are not familiar with it, and now many media are saying that the new technology bubble is already very serious and may burst at any time. Nothing can be familiar from the beginning, and I won't bet all my wealth on it, Eisner said, and smiled again. Besides, it's always right to follow Westeros's pace. The Westeros system has been increasing its layout in the field of new technology, which shows that the bubble is not as serious as described by the outside world. I can't play such a big game, and it's still okay to invest in some small projects. It's better than being idle. In the past 10 years, Eisner has made the once tepid and dilapidated studio flourish, and it was eventually bought by Vivendi Group for nearly $10 billion in cash. In fact, it can be said that he has a beginning and an end, and his ability as a professional manager is also beyond doubt. Therefore, these days, there have actually been invitations from companies, most of which are to serve as directors or consultants, and there are also some core executives and other temptations. However, after the twists and turns of the past few months, Eisner has become discouraged about continuing to work for others as a professional manager. In addition to some idle positions such as director consultants that he is considering, his future plan is to invest and manage the tens of millions of dollars accumulated in the past 10 years, so that he can be his own boss. When Ovitz heard Eisner talk about investing in new technologies, he couldn't help but think of his contact with Bill Gates last year. The two sides almost reached a cooperation. Ovitz hoped that CAA would become Microsoft's exclusive agent in Hollywood in entertainment, advertising, media, etc., but he could only raise $50 million for this cooperation. This is actually a lot of money for CAA, most of which came from external investors. As a result, Gates didn't like it at all and quickly transferred to DreamWorks. Ovitz was already hesitant about joining Disney, and he was even more hesitant after thoroughly understanding the layout of a certain young man. Perhaps, he should also consider new technologies. He has always been a person who dares to try new things, and he has actually accumulated a good family foundation over the years. Think about the gossip about the creation of Instagram some time ago. It was just a photo-sharing website founded by a maid and a few vases around Westeros with a few $1 million of investment. In just over half a year, the valuation has reached hundreds of millions of dollars, which is simply a huge profit. However, Ovitz is not a fickle person. He has been quietly planning to join Disney for a while, and suddenly changing his mind is not in line with his code of conduct. Eisner has been paying attention to his old friend's expression, and now he said, "Mike, if you insist on joining Disney, I can give you some advice." Ovitz looked over. Eisner did not keep him in suspense and said, "First, sign a long-term contract as much as possible, with sufficient compensation agreements to ensure that Vivendi cannot easily fire you." Ovitz nodded. He had thought of this. According to federal and California laws, in order to avoid conflicts of interest, if Ovitz wants to join a large studio as an executive, he must first sell his shares in CAA and completely sever his ties with the talent agency. For Ovitz, once he took this step, it meant that it would be difficult for him to turn back. If he could not succeed at Disney, he would probably have no choice but to retire early. Therefore, during the negotiation with Vivendi Group, Ovitz first thought of ensuring his own interests through strict breach of contract clauses. Ovitz had done this in the past. Later, he turned against Eisner, and Ovitz, who had only been at Disney for more than a year, took a huge compensation of more than $100 million when he left. However, in an interview afterwards, Ovitz was not excited at all, because he gave up the talent agency he founded, was fired by Disney, and his personal career was completely ruined. In comparison, the difference between a net worth of tens of millions of dollars and a net worth of $100 or $200 million is not that big. Seeing Ovitz nod, Eisner continued, "Secondly, wait." Ovitz was puzzled. Wait? Yes, wait until the day when Vivendi can no longer hold on and is forced to choose to sell Disney again. At that time, with the lifting of the ban on media integration, I think the possibility of federal domestic investors taking over will be very high. At that time, if you can still hold the position of head of Disney, maybe you will have room to show your ability. Ovitz understood and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Mike, how long do you think I need to wait?" Eisner said, "It won't be too long. I think 3 to 5 years will be enough. At that time, do you think the new owner of Disney will continue to let me be the head?" So, I just said, try to sign a long-term contract as much as possible. At that time, you will have 1 to 2 years. As long as you can prove your strength, it won't be a problem to continue to stay. Ovitz just smiled bitterly and said nothing. Giving up CAA, which has been established for many years, to join Disney, if he can show his ability, even if the final conditions given by Vivendi at noon still fail to meet expectations, Ovitz will agree. However, the current situation is that Disney is destined to be suppressed by Deaneries Entertainment. Ovitz does not think that he can compete with Simon Westeros after joining. Instead, it will make the already awkward relationship between the two parties worse. After weighing the pros and cons, Ovitz finally made his choice and rejected Vivendi's invitation. Eisner also saw Ovitz's final decision at a glance, and just said, "Mike, I hope you won't blame me for telling you this tonight." Ovitz smiled and said, "If you don't tell me this, I will blame you in the future." Eisner raised his glass to Ovitz and said, "How about this? Let's set up a new technology investment company together. You can still run CAA, and you just need to help me maintain my connections in Hollywood, and I will be responsible for the specific matters. Although it is an emerging industry, we can't be worse than those young guys in Silicon Valley." Ovitz did not hesitate this time. He was actually a little tempted just now. Now that he has decided to give up the opportunity to join Disney, he must find something else he is interested in doing. So he nodded and smiled. "It seems that I have to hire a computer teacher too. We don't need to spend too much time on this. Professional matters only need to be left to professionals. Westeros may not be a computer expert. It's hard to say. From the news I've heard in the past few years, I haven't found anything that the young man is not good at." Eisner thought more about it and nodded in agreement. "I really don't understand how such a freak could appear in this world. I often wonder whether the rumors about him, such as psychic and aliens, are true. Who knows, but the profession of psychic has been very popular in recent years. Streisand secretly asked me to help her contact a psychic some time ago. Do you believe it? I haven't tried it, but it is said to be very effective. There are always things in this world that we can't figure out." The two old friends' topic became more and more off-topic, and gradually began to chat aimlessly. The two of them could not know anyway that because of their decision tonight, the entire history of Hollywood was also deviating more and more from the track of Simon's memory. Chapter 757, Fierce Competition. December 23, North American theaters welcomed 7 new films at once, 4 of which were mainstream commercial films with more than 1,000 screens, including Richmond produced by Warner Brothers Pictures, Street Fighter by MGM, The Jungle Book by Disney, and IQ by Paramount. Richmond is starred by Macaulay Culkin, the leading actor of Home Alone. It tells the story of a 10-year-old boy who inherited a large inheritance from his missing parents and resisted his uncle's seizure of property. Although Macaulay Culkin has withdrawn from the Home Alone series, he is still the most popular and highest-paid child star in the United States. The production cost of the film reached $40 million. Warner Brothers still gave 1,913 screens for the opening after Suicide Squad. This project also shows once again that Warner is trying to get rid of its dependence on the DC movie universe. Street Fighter, as the name suggests, is adapted from the fighting game of the same name. The film stars the famous action star Jean-Claude Van Damme. The copyright holder of the game, Capcom, and MGM jointly invested in the film. The production cost reached $35 million, and MGM prepared 1,671 screens for the film to open. The Jungle Book is a live-action version of Disney's classic animation from the 1960s. The production cost also reached $27 million, and the number of screens open was 1,880. IQ, starring Hollywood sweetheart Meg Ryan, also brought in Einstein as a guest star, telling a comedy story about Einstein worrying about his niece's marriage. The film cost $25 million to produce and opened on 1,406 screens. In addition to the 4 mainstream commercial films, the other 3 films that are intended to be screened during the awards season, Nell's Heart, The Wise and the Fool and Legends of the Fall, are also not to be underestimated. Nell's Heart is starred by Hollywood actress Jodie Foster, a typical seed for the Oscar. The leading actor of The Greatest Fool is Paul Newman, a veteran Hollywood actor. Jessica Stanley, Bruce Willis, Melanie Griffith and other stars have also joined the cast. It tells a series of heartwarming stories that happened in a small town in northern New York. The style is still similar to the hit Steel Magnolias a few years ago, but this time it is no longer a female-led movie, so the audience is much wider. Legends of the Fallen is the most expensive of the 3 preview films. It is produced by Sony Pictures and starred by Brad Pitt and Anthony Hopkins. The investment reached $30 million. In memory, this is a movie that has both box office and word-of-mouth success, and it has also won awards season. Simon had paid attention to this project before, but he let it go to Sony with a mentality that Deanery's Entertainment could not take all the benefits. In fact, many movies that Deanery's Entertainment could have won, such as Nell's Heart and Interview with a Vampire, are like this. With 7 new films coming one after another, You can imagine how fierce the competition will be in this box office week across Christmas. According to the excellent performance of Suicide Squad, which was close to breaking 100 million in the first week, the total domestic box office of this film is very likely to exceed 300 million. Whether it can be achieved depends on whether the film can withstand the impact of a number of new films this week. After Simon personally rushed to Toronto to visit the set, after a few working days of shooting, This Man from Earth was successfully completed on December 23. The crew returned before Christmas. Brett Ratner immediately started post-production, and more news materials for the film began to be released. The 11th Sundance Film Festival next year has been confirmed to open on January 19. With the announcement that Simon's new film will soon participate in the Sundance Film Festival, many people have started preparing for the Sundance trip more than half a month in advance. What happened during last year's Sundance is still vivid in their minds. People in the circle know that David Russell, the director of Shoot the Monkey, Maya Kirshner, the heroine of Little Women, and Paramount's next year's blockbuster Cutthroat Island all met at Simon's Villa party during last year's Sundance. This time, since Westeros new films have joined Sundance, the other party is likely to hold a party in Park City again. This is a rare opportunity to directly contact this Hollywood tycoon. Before Christmas, after several communications, Deaneries Entertainment and Tim Burton signed a letter of intent for the novel adaptation project of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, which foreshadowed the first cooperation between this famous Hollywood director with a strong personal style and Deaneries Entertainment. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is a novel in the early 19th century. There is no copyright to speak of. The key to the project adaptation is the script. Simon personally drafted a simple outline and invited Andrew Kevin Walker, the screenwriter of the original Sleepy Hollow, to write it. Andrew Kevin Walker was the screenwriter of Seven Deadly Sins that made David Fincher famous last year. Speaking of which, the preparatory work for David Fincher's new film The Game After Seven has been completed, with an estimated budget of $50 million. The film has already confirmed the original Michael Douglas as the lead actor, and is expected to start shooting early next year. It will definitely not be able to catch up with the summer schedule, and the year-end schedule is too crowded and may become cannon fodder, so it will probably be placed at the end of the summer schedule in late August or early September. This is also the typical distribution strategy of many dark horse thrillers in recent years, such as the box office hit Fatal Attraction starring Douglas in 1987. This is also a kind of helplessness. There are only so many movie schedules each year, and the best schedules must be reserved for movies with the greatest box office potential. The budget of The Game has reached $50 million, which is already a blockbuster level. If it is placed in other film companies, it will basically be arranged in the summer schedule or the end of the year schedule. For Deaneries Entertainment, because there are heavyweight projects such as Jurassic Park 2, Apollo 13, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and the 3D animation Beauty and the Beast next year, The Game can only open up on popular schedules. Simon also knew that this situation was inevitable and would even become more and more popular. In my memory, more than a decade later, even Marvel or DC superhero movies could only be scheduled in unpopular time slots such as February or September, also because Disney and Warner had too many key projects. Moreover, these blockbusters went straight into the box office of unpopular time slots, further squeezing the living space of other studios' movies, making the strong stronger and the weak weaker. Simon started his vacation on December 23. In order to enjoy a stronger festive atmosphere, the family rushed to the East Coast again. The manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich happened to be covered with recent snowfall, and the sky and the earth were covered in silver. Simon also personally took his eldest son, who already knew the existence of Santa Claus, to build a lot of snowmen by the small lake in the north of the manor. The Fessy family was also there, and the manor on Christmas Eve was even more lively. 3 women are a drama, and it is impossible to say that there are no little thoughts between each other. Fortunately, several women cherish this warm family atmosphere and no one wants to destroy it. After dinner, Fessy's parents returned to the villa next door early, and Daniel also took the initiative to avoid it. Gemma, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much. The girl who felt that she was not smart enough liked the extremely intelligent Seattle very much. She held the little girl tightly, and the other 2 little guys also snuggled in their parents' arms. Everyone sat in front of the fireplace and talked about various things until late at night. Because Sophia accidentally exposed something before, Simon slept miserably on the sofa on Christmas Eve. Sophia is pregnant. It was probably during the first snowfall on the East Coast last month. Sophia didn't want to tell others too early, not even Simon. In the afternoon, when the women were preparing dinner together, Janet saw the signs of morning sickness in the kitchen. After asking about it, Sophia had to admit it. After giving birth to Melbourne and Nick, Janet didn't want to have a third little guy anyway. It was really unbearable. However, Janet knew Simon's thoughts. Although her husband didn't take care of children much, he wanted to have many children in his heart. It would be good for the huge industry of the Westeros family to have more heirs in the future. Therefore, she did not object to other women getting pregnant with Simon's children, especially after confirming a certain blood relationship. Janet felt that as long as it was Simon's child, it would definitely be related to her. Of course, the attitude still had to be shown, otherwise she would lose face as a wife. So Simon was punished to sleep on the sofa. But in the middle of the night, he couldn't help running out of the bedroom, holding a pillow, and crawling into Simon's arms like a little girl, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Alia, who got up early to prepare housework, saw the strange scene of the host and hostess sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Jennifer also got up very early. She called the two of them up, and didn't forget to check them to make sure they didn't have a cold, and then rushed to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. So, Gemma, who stayed to sleep with Seattle last night, found that there were only Jennifer and the three little ones at the table at breakfast time. She asked curiously, and the female assistant only said that Simon and Janet were sleeping in. The little girl didn't know that her mother was pregnant. She was very surprised to hear that Simon and Janet were sleeping in. It was Christmas. Simon and Janet simply took a lazy break and didn't get up until after 10 o'clock. They wanted to stay in bed all day, but they agreed to have lunch at the Raybould family in Manhattan at noon, so they must not be late. Janet could invite the Fessy family to spend Christmas Eve together, but she obviously would not go to the Raybould family with Simon. At about 11 o'clock, Simon and the female assistant boarded a helicopter to Manhattan. There was also a family dinner at noon. In addition to the Raybould couple, Jennifer's younger brother Philip also brought his girlfriend back. She was also a girl who grew up in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Although she tried her best to restrain herself during lunch, she was obviously too attentive to Simon. This made the female assistant, as her sister, a little dissatisfied with the girl and quietly warned Simon. After lunch, they talked about many topics. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when they left. In the evening, the Black Hawk helicopter returned to the northern suburbs of Greenwich. After getting off the helicopter, Simon walked towards the villa with his arm around his. The female assistant leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, "Are you starting to feel troubled?" Knowing what the female assistant meant, Simon smiled and said, "Of course not, I enjoy it." Jennifer rolled her eyes slightly. In fact, it was mainly because during the afternoon chat, the Rayboulds once again hinted that Simon and Jennifer could have 1 or 2 more children, which inevitably put some pressure on Simon. Simon himself was fine. He was a person who didn't care about worldly rules. The key was the women around him. And, when the little ones grew up, would they blame their unreliable father for bringing them into this world? If 1 or 2 useless dandies appeared, it would be a misfortune for the family. In the past, I joked that I would raise a group of little bastards who would harm the world, but now that I am a parent, I can't really do that. Back at the villa, Janet was drinking coffee and chatting with Sophia. Seeing Simon coming in, Janet, who was originally full of smiles, immediately put away her expression, and looked like she hadn't forgiven you yet. Sophia smiled and stood up to pour coffee for Simon and Jennifer. Everyone sat down. Simon sat next to Janet, put his arm around the woman's waist and asked Sophia, "What were you talking about just now?" Sophia looked at Jennifer. "Let's discuss it again. I wonder if Jenny is willing to take care of another child." The female assistant who had just picked up the coffee was a little surprised. She looked at Janet, then at Sophia, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Sophie, don't you want to take care of it yourself? You know I'm very busy on weekdays. Danny and Gemma have been taken care of by my parents in the past few years. It will definitely be better to leave the children with you in the future. And..." Sophia paused and said, "I have discussed it with Jenny, and the child will be registered under her name like Seal." Seattle was registered under Janet's name as twins after he was born last year, in order to make it legitimate. In the first half of the year, because of the news exposed during the confrontation with the Hearst family, the outside world already knew that Seattle was actually the child of the female assistant. However, because of this name, Although the truth was known to many people, the outside world recognized Seattle's identity, even Australia. This kind of mentality of the outside world is very subtle, and some are even similar to the illegitimate son raised by the wife in ancient China. However, no matter what, this is good for the child. Seattle can openly bear the surname Westeros in the future, instead of bearing the reputation of a bastard. Sophia is a very rational woman. It is impossible for her not to see the benefits of all this for the child. This afternoon when Simon and the female assistant were away, she took the initiative to propose it to Janet. From the state of the two chatting and laughing when they entered the door, Janet obviously agreed. Of course, Janet didn't take care of the child very much. At the beginning, Melbourne was thrown to Veronica after a while. If it weren't for the fact that Nick and Seattle were born together, the female assistant could take care of them together. I'm afraid the second son would still be handed over to Veronica. Now, it's just a promise of a title, and the child's upbringing will definitely fall on the female assistant. Jennifer looked at Janet again, got confirmation, and said, "If you don't worry, there's no problem on my side, but maybe you won't want to give it up in the future." At first, the female assistant also thought about leaving the child to Janet, but after her daughter was born, she looked at the little one in her arms and suddenly changed her mind. Sophia smiled. After so many years, the woman has experienced the world and her mind is much firmer than Jennifer. She also knows that this is the best choice for her unborn child, so she will not change her mind at the last minute, as long as you are willing. Thank you in advance. Chapter 758 Freedom and Dreams. Christmas Eve. After the reunion on Christmas Eve, this should have been a party night. The Westeros family did not hold a party in the manor, nor were they invited to other people's parties. In the evening, Sophia deliberately called her daughter who wanted to stay back to the next hour. So there was only the Westeros family. After dinner, the female assistant took the initiative to look after the three children. Simon and Janet hid in a living room on the second floor, turned off the lights, and huddled on the sofa together. The TV on one side was turned on, with a low volume. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see clusters of brilliant fireworks bursting from time to time in the city sky far and near, accompanied by the sound of the sound coming slowly. Ordinary people need to rush to the holiday period to revel, enjoy a big meal, and arrange a trip. For people at the top of the pyramid, as long as they want, this is life. So the festival is no longer special. Janet clung to the man's chest somewhat obsessively, looking at another cluster of fireworks that had just exploded outside the window, and suddenly said, "Little boy, do you remember the Christmas of the first year we met?" Simon hadn't heard his name for a long time, and smiled and nodded. "Of course I remember. Someone went to Los Angeles late at night and forgot to pay attention to the weather. He caught a cold that night and refused to go to the hospital." Janet rubbed against Simon coquettishly. "I know you will take care of me." Simon hugged the woman's slender and soft waist, with his chin resting on her head. "Why are you suddenly reminiscing about the past? This is very dangerous. Some people say that once people start to reminisce, they are almost old. That's not the case," Janet said with some hidden fear in her tone, and her body pressed a little tighter. "I just want to say that all these years, I have actually been relying on you. I grabbed you as my boyfriend and insisted on getting married early. If it weren't for me, you would definitely still be a happy bachelor now. God was grateful for Abraham's piety and made a covenant with him, giving his descendants the rich Canaan flowing with milk and honey, which is the promised land." Simon whispered the chapter in the Old Testament, held up Janet's face and kissed her gently on the lips, looked at her colorful eyes illuminated by various colors of light, and said softly, "You are my promised land, my place of peace. Otherwise, I might have been wandering and sinking, not knowing what day it is or what year it has been. So, it's not that you rely on me, but that I, a bad guy, quietly hold you." Janet looked at Simon, her eyes were more colorful, and then she gently shook off the man's big hand holding her face, put her hands on his chest, and said softly, "Little boy," I said, "it's enough for me to have you. You are still free, you don't need to be tied down by me, and you don't need to care about what others think." Simon knew that Janet was referring to Sophia's pregnancy, and just whispered, "Thank you." The two enjoyed a moment of silence, and Janet took the initiative to ask, "Little boy, have you forgotten the dream we talked about on your 19th birthday?" Simon nodded, "No. During that birthday, Simon was in Arizona to help Kathryn shoot Blood Night. Janet drove to visit the set and took him out to play alone. They talked a lot of irrelevant words, including dreams. It is a bit difficult to destroy the world. So they decided to rule the world first. Janet looked up again and said with a smile, I used to think that dreams were just dreams, but I didn't expect that there would be a day when we are getting closer and closer to the goal. Simon also smiled and said, now I think that destroying the world is less difficult, but ruling the world is very troublesome. As long as the two of us work together, it will always come true. Simon asked, then what? Janet was not confused by this question that might be a bit philosophical. Then, there will always be the next goal. The universe is so big and we are so small. Except for death, no one can reach a destination where they can't find the goal. Simon stroked the woman's soft blonde hair and smiled, then let's work together. Yet, after a moment of silence, Janet quickly said, little boy, you just recited the Old Testament like you were reciting poetry. Can you read the poem to me? Okay. Simon nodded, thinking for a moment, and Tagor's life is like a summer flower sounded in the room. I hear it. I hear the music, coming from the moonlight and the carcass like a bait, capturing the ethereal and ethereal. Intense, pure. There are always memories running through the world. I believe in myself. Life is as gorgeous as summer flowers. Death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves, not prosperous or chaotic. Posture is like smoke. At the half-open door, Jennifer held little Nick, who would only sleep when she held him because of the sound of fireworks. Listening to the poems coming from the room, she slightly curved her mouth, stood still for a moment with some reluctance, and turned around quietly. This Christmas falls on Sunday. After the holidays, some people have to start working again until the new year. Simon also began to sort out and plan many layouts of the Westeros system in the few days between Christmas and the new year. This is actually an idea that started a long time ago. Domestically and abroad, economically and politically, in the past few years, Simon has seemingly casually placed many chess pieces in a targeted manner. If a tree wants to harvest fruits, it is impossible to let it grow. It must be nourished and pruned regularly. In terms of economy, the core entertainment and technology sectors of the Westeros system are still controlled by Simon himself, and Janet continues to be responsible for the financial sector, which is equally important to the Westeros system. Simon will not ignore other corners, but he does not intend to spend too much energy. In terms of politics, this time he only sorted out the political lobbying network of the Westeros system and strengthened the overseas layout. It is planned to set up some funds, similar to the so-called third-party funds that the U.S. government usually uses. In addition, the military forces and intelligence networks directly under the Westeros family will also be more standardized. In particular, the intelligence network has been managed in a free-range manner in the past. However, if any intelligence network wants to be strong, it must form an interconnected organization and form a large and tight network. Such a team cannot hide in the dark forever. Simon has previously tried to set up various shell detective companies or adopt a department-based approach. This time, Simon began to plan to further formalize the two aspects, and divided them into two aspects, the open and the dark. On the surface, it is still the detective company model, but it will no longer be an empty shell. The scale will be greatly increased, and it will be more actively accepting external commissions. In order to avoid attracting attention due to the single business, these companies will also be appropriately expanded, adding security and other businesses, and human resources will be provided and trained by the private military company of the Westeros family. The secret intelligence network is still affiliated. This time it will be mainly affiliated with 3 private military companies distributed in North America, Australia and Europe, adopting more stringent militarized management, completely responsible to Simon alone, and not accepting any external business commissions. In terms of military, the main purpose is to further consolidate the Westeros family's absolute control over the private military companies. Neither Simon nor Janet can interfere too much in the operation of the 3 private military companies on weekdays. In order to maintain absolute control, Simon adopts strict financial separation. Modern military is different from the era of cold weapons. Every move actually costs money. If something unexpected happens, as long as the funding supply of these private military forces is cut off, some people will probably wake up and wonder who is feeding them. Domestically, the Westeros system has a deeper and deeper foundation in the United States, and the development of many aspects has begun to touch the edge of the sky. What needs to be done next is to keep a low profile as much as possible and quietly develop the root system below the ground. As for foreign countries, most of them are still in the early stage of layout. This requires a good foundation. If you start to go astray, it will only be more difficult to clean up in the future. For example, Ukraine. Simon started with his eyes on Africa, and gradually found that Ukraine is a more worthy target. Therefore, in the short term, he invested a lot of resources in the Rivne Oblast of Ukraine. It is like a sudden sucker, and it is inevitable that some termites will be raised. Arranging 2 vases to go out for fun was originally intended to give some people a reminder, but unfortunately the effect was not great. Simon decisively began to plan a cleanup and reorganization. As a very humane boss, he still has to let everyone celebrate the new year, so things will start after the new year. In the busyness, another box office week from December 23rd to December 19th in the North American film market quietly ended. In its second week of release, Suicide Squad easily retained the weekly box office championship. The box office fell by 38% in the second week, earning another $57.69 million, and the 2-week box office cumulatively reached $149.47 million. As a blockbuster movie with saturation and full release, the box office decline was still able to maintain 38% in the face of the impact of a number of new films, which exceeded the expectations of the media and the film company. Some media previously predicted that the second week of this movie might drop by about 50%. The good box office trend has greatly increased the possibility of Suicide Squad hitting $300 million. However, there is another important reason for the good box office trend of Suicide Squad in the second week, that is, the actual box office performance of a number of new films that came in with great momentum last week was quite weak. This can be seen from Toy Story 2, which is still ranked second in the weekly box office list in its 6th week of release. In the past week, the box office of Toy Story 2 fell by only 11%, earning another $18.73 million, and the cumulative box office reached $254.69 million. It is only a matter of time before the total box office in North America hits $300 million. The box office curve of this 3D animated film is so strong that many media are surprised. The third place on the list finally went to the new movie that opened last week, Street Fighter, a fighting game adaptation film co-produced by Capcom and MGM and distributed by MGM. Starring Hollywood action actor Jean-Claude Van Damme, this action film grossed $14.11 million in the first 7 days of its opening. Compared with the production cost of $30 million and the investment of $12 million in publicity and promotion, this opening result was lower than the film company's expectations, but it was the best box office performance among the 4 major commercial films last week. With a first week opening of $14.11 million, the possibility of the film company recovering its costs through North American distribution is zero, and it can only look forward to overseas and peripheral channels. Richie, starring Macaulay Culkin, ranked 4th on the list, with a revenue of $12.32 million in the first 7 days of its opening, showing no sign of replicating the miracle of Home Alone. Warner Bros. Pictures spent $40 million on the production budget for this children's comedy, and the investment in publicity and promotion also reached $15 million, with a total investment of $55 million. Now, with $12.32 million in the first week, even if it can develop a long-term trend, the total box office in North America is probably only about $30 million. The domestic box office performance is weak, and it is difficult to expect overseas. Many markets may simply sell out. The industry expects that Warner Bros. May lose more than $30 million on this project in the short term. The 5th place is The Santa Claus. This holiday comedy, which opened at the same time as Suicide Squad last week, fell 27% this week. The box office revenue in the second week was $11.96 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of The Santa Claus was $28.35 million, and the curve trend was expected. The production cost of The Santa Claus was only $22 million, and the domestic box office was expected to be around $50 million, which made Vivendi, which had just taken over Disney, quite satisfied with it, but they would never know how popular this film was. The 6th place on the list fell to Deaneries Entertainment again. Little Women, produced by Guillaume Films, had a very slight box office drop of 3% in the second week of its large-scale release, earning $10.96 million, just $1 million behind The Santa Claus. This movie, adapted from a famous novel, finally showed the trend that many films should have in the year-end schedule in the past, with a cumulative box office of $23.03 million. The outstanding box office performance of Little Women made Paramount's Orion Pictures regret not arranging a preview of Paul Newman's The Wise and the Fool in advance, because both films largely followed the style of the original Steel Magnolias, one adapted from a classical novel, and the other transformed into a man's perspective. Little Women can be successful if The Wise and the Fool is previewed in advance and released on a large scale during the Christmas period. It is likely to be a big hit. The preview arrangement of The Wise and the Fool is the usual 2 weeks. Even if it regrets it, Orion will not be able to arrange a screen for this movie in the short term. When it is released on a large scale on January 6th, the North American film market will enter the off-season after the festival. Another thing that made Paramount regretful was the box office performance of IQ. In the first week of its release, the love movie starring Meg Ryan only earned $6.65 million in 7 days, ranking 8th on the weekly box office list. The 7th place was Disney's live-action version of The Jungle Book. As a new film, The Jungle Book only earned $8.27 million in its first week. It can be said that none of the 4 commercial films that were released on December 23rd, the week of Christmas, met the expectations of the filmmakers at the box office. Without considering the subsequent long-term peripheral distribution, they will all end up losing money in the short term. In comparison, the 3 new films Nell's Heart, Legends of the Condor Heroes, and The Wise and the Fool that were screened last week had better reputations than each other. Unfortunately, these films can only start to reap the box office after the awards season after the holidays. On December 30th, a box office week spanning 1994 and 1995 began. The 2 new films that opened this week are both from independent studios, namely The Madness of King George previewed by Baldwin Films and The Drive released by another independent film company called Kingstone Entertainment. The 2 new films hardly made any waves in the media, and it is obvious that they tried to pick up leaks at the end of the year but became cannon fodder. Because it spends New Year's Day, this week is also the last chance for the new films last week. If the box office trend of this week from December 30th to January 5th is good, or even reverses the decline, relying on local and overseas distribution, these films are still expected to get rid of the lost situation. However, neither the film company itself nor the media is too optimistic about this. Although there was the box office behemoth Suicide Squad in the past week, the box office of this DC superhero blockbuster in the second week has fallen to less than $60 million. It should not affect the performance of other films. The slight drop of 3% in the second week of Little Women after a large-scale opening is the most direct evidence. The box office performance of the 4 commercial films is still disappointing, which can only be attributed to our own problems. Chapter 759, ending in 1994. The New Year is approaching. Christmas can be kept private, but New Year's Day is not suitable to continue to be so. In addition to the interest relationship of distributing large bonuses at the end of the year, the most important means to maintain more harmonious interpersonal relationships is still socializing. After Christmas, Simon and Janet began to reorganize and plan the Westeros system, while Jennifer and Sophia were responsible for preparing the Westeros family's New Year's Eve party. The official parties on the West Coast were organized by Amy Pascal in Los Angeles and Tim Berners-Lee in San Francisco. On the East Coast, senior executives of Westeros Corporation, Cersei E Capital, Verizon Telecom, Deaneries Entertainment East Coast Branch, and AOL in the Westeros system were invited, as well as many important partners and political and business celebrities. Because of a private agreement with a woman, and Simon also wanted to pave the way for Sophia's son Daniel, the invitation letter for this party also stated that family members over 12 years old could be brought to participate. The venue for the New Year's Eve party was still chosen at the Manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. According to the number of invitations issued and the feedback before the party, there will be about 300 people attending. The scale is not too large, but definitely not small. They are basically the core executives and key contacts of the Westeros system on the East Coast. The only legal holidays in the United States at the end of the year are Christmas and New Year's Day. Coincidentally, this year's Christmas and New Year's Day are on Sunday, and many people can arrange their holidays more calmly. In the Upper East Side of Manhattan, after lunch, the Spurt family began to prepare for the evening party. As for why they received the invitation to the Westeros family's New Year's Eve party, the Spurt couple knew very well. The 2 children have been excited for several days, and their daughter Rita was more active when she heard that her boyfriend's family had also received an invitation. In order to avoid being rude at that time, Grace also arranged for the two children to attend several etiquette courses. There was no such condition in the past. There is no need. Now, or in the future, it will be different. However, the deepest feeling of the Spurt couple in entering the upper class is burning money. Apart from other things, the family has spent more than $60,000 in recent days just to buy clothes for tonight's party, and this is when Grace used her connections in the fashion industry to get various luxury brand products at preferential prices. At the end of the year, the couple's income this year has increased significantly. However, in order to maintain the family's expensive life in the Upper East Side, they have an additional debt of $110,000. Bystanders can't help but feel that the division of life circles in Manhattan's Upper East Side, Upper West Side, Midtown, and downtown is boring. It seems that you can enter as long as you step in. Only when you are in it, you will understand the various hidden thresholds. Just like the Upper East Side, others are full of Chanel, Gucci and Hermes at social gatherings. If you wear a cheap fast-moving consumer brand, no one will pay attention to you when you talk to them. It's even more ridiculous to think that others can't see it. As for the so-called superficiality of focusing on appearance and looking at the inner qualities, it doesn't exist. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after seeing off the stylist who came to do her makeup, Grace, who was already dressed up, returned to the house. Seeing her daughter hang up the phone again in a furtive manner, she asked with a smile, "Is it ready over there?" Rita Spult was a little embarrassed, but nodded and said expectantly, "Mom, are we leaving now?" Grace stepped forward to help her daughter tidy up her evening dress, and then stroked her head lovingly. She found that if she hadn't worn high heels, it would not be so easy to do this action. It was as if the little girl who often cried yesterday had suddenly become graceful and elegant. She smiled with a little emotion and said, "Soon, the car should be here." The words were naturally about the Levison family. Grace was responsible for forwarding the other party's invitation letter. After receiving the invitation letter, the Levison family, who had been quite cold to this side, immediately became warm again, and did not mind Grace's previous words that she was not familiar with Simon Westeros, and agreed to rush over together tonight. The father and son of Spult came down from upstairs side by side. Grace considerately stepped forward to personally check their clothes. When she heard her son lay asking what to do at the party tonight, she felt inexplicably distressed. On the surface, she encouraged her son to communicate more with other peers as if nothing had happened. Bill Spult also stepped forward to enlighten his son, but in his heart he was thinking about how to discuss the IPO immigrant with Simon Westeros tonight. From middle-aged people who have nothing to do to unexpectedly promoted to the core executive of First Boston under UBS, Bill Spult has been both high-spirited and inevitably treading on thin ice for more than half a year. Fortunately, due to the recovery of the U.S. stock market and some projects hinted by the Westeros system, the stock trading department led by Bill Spult has achieved quite gratifying results this year. If he can get the underwriting rights of a part of Ygritte's IPO stocks next year, Bill Spult will accumulate a deep qualification again and may go further in the future. In fact, this matter has already taken shape, which is obviously another part of the Westeros system's active support. However, it is always necessary to confirm it in person from Westeros to feel at ease. At 4:30, the agreed courtesy car arrived on time. Since we might have to drink in the evening, it is not suitable for us to drive by ourselves. The Levison family also happened to come, and the two families left Manhattan and rushed to Greenwich together. It was not yet 6 o'clock when they arrived in Greenwich, Connecticut, in northern New York. The New Year's Eve party started at 7 o'clock in the evening. It was not appropriate to rush there too early, so the two families chose a cafe to take a short break. This is a cafe inside a country club in Greenwich. It is not open to the public. The Levison family has a membership card here. After entering the cafe, they found that there were other guests with the same purpose who were also waiting. Everyone was worried about being late and came early. They were also two families, and Grace happened to know them. Richard Hilton and Kathy Hilton, the heirs of the Hilton family, and their two daughters, Paris Hilton and Nikki Hilton. The other family was the Jenner couple, TV celebrities who participated in Real Housewives of New York, and they also brought their three daughters, Courtney, Kim and Chloe. Having watched some episodes of The Real Housewives of New York in her spare time, Grace remembered that these three girls were all stepdaughters of Bruce Jenner, and their last names seemed to be Kardashian. Compared to her own beautiful Rita and the two doll-like daughters of the Hilton family, Grace only felt that the three stepdaughters of the Jenner family were still a little ugly even after being obviously and carefully dressed up. Of course, she would not show it. After everyone got to know each other, they naturally gathered together to chat. The differences also appeared unconsciously. Hilton and Levison are both typical old money families. Even though the Levison family has its roots in Florida in the South, the two families also quickly came together and seemed more lively. As very active TV celebrities in recent years, the Jenners also have enough confidence in front of these old money families. Therefore, it is the Spolt family that has the most shallow background and no family background or fame. Manhattan housewives usually live a life of luxury, and their ability to intrigue has been perfected unconsciously. Although she got the invitation from Grace and seemed quite warm, she could still easily detect the difference in the attitude and tone between Mrs. Levison and Kathy Hilton, Chrissy Jenner and her when the women talked. They looked like they still didn't think much of her. Moreover, the beautiful woman who was 10 years younger than her husband and was remembered by a little man made Grace feel that she was doing it on purpose and didn't hide it at all. Occasionally, she glanced around and found that her husband subconsciously showed a low attitude when chatting with several other men, which made Grace even more depressed. Fortunately, there seemed to be no sophistication among the children, because Rita and Michael from the Levison family were the oldest and dominated for a short time. The daughter was like herself and confident enough. The son looked at the little girl from the Hilton family with a strange expression, but the little girl with the same name as Paris was a little indifferent to her son, but her eyes were green when facing her daughter's boyfriend. No matter what they thought, they became familiar with each other after a conversation. This is actually the connection. It was like this until 6:40, when it was already dark in the winter. Everyone left the coffee shop inside the country club and arrived at the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich 10 minutes later. After checking the invitation letter when entering the door, the courtesy car passed through the long corridor and finally stopped in the small square in front of the manor owner's villa. There were already dozens of cars parked here, but it was not congested at all. A group of waiters were directing and dispatching. Just after getting off the car, I felt a lively atmosphere of the villa with bright lights, and the coldness around me seemed to be no longer so cold. Holding my husband's arm and bringing my two children into the villa, it seemed like I suddenly entered another world. The first feeling was warmth. It was the coldest season on the East Coast. The outdoor temperature was already below zero, but the huge villa was warm as spring. This is still the heritage. If many wealthy people want to buy this manor, they can definitely afford it, but even for most wealthy people, affording it does not mean that they can afford to maintain it. This is the reason why many old British aristocrats continue to donate or even abandon their family castles. However, a certain guy has purchased a number of top-notch mansions all over the world. The annual maintenance and tax costs are probably enough to make some billionaires go bankrupt. In the hall, Grace soon saw the Simons and his wife, who came out to greet the guests in person. They walked over with the Levison family, along with her husband and two children. When they greeted each other and shook hands with his wife, looking at the eyes that seemed to see through everything, Grace couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Fortunately, Janet Westeros didn't show any abnormality at all, and took the initiative to remind Grace to introduce her two children when she was briefly stunned. "Oh, Simon, Jenny, this is my son Ray and daughter Rita. Simon, they are your admirers, they have seen all your movies." Simon smiled and shook hands with a boy and girl in front of him, and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, Ray, Rita, have fun tonight." Rita waited for her brother to shake hands with Westeros, and took the initiative to shake hands with the other party. After all, facing this legendary young man, she was inevitably restrained, and just smiled shyly. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Westeros." Grace stood aside and saw Mrs. Levison, who came forward and flattered a young man with a humble attitude, and she felt a sense of relief for some reason. Knowing that Simon had to greet other guests, the two families did not stay too long, and walked into the hall after greeting. All the rooms on the first floor of the villa were completely open, and hundreds of guests plus the waiter team were still not crowded. After greeting the host, the guests naturally took the initiative to find their own circle, even the children did the same. A boy who introduced himself as Daniel Fessy took the initiative to step forward, introduced himself, and then took Rita and the others away. Grace didn't know Daniel, but when she heard the last name Fessy, she immediately understood his identity. Sophia Fessy's son. She didn't expect that a certain guy would be so good to his lover's son, And then she remembered that he had said that he would support her daughter. She thought he might have bad intentions, but now she thinks that it's probably true. The children left temporarily, and the Spelt couple could socialize more freely. Because of the cooperation over the past 6 months, Bill Spelt quickly became friends with SYNOPSIS Capital and some other senior executives of Wall Street companies in a room on the east side of the villa. When Grace accompanied her husband to socialize in the crowd, she also saw Sophia Fessy, and she also knew that the fashion executives around Fessy were her circle. More contact with them would not only expand and consolidate her own network, but also win more opportunities for her clients. However, Grace did not stay, but stayed with her husband. It would be better for the entire Spelt family if her man could move up a level. The Levison couple, who followed the Spelts into this small circle, also lost their potential arrogance. A certain little man had previously mentioned that he wanted to investigate the situation of the Levison family. Bill Speltz had done so before, so Grace learned about it from her husband. The Levison Group is a non-listed company that mainly operates real estate in Miami, Florida. It owns a number of real estate projects of varying sizes. The total assets of the company are about $7 billion, but the accumulated liabilities are as high as $5.3 billion. In other words, the current debt ratio of the Levison Group has reached 75%. High debt operations in the real estate sector are almost the norm in this industry. However, once the industry is in a trough, the results will be disastrous. Although the series of real estate projects developed by the Levison Group are very high quality and it has a lot of undeveloped plots with great potential, due to the continuous downturn in the real estate industry since the late 1980s, the company's capital chain has been very tight and is almost on the verge of breaking at any time. The Levison family holds about 15% of the shares of the Levison Group. The nominal total assets of the family reach $1 billion, but if the liabilities are deducted, there is basically not much left. According to Bill Spurt's investigation, many investment companies on Wall Street are optimistic about the prospects of the Levison Group. Everyone also feels that the downturn in the real estate industry is about to end, but no one has dared to take the risk to help, because if you are not careful, you may lose all your money. Some companies are even waiting for the Levison Group to go bankrupt, so that they can divide up the company's high-quality assets at a very low price. Francis Levison, chairman and CEO of the Levison Group, has lived in New York most of the time in recent years, looking for funds to save his company. In fact, there are many people who have made efforts, but most of them have been trapped and turned into Levison Group's increasing debt. This time, if they can climb up to the behemoth of the Westeros system, all the problems faced by the Levison Group, which is less than $10 billion in size, can be easily solved. The Levison Group has not tried to contact the Westeros system before, but this kind of real estate investment involving high risks is often said before Simon. If you want to solve this problem, you can only meet Simon Westeros in person. This is why the Levison family took advantage of the situation and used the lowbrow trick of letting their son date Grace's daughter. It was basically a helpless move when they were desperate. Chapter 760 Special Mission. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the party tonight, George. China, the scenery there is beautiful and the food is delicious. In fact, you can go there in person, just don't bring the quantum fund. Investing is of course no problem, but I don't think you will focus on it in recent years. The battle for the Mexican peso is not much worse than the one in 1992. Ignorance IPO, if it is listed, should be in the second half of next year. If you want to short tech stocks, don't make it too much trouble. Let's bet directly, no matter how many short orders you sell, SYNOPSIS Capital will take over all of them. Who can be sure of such things? I just believe that I have a greater chance of winning. Yeah, it's finished and it's in post-production. It's just an interesting idea that I occasionally came up with, just for fun. It won't be fresh if I say it now, Terry. If you are interested, you can come and see it during the preview. Jumanji, I'm still a little hesitant about the script of the project, and now I have two ideas. I don't know which one is better. Let's discuss it after the script outline comes out. Next year's schedule is full, so there is no need to rush this project, and there is no need to rush, Rupert, when I saw you, I thought of one thing. We should find time to talk about the political stance of Fox TV network. Yes, it seems that you have understood what I mean. You stand on the Republican side, and I stand on the Democratic side. As long as we cooperate properly, it will be good for both of us. If nothing unexpected happens, The bill to lift a ban on media integration will be voted on in Congress next month, and Fox will be able to develop into a truly national public television network. Charlie, you can directly tell Mr. Redstone that MGM is not for sale, so he should forget about it. In addition, I am very interested in Viacom. You can help me ask him whether he wants to sell it. This is serious, not a joke. Haha, it's not appropriate for you, the CEO of Morgan Stanley, to ask me about the trend of technology stocks. We have had a pleasant cooperation over the years. The lead underwriters of Ignorant's IPO will definitely be you and Goldman Sachs, and this will not change. However, the scale of this IPO is larger than that of Deanery's Entertainment, and I also need to consider the risks. It is necessary to introduce some secondary underwriters. The IE window involves the core of our settlement agreement with the Department of Justice. There is no way to cut corners, Steve. You need to fight for the traffic of the AOL portal through content and services. Moreover, I must remind you again that online services can only be an auxiliary business of AOL. You must focus on the ICE business. I did absorb a large number of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac stocks. The two companies have the credit guarantee of the federal government and the exclusive franchise license in the U.S. housing loan market. They are completely monopolistic. Now that the real estate industry is recovering, it is definitely the best opportunity to buy. Westeros's shareholding in both companies has reached 4.9%, with a total investment of $1.2 billion, which has now risen to $1.5 billion. I borrowed this money, but the current book profit is enough to pay the interest for the next 3 years. It's very cost-effective, isn't it? I certainly don't want to be targeted by the SEC, so I will still submit shareholding materials to the boards of directors of the two companies. If BlackRock intends to increase its holdings, I can postpone this matter. That's right, long-term holding, I promise at least 5 years, and it will not affect your operations. I'm sorry, Steve. Although I hold 20% of ESPN's shares, I can't support your plan to buy out the broadcasting rights of the National Football League right now. This involves billions of dollars. Even if I am willing, Murphy and Buffett will not agree. However, if you are willing, you can wait another year, okay? Did I say anything just now? Nice to meet you, Mark. You should be nicer to be in the future. If I hear you bullying her, I will settle the score with you. Goldman Sachs has mentioned to you that it wants to invest in Aaliyah again. Well, Friedman is here, I will mention it to him later. That's not how business is done. By the way, how is the lawsuit with Bloomberg going? Tell me about it. Happy New Year, Donald. This is, nice to meet you, Ivanka. You must have inherited more of your mother's genes. It's because your father is so ugly. Yes, I have seen the plan for the joint venture. It's very good. However, I don't like the name Li Gao. It doesn't sound smooth at all. Since we want to have a good name, let's call it Bubugao Electronics Company, Limited. It's New Year's Day in China soon. When are you going to go back? You still have to go home for the new year. Let's go back together, and by the way, communicate with Duo in person. Well, your salaries will be paid 1 year in advance. Just talk to A tomorrow. Yeah, I didn't expect the information age marketing plan to be so successful, which can only once again prove that a new era is coming. However, Raymond, you don't need to be envious at all. Verizon's current focus on the mobile communications business will not be much worse than the internet in the future. As long as the Clinton administration's Telecommunications Act is enacted, Verizon can implement the next expansion plan. Hello, Paris, Nikki, you look like twins. How do I know you are not twins? It's not good for a little girl to be so cunning. Learn from your sister. How cute. Then, Miss Hilton, how about dancing together? When the Spelts and the Levisons saw Simon again in the hall of the villa, the man had just left the dance floor, holding a little girl with rosy cheeks in his hand. This was Nikki, the second daughter of the Hiltons. The little girl was actually only 11 years old, and her figure had begun to grow and she looked graceful. Her parents had violated the 12-year-old rule on the invitation letter and brought her here, but no one would pursue this. In fact, many children who came with their parents tonight were like this. Politely sent the girl back to the Hiltons who were standing next to the dance floor, and chatted for a few more words. When Simon saw the Spelts and the Hiltons coming over, he nodded to the Hiltons and turned away in the disappointed eyes of Paris, who was preempted by her sister. The continuous socializing was accompanied by endless fine wine and food, as well as entertainment programs such as music, dance, and magic. The New Year's Eve party started at 7 o'clock. Time passed quickly for everyone present, and it was already past 11 o'clock in a blink of an eye. In more than half an hour, the New Year's bell will ring. The party will definitely end after the New Year's bell, which is why the Levisons are eager to talk to Simon Westeros, otherwise there may be no chance. After several hours of socializing, the Levisons have already met many core backbones of the Westeros system. However, if they want to get the Levison group out of trouble, Simon himself still needs to make the final decision. Taking a glass of red wine from the tray of a passing waiter, everyone came forward and Simon took the initiative to ask, "Is everyone enjoying tonight?" "Of course, this party is really great," Francis Levison answered a little eagerly, and then said, "Simon, can we talk alone?" Simon smiled and pointed to the corridor on the east side of the hall. "Let's go over there." He turned and went to the corridor first. The Levisons followed quickly. Grace and her husband hesitated a little, but stopped. When they came to the small living room on the east side of the villa that led to the backyard lawn, they found Robert and his wife, as well as several executives and families of the East Coast TV department, and the Kardashian family, who Simon was very familiar with. Everyone greeted each other again. Without Simon's mention, Iger, who realized that several people had something to talk about, took the initiative to take the others away and let the living room go. Indicating that the Levisons should sit down casually, Simon himself sat on a single sofa on the side. He had drunk a lot of wine tonight and was a little drunk at this time. He held the red wine crookedly in his hand, and his body seemed to be a little crooked. With his head tilted, he could just see Mrs. Levison, who was sitting in the corner of the sofa closest to him, wrapped in a black evening dress. Simon likes to hunt for beauty, but he is not abrupt. He believes that a forced melon is not sweet, and usually he will make a move after confirming that the woman is willing. Therefore, he just glanced at her, quickly retracted his gaze, sat up straight and looked at Francis Levison, but signaled him to speak first. The Levisons had heard about what kind of man Simon Westeros was, but at this moment, Francis Levison, who was asking for help, could only ignore the look of a young man looking at his wife. But Mrs. Levison, Bryce Levison, inconspicuously closed her legs and glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. Women dress to please themselves. Bryce Levison was inevitably vain to attract the interest of this very young and extremely wealthy super tycoon. Francis Levison had previously contacted James Raybould and several heads of Cersei Capital, so he realized that the Westeros system might have paid attention to the Levison group. After getting Simon's hint, Levison sorted out his thoughts and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Westeros, I think you should have known something about my family company. If possible, I hope that the Westeros system can inject capital into the Levison group. My requirements are not high, only $500 million, and I guarantee that you will get enough returns." Simon took a sip of the slightly cool red wine, and his thoughts became clearer. This is a New Year's Eve party, which is not a place to talk about things. However, after just a few hours of socializing, many work-related topics were discussed unconsciously. On weekdays, there are not many opportunities for everyone to communicate with Simon face-to-face, which is inevitable. Hearing Levison's obviously ambiguous offer, Simon's originally low interest was reduced a lot. He shook his head slightly and said, "Frank, if it is just a small business of $500 million, you can take the time to talk to Jim and others. Now is party time." Francis Levison was embarrassed when he heard this. The main problem facing the Levison group now is actually the lack of confidence of investors in the company. Everyone can see that the real estate market has begun to recover, but no one knows how long the darkness before dawn will last, and whether the Levison group, which has been under a tight capital chain, can hold out until the dawn. If it can't hold out until that day, the result will be a domino-like collapse. Francis Levison wants to reach a cooperation with Simon. The most important point is that the participation of the Westeros system can bring key market confidence to the Levison group. Therefore, let alone $500 million, even if Simon only invests $100 million in the Levison group, the news will spread, and the company's creditors will be stabilized immediately, and it will become much easier to refinance. Unfortunately, there is obviously no such simple good thing in this world. After hesitating for a long time, Francis Levison finally said, "Mr. Westeros, for $700 million, you can get 10% of the shares of the Levison group. Is that okay?" Francis Levison did not specify just now whether the specific ownership of the $500 million was equity or debt. Now it is a step further. Simon shook his head again without hesitation. Frank, I think you are kidding me. Having said that, Simon stood up directly. That's it, just contact Jim and the others when you have thought it through. Simon stood up, and the Levisons stood up immediately. Francis Levison also understood that his previous offer lacked sincerity. He just wanted to keep enough chips for bargaining, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him didn't want to bargain with him at all. Seeing Simon raising his foot to walk out, Francis Levison immediately regretted his procrastination. When he was about to catch up with him, his wife had subconsciously stepped forward and grabbed the young man's arm. Simon, let's talk again, okay? Having said this, as if because she was too anxious, Bryce Levison continued to move forward, and her whole body seemed to be hugging one of the man's arms. Everyone paused immediately, realizing that their actions were inappropriate. Bryce Levison subconsciously wanted to let go, but she finally held back until she was sure that the man had no intention of going out again. Then she slowly let go of the other's arm, took a step back and stood beside her husband, trying to adjust the hem of her evening dress as if nothing had happened. But Simon did not go back to sit down, but said, I don't like people who procrastinate. Frank, since you are not sincere, I will offer my price, $1.5 billion and 30% of the shares of the Levison Group. Francis Levison, who was still a little concerned about his wife's actions just now, heard this and subconsciously said, this is impossible. The Levison family only holds 15% of the shares of the Levison Group. Because there is no multiple equity structure, they have relied on the support of several other important shareholders to firmly control the company. If they transfer 30% to Simon Westeros, it is equivalent to directly giving up the control of their own company. What's more, $1.5 billion to purchase 30% of the shares of the Levison Group is really too low. You know, although the fixed assets assessed by the industry are only about $7 billion and the debt ratio reaches 75%, the assets under the Levison Group are very high quality. There are no unfinished projects and no garbage plots. As long as the federal real estate industry recovers and obtains sufficient operating funds to revitalize existing properties and develop storage plots, it is not impossible for these assets to more than double in value in the next few years. By then, it will be at least $15 billion. The current debt of $5.3 billion will no longer be a serious burden compared to the total assets after the appreciation in the future. Simon did not bargain with Levison anymore, but said, I understand your general idea, Frank, and I am also very clear about the current situation of the Levison Group. $1.5 billion, 30% of the shares. This is a very sincere offer for me. Because after the deal is done, Levison Group will not only get sufficient funds, but also become a member of the Westeros system. Backed by the Westeros system, this company will not only be able to go beyond Florida in the future, but also have the opportunity to develop into a global real estate development giant. This is the most fundamental value of this deal. You have one night to discuss with other shareholders of Levison Group. Give me an answer at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, either the deal is done or it's over. Simon said, this time without waiting for Mrs. Levison to stop him, turned around and left the living room. When he came to the corridor, he looked at his watch. There were more than 20 minutes before 12 o'clock in the morning, and the new year was about to come. While greeting the oncoming guests, he happened to meet his personal military assistant Celia Miller and his wife. Simon stopped them, just nodded to Philip Miller, and said to Celia, come over tomorrow morning, I have a special task to tell you. Tomorrow is January 1st, New Year's Day, and Sunday. It's a day off no matter how you look at it. Celia keenly noticed the man's drunken state, and did not refute, but nodded, and asked considerately, Simon, do you want me to help you go upstairs to rest? Simon shook his head and refused, walking towards the hall alone. Janet had gone upstairs to rest not long ago because she was a little tired, and said that she would come down again when the clock struck 12. Now she should go downstairs, and she must not miss the New Year's kiss. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 761 All Night. When the New Year's bell rang, 1995 officially arrived. in the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. Everyone cheered, kissed, sang and danced, and enjoyed the fireworks show. The carnival lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning. The New Year's Eve party finally ended, and the guests and hosts were all happy. Only the senior executives and shareholders of the Levison Group, who were suddenly issued an ultimatum by a drunken young tycoon, were tossed around on this New Year's Eve. Returning to their homes in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Francis Levison had to call an emergency telephone conference for most of the core members of the group who were on vacation in various places. Many people stayed up all night. If possible, Francis Levison would like not to contact Simon Westeros tonight. The Levison family founded the Levison Group. 4 generations of the family have controlled the company for a century. At some moments deep in his heart, Francis Levison would rather the family business go bankrupt than give it to others. Of course, this is just a thought. Francis Levison, who had been accustomed to a luxurious life since childhood, could not imagine what his situation would be like after the family business went bankrupt. Although he would certainly be able to retain a part of his family wealth that ordinary people could not earn in their lifetime, he would definitely not have the chance to use private jets, holiday islands, luxury yachts, etc. It was hard to accept just thinking about it. The emergency telephone conference lasted all night, and the senior executives and shareholders of the Levison Group had great differences. Some people advocated accepting Simon's investment. After all, the conditions offered by the super tycoon were not harsh. It was better than those covetous people who were waiting for the bankruptcy of the Levison Group like vultures. The $1.5 billion in funds could not only completely alleviate the financial pressure of the Levison Group, but also pay off some of the urgent debts that were about to expire. There were also many voices of opposition. Francis Levison's uncle Brodie Levison, who controlled the Levison Family Trust Fund and served as vice chairman of the group's board of directors, expressed his firm opposition to Simon's offer, believing that it was taking advantage of the fire. In the final analysis, Brodie Levison did not want the Levison family to lose control of the company. Although he did not participate in the management of the company, Brodie Levison had a close relationship with many other shareholders of the group, and he also placed many executives promoted by him in the company. After a dispute, many people also stood on Brodie's side. Of course, opponents did not want the Levison Group to go bankrupt, so they proposed to use the news that Simon Westeros was interested in investing to attract other investments. Since Simon Westeros was optimistic about this company, it would be easy to raise funds. Westeros only gave them one night to consider it, just to prevent them from doing so. Until the sun rose, there was still no result. Finally, it was decided to vote. Francis Levison was reluctant to express his opinion, but at the request of his strong uncle, he finally voted against it. The final result was to reject the investment of the Westeros system. Simon set a time limit for Francis Levison of 9 o'clock the next morning. On the first day of the new year, shortly after getting up, before Levison could give a reply, he received a call from James Raybould, who had received the news in advance. It turned out that an executive who supported Simon's investment had revealed the news to a creditor of the Levison Group after an all-night conference call, and the creditor contacted James in a roundabout way. Simon was not surprised by the decision of the Levison Group to use the name of the Westeros system to raise funds from other aspects. Of course, he would never let it go. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do business in the future. When Celia Miller rushed in North Suburb Manor at 9 o'clock in the morning, Simon had made more than 10 calls in a row. He had done a lot of work in advance, and the countermeasures were very simple, directly approaching the weakness of the Levison Group: huge debts. Most of the debts of the Levison Group were raised through Wall Street. Because the company has been in a tense state of hovering on the edge of the cliff for several consecutive years, many creditors have been worried about the safety of their own funds. The corporate assets of the Levison Group seem to have reached $7 billion, enough to offset the $5.3 billion in liabilities, but this is only an ideal state under normal operating conditions of the company. Once the Levison Group's capital chain breaks and goes bankrupt, the liquidation process will inevitably mean a significant shrinkage and depreciation of assets. By then, let alone $7 billion, even half of it may not be recovered. If the Westeros system's investment is accepted, the name of Simon Westeros alone is enough to make the Levison Group's shaky junk bonds jump to the most secure 3A level. Unexpectedly, without communicating with creditors at all, the Levison Group so rashly gave up the opportunity to cooperate with Simon Westeros and put everyone's investment in danger again. How can this be tolerated? Simon didn't need to add fuel to the fire too obviously. Before the senior executives of the Levison Group had time to use the name of the Westeros system to contact other investors, many exasperated creditors had already come to the door and asked Francis Levison to give an explanation. Some creditors even directly asked for immediate repayment. Celia Miller was treated to a few cups of coffee by Janet. It was not until 10 o'clock that Girl A came to remind Simon that he was done. When Simon arrived at the study, he was already sitting on the sofa in the reception area with his legs crossed in a leisurely manner. After a simple greeting and motioning Celia to sit down opposite, Simon directly handed over a document he had just read. "Take a look at this first." Celia took the document and opened it. Her eyes narrowed quickly. The document in her hand should be roughly regarded as a memorandum, a very special memorandum, recording the various deeds of a series of members of the family of Yuri Myroslav, the governor of Rivne Oblast, Ukraine. It started from September last year until the end of the year, and it was listed in 3 pages. Yuri Myroslav has 3 sons and 2 daughters, the eldest son Malcolm, the second son Oliver, the third son Gary, the eldest daughter Sabina, the youngest daughter Kitty, and a very active nephew Igor on the memorandum. As for the content of the memorandum, it can be summed up in 4 words: corruption. Myroslav's third son Gary, who was studying in London, asked for £100,000 to buy a sports car on his 18th birthday. Oliver Myroslav opened a building materials company and asked to contract part of the material supply for the UFMS family members, offering a price 60% higher than the normal price, with an order value of $1.2 million. The shell company under Igor's name directly asked to take away 10% of the shares of the natural gas company in Rivne Oblast acquired by Oldek Company, which was worth $700,000. Sabina and her husband wanted to move to Kiev and asked Oldek Company to sponsor $300,000 to purchase a house. And so on and so forth. At the end of the document, Celia found that Yuri Myroslav's second son was still asking his shell company, which had just been registered for less than a month, to take all the catering, clothing, and training supply orders for the UFMS base, which made Celia couldn't help but sweat. Really, looking for death? Celia, who was personally involved in a lot of Ukrainian affairs, knew very well that the reason why Myroslav was able to maintain his position as governor after Kuchma came to power was largely the result of the operation of the Westeros system. Now, this family regards Rivne Oblast as their own private land and regards the Westeros system as a fat sheep that can be taken at will. After reading the information in her hand, Celia looked up but did not speak. She roughly guessed what her boss wanted to do, but this matter was not that simple. Unlike the United States, the appointment of governors in Ukraine is not through elections, but directly in the hands of the president. The original operation allowed Yuri Myroslav to continue to serve as the governor of Rivne Oblast after the new president Leon Kuchma came to power, which was considered to be in line with the trend. But if the other party is to be removed, it is likely to cause some unpredictable consequences. No country's top leaders like to be interfered with in their internal affairs. Simon could also see Celia's thoughts and understood the sensitivity of his decision, but he did not hesitate. The Westeros system has invested enough in Ukraine in the past 6 months, and many people in Ukraine have benefited from it. If you just invest, just give, but don't ask for anything, and don't have your own firm attitude, then it's really no different from a fat sheep. This time is Simon's attitude. When it's time to be strong, never give in. Simon attaches great importance to the layout of the Westeros system in Ukraine, but even if all the previous investments in Ukraine have gone down the drain, it will not have any impact on the Westeros system. If it is really impossible, then just quit. Dragging it out will only result in more losses. Thinking of this, Simon said to Celia, "I am a very generous person. According to the previous arrangements of the Westeros system, if Yuri Myroslav focuses on what he should do, within 10 years, the Myroslav family will become the most powerful political and business family in Ukraine. It's a pity that they are too short-sighted. If we want to take root in Rivne Oblast, we must remove this stumbling block." Celia nodded slightly, and said, "But, Simon, this may cause Kuchma's backlash. After all, he is the governor of a state." Simon said, "This is your task, Celia. I want you to set off for Ukraine tomorrow to persuade Leon Kuchma to replace Yuri Myroslav and completely hand over Rivne Oblast to us." Celia suddenly felt the burden a little heavy. "Simon, this is not easy. I can't promise you anything. Besides, where are our bargaining chips? Simon looked at the woman opposite him and smiled. I believe in your ability, Celia. As for the bargaining chips, I am not a sucker. The Westeros system has given enough. Of course, you can paint some big cakes for Kuchma. The Westeros system has enough strength to help the Ukrainian economy recover. As long as the living standards of the local public are improved, it will be easy for him to be president for 10 or 20 years. We will also unswervingly support him, including lobbying the federal government for this. By the way, there is also the European Union. If Ukraine's economy wants to cross the border to join the European Union, it can only rely on us. The premise of all this is that we must have a clean business environment. Celia was just thinking about how to communicate with Leon Kuchma in her mind, and Simon's ideas coincided with hers. The Westeros system has invested enough in Ukraine, especially the arms trading network directly related to the Kuchma family. Even if it is just to maintain this interest, the possibility of the Kiev authorities making concessions is very high. What's more, the Westeros system is definitely not just a simple business jebel now. Its influence on the Washington authorities will also make Leon Kuchma treat it with caution. Thinking of this, Celia nodded, and couldn't help asking, Simon, do you really want to help Ukraine join the EU? This is actually not in our interest. Once Ukraine joins the EU, let alone other things, under the pressure of European allies, the Kiev authorities are likely to no longer allow private mercenary organizations such as UFMS to continue to exist. This is precisely the most critical layout of the Westeros system in Ukraine. When Simon heard this question, he shook his head directly. Of course not, and we will not allow Kuchma to rule for more than 10 years. The chaotic Ukraine is more suitable for our layout in this country. Celia was stunned. She had been working in Washington for many years and was used to all kinds of intrigues and black hearts. At this time, she felt that she was still far less straightforward than her boss. After thinking for a while, Celia asked again, Simon, after taking down Myroslav, how should we deal with him? Also, do you have a candidate for the new governor? Simon nodded and said, I don't want the Myroslav family to cause us any trouble after losing power, so we must take down this family. That's why I asked you to rush to Ukraine tomorrow. Now that the new year has just passed, their whole family is in Rivne, so they don't need to leave this time. The new governor candidate is Andrei Smirnov, a politician with a shallow foundation, who has been able to cooperate with us in recent months. Andrei Smirnov is the mayor of Rivne. Celia has met him several times before. Thinking back carefully, he is indeed very suitable. If everything goes well this time, as long as Andrei Smirnov's brain is not broken, he will only stand more on the side of the Westeros system after taking office. Celia agreed, but she thought more about the fate of the Myroslav family. Taking them all down, this is too cruel. However, thinking about the information I just read, this family is not easy to deal with. If we can't get rid of the roots, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Simon made such a decision because of a woman, Timoshenko. In his memory, because of the conflict with Leon Kuchma in the late 1990s, Timoshenko was once dismissed, but Kuchma did not go any further, which led to this woman's comeback. Ukraine's continued turmoil after the new century is largely the root of the trouble buried by this beautiful prime minister. If you don't get rid of the roots, the spring breeze will blow and it will grow again. A lesson from the past. Therefore, Simon will definitely not just let Yuri Myroslav step down. This politician, who is exactly 60 years old this year, will spend the rest of his life in prison. The two talked about some details again. Simon also revealed to Celia that this time it is not just the Myroslav family that will suffer from the comprehensive cleansing plan. Tomorrow, Ken Dixon, who is Simon's confidant, will fly to Ukraine with Celia. After the two complete this matter, Simon will also go to Ukraine in person at the right time. After talking about things, it was almost noon. Celia said goodbye and left to start preparing for tomorrow's trip to Ukraine. Simon's attention in the afternoon turned to summarizing the information age marketing plan that had just lasted for 2 months. Chapter 762 New Year's Event. For the new technology industry, the first major event in 1995 was the update of IE Browser. On January 1st, New Year's Day, IE Browser, the core internet software of Ygritte, updated the latest version all at once worldwide in accordance with the antitrust settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice, abandoned the locking of Ygritte portal as the software homepage, and switched to open mode, officially announcing that Ygritte gave up its monopoly on internet interfaces. In the past few years, Many technology companies that were unable to display their traffic interfaces due to the tight control of Ygritte portal cheered and were ready to welcome the arrival of a new era. Inside Ygritte, many people inevitably worried about the loss of their own company's strongest industrial moat, but they had to cheer up to face the challenges that were about to be faced. This compromise even had a significant impact on the IPO that had already been launched. Although the portal website is only a part of Ygritte's huge product matrix, in the eyes of many people, it was precisely because Ygritte monopolized the internet interface in the past few years that the company's various products have been driven to develop by leaps and bounds. Therefore, investors inevitably questioned whether Ygritte could maintain its previous high growth rate after losing its monopoly on internet access. Only a small number of core members of the Westeros system understood that this concession was actually just a strategic shift of Ygritte. The key lies in the Google search engine on the new default homepage. Abandoning the portal monopoly and opening the search portal actually means that Ygritte's strategic focus has officially shifted from content to platform. Simon began to instill a concept in Bezos and others very early that the scale of network information is exponentially growing, and no single company can meet the differentiated information needs of massive users. Therefore, what Ygritte ultimately has to do is not to produce content, but to create a platform to integrate content. The portal websites in the Internet 1.0 era are actually also platforms if you think carefully. It's just that due to the severe lack of online content in the early stages of the development of the Internet industry, portal websites have to focus more on producing content while operating platforms. After the unremitting support and catalysis of the Westeros system in recent years, network information resources have become rich enough, and now is the right time to start the Internet 2.0 era. Search engine platform Google, social networking platform Facebook and e-commerce platform Amazon will be the top priorities of Ygritte's network business sector in the Internet 2.0 era. Of course, in order to guide competitors astray as much as possible and give the three major platforms more time to develop, on the surface, Ygritte will still attach great importance to the portal website business. While a large number of media have discussed the long-term impact of this incident on the new technology industry, the Information Age Marketing Plan, which just officially ended on December 31, 1994, and a series of industrial data related to the new technology industry have also become the focus of media and public attention at the beginning of the year. Ygritte Portal opened a news special on January 1. As of December 31, 1994, according to preliminary statistics, the number of domestic Internet users in the United States was 78 million, an increase of 69% throughout the year, and the total number of Internet users was 140 million, an increase of an astonishing 86%. As a result, the network coverage rate in the United States has risen to 53%, far ahead of other countries in the world. Among them, the Information Age Marketing Plan in the last 2 months of 1994 alone contributed 20% of the core data. In the field of personal computers in the hardware field, the domestic PC shipments in the United States reached 28 million units in 1994, of which 9 million units came from large-scale marketing in the last 2 months of the year. The number of PCs in the United States also officially exceeded the 100 million mark due to the rapid growth in the last 2 months of last year. Globally, as overseas countries increased their layout of the information industry, in 1994, including the United States, the number of global Internet access users reached 130 million, and the number of Internet users covered reached 230 million, with growth rates of 78% and 109% respectively compared with 1993. In addition to a wide range of industry data, Ygritte also announced the growth of its own business in portal websites, email, social networks, e-commerce, electronic games, outsourcing platforms, etc. in the past year. Each of these data, accompanied by super high growth rates, represents the rapid arrival of a new era. The total world population at the beginning of 1995 was 5.7 billion. Therefore, Ygritte judged that although the number of Internet users in the United States would slow down after the explosion in the past year, the current 230 million Internet users in the world only accounted for 4% of the world's total population, and everything had just begun. Starting from 1995, Ygritte will significantly increase its overseas expansion efforts. In addition to Ygritte, new technology industry giants such as America Online, Cisco, Microsoft, Intel, HP, and Compaq, which have participated in the Information Age Marketing Plan in the past 2 months, have posted their own good news. This series of good news was directly reflected in the first trading day of the U.S. stock market in 1995. Monday, January 2nd. On the first stock trading day of the new year, as of the close of the afternoon of that day, the Nasdaq index rose by 2.7% the day to 1938 points, just one step away from the 2,000-point mark. As the three major technology giants of the Westeros system reached a settlement with the U.S. Department of Justice's antitrust investigation, Cisco, whose stock price had been fluctuating, continued to rise in the last month of 1994. On January 2nd, boosted by a series of good news, Cisco, which still occupies more than 80% of the global network equipment market and has an absolute leading position in the industry, saw its stock price rise by 3.5%. Its closing market value has reached $156.3 billion, ranking first in the global market value ranking of listed companies. Following Cisco is AOL. According to preliminary public data, although a large number of telecom operators have been developing ICE business at all costs in the past 2 years, AOL, which has taken the lead in the industry, has still gained 15.1 million new users in the United States in the past year by developing the Great Lakes region and the southern United States market, despite the competition from giants such as AT&T and a large number of small ICE service providers. The total number of users in the United States has reached 47.7 million, with an annual growth rate of 46%. The domestic market share is as high as 61%, far ahead of AT&T, which ranks second with only 19% market share. Moreover, the reason for emphasizing the local market is that the growth of AOL's overseas users has also been gratifying in the past year. In the key markets such as the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Finland, Italy, and Russia, despite the suppression of local operators, AOL still gained more than 3.7 million new users in the past year, and the total number of users reached 5.1 million. According to the total number of Internet access users in overseas countries of 52 million, AOL's market share in overseas countries has been close to 10%. After previous efforts, AOL successfully obtained the ISP access license in Germany in the second half of last year, and established joint ventures with telecommunications operators in two important markets, Japan and South Korea. Therefore, although the domestic growth has slowed down, the explosion of AOL's overseas business has just begun. The current AOL is completely different from the AOL that Simon remembered because it took the wrong development direction and eventually fell apart. It is a truly top internet service provider that spans the world. On January 2nd, the first trading day of 1995, AOL's stock price rose by 2.9%, and its closing market value was $139.2 billion. Deaneries Entertainment, which once jumped to the top of the market value when the three technology giants in the Westeros system encountered antitrust investigations, ranked third. On January 2nd, its stock price on the New York Stock Exchange increased slightly by 0.7%, and its closing market value was $132.6 billion. Although the increase was slow, Deaneries Entertainment stock price has continued to rise since it went public on July 1st last year, and its terrifying market value of hundreds of billions of dollars is beyond the reach of other Hollywood studios. Microsoft, which had already launched extensive testing of the Windows 95 system at the end of last year, has seen a rapid increase in market value over the past year due to the strong response to the new system and the rapid decline of its direct competitor Apple, and officially became another company with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars in mid-December last year. On January 2nd, Microsoft's stock price rose by 1.9%, and its closing market value reached $115.3 billion, ranking fourth. General Electric, a veteran industrial giant, ranked fifth, with a market value of over $100 billion, and was the only traditional industrial group among the top five. On January 2nd, General Electric's stock price rose by 0.9%, and its closing market value was $106.1 billion. Compared with the dazzling of several other emerging companies, GE's market value of $100 billion is seen by many media as the last glory of the American industrial age. After the five top 100 billion market value giants, a series of new technology companies such as Intel, Sun, and Oracle are also constantly crushing various traditional corporate giants. When Deaneries Entertainment became the first $100 billion market value company in American history after its listing in July last year, Many financial media believe that $100 billion was the market value ceiling of a listed company, and predicted that the market value of Deaneries Entertainment would fall sharply in the second half of the year. As a result, in just half a year, five $100 billion market value giants emerged in the U.S. stock market. Cisco's terrifying market value of $156.3 billion has raised the market value ceiling predicted by the media to another level. Now, $200 billion is probably just a matter of time. When the capital market is amazed by the new highs in the market value of a series of technology stocks, it is difficult to ignore a certain problem. Among the five $100 billion market value companies, the Westeros system occupies four. Although Dahman has expressed his dissatisfaction with the outside world's inclusion of Microsoft in the Westeros system more than once, either explicitly or implicitly, no one can deny that Simon's nearly 20% stake in Microsoft has made him surpass Paul Allen, who has been reducing his holdings, and become the second largest shareholder of Microsoft. When some people have not yet forgotten the shock and numbness caused by Simon's personal wealth of $300 billion on the Forbes list last year, according to Westeros's public shareholding ratio on the market value at the close of January 2, the total wealth brought to Simon by only Cisco, AOL, Igrid and Microsoft has reached $294.7 billion. The distance to $300 billion is only a slight increase in one trading day. However, in addition to the four companies, the Westeros system also has Igrid, which has been given a high valuation of $100 billion by many analysts before it went public, Cersei Capital, which has an increasingly important voice on Wall Street, Melisandre, who continues to expand in the fashion industry, Nokia, which has become the world's largest mobile phone giant, and Verizon, a wholly owned regional telecommunications giant, as well as Australia's leading mining giant Bidco Group, and Intel, Sun, Oracle and other billion-level new technology elites with heavy holdings, and many more startups of various types such as Tinkerbell and Aria, which may emerge at any time. What is the value of all these? Exclamation mark. After many events in 1994, the North American media were quite cautious when expressing their views on the Westeros system. Even so, the next morning, some media people couldn't help but sigh in the newspaper that Simon Westeros had too much money. Simon would not be like Bezos in his memory, who would only think of relieving and remedying when all the pressure came. The Simon Janet Westeros Foundation announced on Wednesday morning that Simon will inject another $3 billion into the foundation to fund the establishment of professional computer classrooms and professional teacher training in primary and secondary schools in poor areas of the United States, so that low-income families who cannot afford PC and internet fees can get in touch with the latest technology in a timely manner. As for the source of this fund, Simon intends to obtain it by reducing a small number of AOL shares. However, this matter has not been made public, because it can be imagined that Simon will inevitably be accused of doing this just to avoid taxes. Even though the charity project has been made public, in fact, there are still many dissatisfied voices. Simon just asked the Westeros family's public relations team to follow up quietly. It's fine if they just complain. If they keep pestering, Simon will not be polite at all. In addition, Simon also commissioned the New York Times to produce an article to analyze the final ownership of Simon's huge personal wealth in a future many years later. The conclusion is that because this asset is too large, it is impossible to set up a foundation to manage it like the Rockefeller or Ford family did in the past, so more than half of the shares will inevitably return to society and become the collective wealth of the American public. The Los Angeles Times on the East Coast also published an analysis article, pointing out that, relative to revenue, the market value of Cisco, AOL, Deaneries Entertainment and Microsoft all have serious bubble components. The bubble will burst one day. Because most of Simon's personal assets are these stock assets with serious bubbles, they are actually far less exaggerated than the surface figures. When the bubble bursts, Simon Westeros's personal wealth may not even be $200 billion. Starting with the two newspapers, and under the deliberate guidance of the Westeros family media and public relations team, two opinions gradually spread. Simon's personal wealth will eventually return to society and Simon's personal net worth figures are seriously exaggerated. The OQ spirit is actually a common problem of all human beings. There is no distinction between the East and the West. Just like when Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, first appeared on the Forbes rich list, countless reporters rushed to Walton's hometown and found a mediocre old man driving a broken pickup truck and wearing cheap clothes. They were immediately disappointed, And some people laughed at him for not looking like the richest man in the United States at all. After getting in touch with this circle, Simon also knew more inside stories. Sam Walton's private life is definitely not as simple as the media propaganda, just like the media later promoted Zuckerberg's simple life in a fit, but they didn't know that there was a limited edition Zonda in his garage, and they didn't know that Zuckerberg's seemingly gray wool sweater was worth $2,000. Similarly, Simon is also giving the public a comforting public opinion pacifier this time. Simon Westeros's wealth is unsustainable and seriously overestimated. In short, seeing that Simon's personal wealth is not as exaggerated as imagined, the public's emotions will be calmed down a lot unconsciously. Subsequent media feedback also proved that the effect of this public opinion operation is very good. Simon will not discount the $3 billion charity plan at all, and will even connect the computer classrooms that will be distributed across the United States to the internet. This is not too generous. In addition, Simon also plans to install a batch of popular electronic games from AI on these computers used for teaching. Education and entertainment are the kingly way. Chapter 763 Launch. After the new year, the last popular box office week spanning 1994 to 1995 soon ended. From December 30th to January 5th, the box office decline of Suicide Squad in its third week of release narrowed to 17%, earning $47.91 million again, easily maintaining its position as the weekly box office champion. After 3 weeks of release, the DC movie universe anti-hero masterpiece has accumulated a box office of $197.38 million. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks is close to $200 million. Even if the film market cools down rapidly after the holiday, the total domestic box office of Suicide Squad is enough to easily break through $300 million. In the absence of competition from new films and coinciding with a new year, the total North American box office of the box office week from December 30th to January 5th fell by only 15% compared with the Christmas week. Other subsequent films basically maintained the box office volume of the Christmas week, and some films even achieved a reverse decline. The 3D animated film Toy Story 2 is still ranked second on the list, with a box office decline of 13%, earning another $16.29 million, and the cumulative box office reached $270.98 million, only $30 million away from the $300 million threshold. The third place is Macaulay Culkin's Rich Little Rich. After the first week of the holiday comedy costing $40 million, Warner Bros. Pictures unexpectedly achieved a 14% decline in the second week, earning $14.03 million, and the cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $26.35 million. Unfortunately, compared with the huge cost of the film, the second week of decline could not change the loss of Warner Bros. On this project. Disney's holiday comedy The Santa Claus ranked fourth, with a box office decline of 11% in the third week of its release, with a box office figure of $10.62 million, and a cumulative box office of $38.97 million in 3 weeks. The fifth place is Street Fighter, jointly produced by MGM and Capcom. The box office performance of this action movie, adapted from a popular game, which ranked second last week, was the most disappointing. The box office fell by 36% in the second week, and the box office directly fell below $10 million. It earned $9.01 million in the second week of its release, and the cumulative box office was $23.12 million. Outside the top 5, the sixth-placed Little Women fell by 21%, earning $8.73 million in the third week of its massive opening, with a cumulative box office of $31.76 million. The seventh-placed IQ probably reversed its decline by 16% in the second week, surpassing last week's The Jungle Book, earning $7.71 million, with a cumulative box office of $14.36 million in 2 weeks. The eighth-placed The Jungle Book fell by 12%, earning $7.27 million in the second week of its opening, with a cumulative box office of $15.54 million in 2 weeks. In addition to these films, following The Mask, which entered the 100 million box office club last week, Interview with a Vampire earned $3.32 million in its 8th week of release, also achieving a domestic box office of over $100 million, with a cumulative box office of $100.37 million. January 6th was the first box office week after the new year. As for new films, this week there were still only 2 sporadic independent studio films with less than 500 screens in total, which were not worth mentioning. However, the 3 previews that opened on December 23 to qualify for awards season nominations and received rave reviews, Nell's Heart, The Wise and the Fool and Legend of the Phoenix, all opened on a large scale this week, with more than 1,000 screens. The best-received Legend of the Phoenix even reached 2,005 screens during the preview. Deaneries Entertainment will start launching its own New Year's movies from January 13. However, the first important new film this year is the Hong Kong film Rumble in the Bronx, which opened on January 27. This is another attempt by Jack Cheng to sprint to Hollywood. Speaking of which, the past year can be regarded as a turning point from prosperity to decline for Hong Kong films. Although 1994 saw the emergence of Hong Kong film classics such as A Chinese Odyssey, Ashes of Time and Zhongking Express, which are worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, due to serious overinvestment, hundreds of films in the Eastern Hollywood across the ocean were not delivered on time that year, causing huge losses to many film companies and seriously impacting the enthusiasm of investors. Hong Kong films began to decline rapidly from then on. Moreover, this is also the result of the continuous impact of Hollywood blockbusters. Since 1994, the survival space of Hong Kong films has become smaller and smaller, and Hollywood has gradually dominated the vast Southeast Asian market. It is against this background that filmmakers such as Jack Cheng and Bai Zhu have chosen to enter Hollywood. In addition to Rumble in the Bronx, which will be released on January 27, Bai Zhu's Broken Arrow, co-produced with Deaneries Entertainment last year, has also been completed and will be released on February 10, during Valentine's Day. Like David Fincher's new film The Game, which is scheduled to be released at the end of the summer season, Broken Arrow, with a production budget of $50 million, was put in February, also because Deaneries Entertainment has too many high-quality projects. Even the Easter schedule, which is similar to the schedule of Broken Arrow and is more high-quality, is occupied by Deaneries Entertainment's series of comedy The Third. The Man from Earth, written by Simon himself, is expected to participate in the Sundance Film Festival at the end of the month, and can only be put in the more unpopular schedule at the end of February. Broken Arrow at least occupies a Valentine's Day. As the local market becomes increasingly difficult to develop, the main proposal Simon put forward at the first Deaneries Entertainment senior management meeting at the beginning of the year was to expand the overseas market to the greatest extent. In fact, Deaneries Entertainment has been doing this for the past few years, but it will pay more attention to it in the future, so as to take advantage of the vast overseas market space to maximize the commercial potential of a series of film projects produced by Deaneries Entertainment and share the risks brought by the differences in the schedules in the local market. After returning to Los Angeles after New Year's Day and being busy with Deaneries Entertainment for a while, Simon rushed to San Francisco on January 9. The 20-hectare Egret Park in Mountain View, which was planned in early 1993, has been officially put into use after more than a year of development and construction. Previously, Egret, which could only rent office buildings scattered around Silicon Valley, moved into the new office space as a whole in the first week after the new year. Simon originally circled up to 300 hectares of land in the coastal area of Mountain View in the name of Westeros Company, and Egret only occupied 1/15 of it. In addition to Egret, which has sufficient funds to build its own park, Simon also built an additional office area in the name of Westeros. This office area, planned to be leased to Silicon Valley new technology startups, was also put into use at the same time at the beginning of the year. Therefore, when Egret moved, companies such as Tinkerbell, Broadcast, and Instagram, which have close ties with Egret, also moved into the office park in Mountain View. The residential area in the north of the office park, which has invested heavily in the development of the sea, was also open to employees of Egret or its affiliated companies earlier. It is temporarily only allowed to rent, and the price for Egret employees is very low. The residential area is mainly composed of single-family villas and 3-story apartments, with 500 units each. A total of 1,000 houses are enough to easily accommodate 5,000 people. With the rise of new technology industries, the current real estate growth in the Bay Area has already led other cities in the United States. Perhaps for employees of Bay Area technology companies, the housing pressure is not too great now, but in 10 or 20 years, even the employees of the top technology companies will not be so easy to buy a house in the Bay Area. Simon even remembered that employees of companies like Google and Facebook lived in RVs for a long time. The properties built by Simon in the name of Westeros Company were mainly for leasing, so the huge amount of money invested in the early stage could not be recovered in the short term. However, In the long run, not only would the continuous appreciation of the property itself bring huge profits to Simon, but it could also provide cheap rental housing for employees, and it would also become a major advantage for Ygritte to compete with other technology companies in the future. Of course, even if it was a cheap rental, Simon would not suffer a loss, because the cheap here is only for employees of related companies. If you want this kind of cheapness, whether it is Ygritte or other companies that want to provide similar discounts to employees, they need to make up the difference in rent in the form of subsidies. Moreover, this business is not a loss for Ygritte or other park companies. Because the competition for human resources in Silicon Valley is in a very fierce stage, housing subsidies are undoubtedly a highlight for new technology companies to attract employees. Not only that, because this part of the property is very close to the office, it can save employees commuting time to the greatest extent, and even promote employees to work overtime on their own initiative to a large extent. In addition, although the efficiency of collecting rent is very low compared to directly selling real estate, Simon can use this part of the property as collateral to obtain a loan from the bank as long as necessary. Due to the high growth trend of housing prices in the Bay Area, if a loan is taken out, the annual increase in housing prices alone is enough to offset the relevant interest expenses and achieve a surplus. In short, no matter from which aspect, this business is very cost-effective. After arriving in San Francisco, Simon attended the company's full-time senior management meeting in the modern glass and steel structure office building of the Ygritte campus on January 9. The main topic was a review of 1994 and a plan for 1995. Due to the overall outbreak of the new technology industry in the past year, Ygritte, which has a monopoly position in many businesses, also showed a more rapid explosive growth in annual revenue than in 1993. At present, Ygritte has begun to initiate various audits before the IPO. In order to increase the confidence of investors, the company will also announce the 1994 financial report next month. By then, many people will be surprised. Simon's requirement for the core management of Ygritte is no longer to make rapid progress, but to calm down and slow down the pace to further cultivate Ygritte's series of core products. Another core issue is overseas expansion. Simon has not forgotten what he said to Clinton and other Washington cores in the White House last time, and Washington has not forgotten it either. Overseas expansion does not conflict with Ygritte's strategy of slowing down the pace and cultivating core products. It is not difficult to imitate the more basic technologies of portal websites, email, search engines and other businesses. Not only in the United States, but also many new technology industry peers overseas have begun to launch similar products. If Ygritte wants to maintain its advantage in this competition, it can only continuously improve and optimize its own products. Users are actually very smart. Whether it is a search engine or a social network, people can probably tell whether a product is good or bad after using it a few times, and then they will naturally tend to use the best one. In the past, Yahoo actually launched the content search function very early. Why did it lose to Google later? In addition to the serious mistakes in corporate strategy, the primitiveness and poor quality of Yahoo's own search tools are also important reasons why the company was quickly overtaken by competitors. In fact, relying on the accumulation of the past few years, Ygritte's series of products have already had considerable advantages. Simon did not dare to take it lightly. Every time he met, he would drive Ygritte's senior management to instill a sense of crisis. In an era of information technology explosion, if they slacked off a little, they might be overtaken by competitors in the blink of an eye. Especially at this stage, it is still in the early stages of the development of the new technology industry, and Ygritte is far from being able to take it lightly. After a busy day, he attended a circle party organized by John Chambers in the evening. Simon did not return to his mountain villa in Woodside until after 10 o'clock in the evening. After taking a bath and relaxing, he had just discussed Ygritte's recently launched satellite map business with Alice Ferguson, the former housekeeper who returned with him tonight, when Girl A came over to remind him that there was a call from Kiev. Celia Miller and Ken Dixon set off for Ukraine on January 2nd. Things were not going too smoothly. Hearing that Simon wanted to replace the governor of Rivne, Ukrainian President Leon Kuchma began to react very negatively, and did not hide his feelings to Celia that the Westeros system's request was too far-fetched. Simon was not polite about this. On the one hand, Celia continued to lobby Kuchma. On the other hand, the arms trading company of the Westeros system directly stopped negotiating the latest business with Ukraine. Throughout the 1990s, Ukraine basically relied on arms sales to continuously restore some vitality to this economically depressed country. However, Ukraine actually does not have much arms to sell. Other countries have little demand for more basic individual weapons or old Soviet-made heavy weapons. However, high-end strategic missiles and nuclear weapons cannot be sold to the outside world, at least not publicly. As a result, the production of many popular helicopters or ships has been restricted. Moreover, these arms sales are often difficult to fall into private pockets, and most of them still have to be included in the national treasury. The Westeros system is similar to an arms trading company that acts as an intermediary, but it has built a bridge for the export of low-end weapons that Ukraine originally had little demand for. The most critical point is that there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Ukraine has a lot of low-end weapons, which Europe, Asia and North America do not need. If they want to sell them directly to Africa, where the demand is the greatest, the countries there simply cannot afford them. The Ukrainian government cannot barter like the arms trading companies of the Westeros system. What Ukraine lacks is money, not resources. It is meaningless for Ukraine to get oil and drilling mines thousands of miles away. Therefore, the arms trading companies of the Westeros system are crucial. Simon decisively asked the arms trading company to stop negotiating new transactions, which immediately made Kuchma realize the seriousness of the matter. A large number of people in Kuchma's administration rely on this money bag. In comparison, a governor seems to be insignificant. After all, Ukraine is not a big country like the United States. A governor is similar to a mayor in the United States. After bargaining for a few days, Kuchma finally agreed to all the requirements of the Westeros system. The time difference between Los Angeles and Kiev is 10 hours. Simon received a call from Celia. It was already 9 a.m. on January 10th, local time in Kiev. Celia had just had breakfast with Kuchma and received the president's order to dismiss Yuri Myroslav, the governor of Rovna. After ending the call with Simon and confirming a series of action details with her boss, Celia would rush to Rivne, the capital of Rovna province, in the morning to officially launch the cleansing plan. Chapter 764, A City of Hope. In 1994, Ukraine's annual GDP plummeted by 20% again, from $65.6 billion in 1993 to $52.5 billion, and the overall decline from the peak of $82.7 billion before the disintegration reached 37%. The only thing that is better than its fellow sufferer Russia is perhaps the recovery of Ukraine's grain production. Relying on the most fertile black soil in Europe, Ukraine's annual grain output in 1994 was 27 million tons, up 145% from the lowest point of 11 million tons in 1991. However, this figure is still barely more than half of the highest grain output of 52 million tons before the disintegration. The severe economic recession has made Ukrainian citizens severely lacking in all other daily necessities except for barely being able to fill their stomachs. The whole country, even the capital Kiev, is in a state of depression. Store shelves are empty and closed one after another. There are few vehicles and pedestrians on the streets. The second-hand market is filled with all the objects that can be sold in residents' homes: books, records, tableware, cameras, pianos, just to exchange for some expensive daily necessities in this midwinter. At the coldest time of the year, this kind of depression is even more shocking. Celia Miller left Kiev on the morning of January 10th, local time, and rushed to Rivne Oblast along the wide national highway built in the Soviet era. Along the way, large areas of cities and villages covered with snow were all in this desolate scene, and even gave people a sense of dead silence. As a Pentagon official who once directly confronted the former Soviet Union and the U.S. government, Celia couldn't help but feel pity in the face of this scene. At noon, it was a sunny day when we arrived in Rivne, the capital of Rivne Oblast. Compared with the decayed scene seen all the way from Kiev, there were obviously more pedestrians and vehicles on the streets of this capital of the northwestern border state of Ukraine under the sun. Even though the temperature was still below zero at noon, the faces of the people wrapped in thick clothes did not have the numbness of Kiev towards the current situation and the future, but instead had a kind of vitality that people could easily feel. This is a city with hope. The key to Rivne's success is money. In early 1994, Ukraine signed an agreement with the United States and Russia to abandon nuclear weapons, but only received a special fund of $175 million and economic aid of $155 million from the United States, totaling $330 million. In comparison, in the past year, The Westeros system alone has invested no less than $200 million through measures such as purchasing military supplies, supporting the Ukrainian frontline military service company team, and investing in Ukraine. A large part of it has flowed to this border town in the northwest of Ukraine. As the base of the UMFS mercenaries, the Westeros system directly brought thousands of high-spending people to Rivne. The Westeros system's large investment in Rivne has created tens of thousands of jobs for the city. All of these have ultimately led to the revitalization of all walks of life in Rivne. When Simon came to the city in August last year, due to the economic decline, material scarcity, and the large number of residents fleeing, the number of residents in Rivne had dropped from 290,000 at its peak to 220,000. In less than half a year, due to the large number of job opportunities brought by the stationing of UMFS mercenaries and the investment of the Westeros system, a large number of people from the 4 states and counties who heard the news poured in, and the number of residents in Rivne City has quickly exceeded 300,000. Looking at everything around, Celia realized that, apart from all the gaming factors, she was actually doing a good thing on this trip. Only by removing those unscrupulous blood-sucking termites can this city, which still has hope, develop better, and the residents here can see the future. Otherwise, Celia is very clear about the strong personality of her young boss. If he can't achieve his goal, he will really give up the layout in Ukraine. If the Westeros system withdraws completely, everything here will only fall into silence again like other places in Ukraine. Celia and her team and the special team from the Kiev authorities crossed the city and arrived directly at the Rivne city government building. After meeting with Ken Dixon, who arrived here in advance, things started quickly without waiting for everyone to have lunch. Yuri Myroslav, the governor of Rivne, who came to greet them, was relieved of his duties and placed under custody on the spot. Andrei Smirnov, the mayor of Rivne, who had already had contact with the Westeros system, took over the governorship. The Rivne police system, which was controlled by the family of UMFS President Klim Derivienko, launched an operation to arrest Myroslav's family and direct descendants according to the list drawn up in advance. In the evening, this swift earthquake in the officialdom of Rivne came to an end. When the citizens of Rivne, who heard the news but didn't know what was going on, watched TV in the evening, they finally saw the relevant news from the TV station that had been acquired by the Westeros system. Looking at the large amount of cash and property seized from the mansion of Governor Myroslav's family on the TV screen, covering the entire villa living room, the panic of ordinary residents quickly disappeared, and then turned into anger. After the director of the presidential office personally expressed the determination of the Kiev authorities to crack down on corruption and restore the economy, the residents' emotions were completely calmed down. The task Simon gave Celia was not to purge the officialdom of Rivne City, but to remove the biggest obstacle that might hinder the development of the Westeros system in this state. Kill the monkey to scare the chickens. Therefore, that night, when the TV station was reporting on the governor's resignation, Celia and Dixon personally held a party in a hotel in Rivne City. It was mainly to appease people's hearts. Facing the thundering means of the Westeros system, the government system of Rivne State, which was like a frightened bird, also settled down after Celia's personal statement. There was no need for any clear statement. Everyone had formed an idea in their hearts that the Westeros system had absolute green light power in this state and should not be provoked. Combined with some words when communicating with her boss, Celia also understood the other meaning of Simon's arrangement. The Westeros system needs this state to obtain absolute authority, but it will not protect other foreign investors. As long as the officialdom of Rivne State does not provoke the Westeros system, it doesn't matter what others want. Judging from the current signs, Rivne is expected to become the economic center of northwest Ukraine. Coupled with its proximity to other European countries, it will definitely attract more investors in the future. Then, those people will find that the investment environment here is not actually that good. Only the Westeros system can be unimpeded. Correspondingly, this state will become more dependent on the Westeros system. Removing the governor and some of his direct descendants did not end there. After cutting off the biggest hand that reached out to the Westeros system at the government level to kill the monkey and the chicken, there was also the cleansing of the Westeros system's own power in Rivne Oblast. January 11th, early morning. In a residential house with a separate courtyard in the west of Rivne City, this is the Besanoskov family who just moved to Rivne City at the end of last year. Eve Besanoskova accompanied the two girls back before Christmas last year. She originally wanted her parents to move here from Kiev. After receiving an advance salary, Eve claimed to her parents that it was a reward for her business trip. After discussing with her family, she purchased this property not far from the UMFS family community. The whole family moved here after Christmas. The main reason was that there were many job opportunities in Riven. After the new year, her father and brother successfully entered the factory under the old company. Eve, who was actually very thin-skinned, took the initiative to call Sergei Kermorov to thank him. When looking for a job, she did not think of relying on her relationship with a man, so she did not expect things to go so smoothly. Eve did not know that her other identity had been notified to Riven after it was confirmed. She herself became the head of the security service team of the villa in the south of the city. After returning, she was also equipped with an extra car and a mobile phone. These are not something that anyone can have in Riven. The 6 girls in the villa in the south of the city do not have their own cars and mobile phones. Because it was a weekday, the Besanoskov family got up very early. Eve had her own room in the villa in the south of the city, and there was another apartment nearby, but when she was not on duty, she still preferred to go home and live. Before 8 o'clock, the family sat at the dining table. After helping her younger sister Ludmila, who was called up in a daze, to serve a bowl of rice and considerately helping her to set the tableware, Eve quietly listened to her parents discussing her brother's marriage, feeling very satisfied. When her brother Vladimir was in Kiev, he had a very stable girlfriend, but because he had never worked, the girl's family had never agreed to their marriage. Now things have finally turned around, and the girl will move from Kiev to Riven in the near future, and the two plan to get married in March. Eve also secretly discussed with her father privately that some of the money she had could be used to buy a house for her brother, but was rejected. Her father believed that his son was lucky enough to find a job, and the rest should be his own business. After breakfast, the father and brother went out first and rode to the building materials factory in the suburbs. There was an imported black Mercedes-Benz car parked in the courtyard. The father and brother did not want Eve to send him, mainly because the father was afraid of dirtying the car. Alexander Besanoskov had to change his clothes and shoes before riding the car a few times. The younger sister did not have such concerns. After the father and brother left, Ludmila pulled her sister to drive her to school. Ludmila, 16, had dropped out of school 2 years ago. Eve also knew that her sister's academic performance was not good and she liked to play crazy. However, when they came to Riven, the whole family unanimously agreed to send her sister back to school. The members of the Besanoskov family are all tall. Although Ludmila, 16, is not as tall as her sister, she has reached 182 centimeters in height. She is just thin and has no heroic spirit like her sister, but her face is more beautiful. Because of her height, Ludmila is very resistant to going to school, because the girl who is very mature both physically and mentally does not want to stay in the classroom with those little brats. But she couldn't resist the unanimous decision of her parents, brothers and sisters. Ludmila wanted to be a model. A year ago, she was bewitched by an unreliable model agent and almost ran away from home to Poland. Fortunately, her father stopped her at the station. Since then, her family has been very strict with the girl. Looking at her sister who was sitting on the passenger seat, Eve said goodbye to her mother, who was a full-time housewife, and drove out of her yard. The school where her sister was studying was the UMFS Family School, invested and built by Simon. It officially opened on January 9th. It was only for the children of UMFS families and provided a full set of education from kindergarten to high school. People who are familiar with the inside story of this school know that the teaching force of this school can even be described as shocking. There are more than 100 teachers who have been collected from all over Ukraine and have the title of university professor. No matter which country or region, parents with a little vision will not ignore their children's education. Therefore, many government officials tried every means to send their children to this school. Although most of them are children of the direct lineage, the education style of this private school is not permissive at all, but very strict. In the future, all junior high school students and above are expected to undergo a month-long military training every year. No one will be treated preferentially because of their parents' positions. The school has also set up a strict assessment and scholarship system, which is based solely on academic performance and will not tolerate students who violate school discipline. The Mercedes-Benz car arrived near the campus in less than 10 minutes. Eve did not drive the car directly to the school gate. However, watching the passing students stare at the car, Ludmila still enjoyed it very much. She pretended to organize her school bag for a long time, and finally turned to Eve with a smile. "Sister, can you give me some money?" Eve looked at her sister with some pampering in her eyes, but did not take out her wallet. "What do you want? I will buy it for you," Ludmilla said immediately. "One of my classmates has a birthday today. Everyone will go to her house to attend a party tonight. I must buy a birthday present, right?" Eve is not a sociable person, but she really hopes that her sister can have her own circle of friends. Even though she thinks she may be lying, she hesitated and took out her wallet from her bag. Eve's bag is very ordinary, but the wallet is a gift from two girls, Ekaterina and Natalia, on the last trip. She accepted it without thinking too much. When Ludmilla saw her sister take out a Chanel wallet with a double C logo from her bag, her eyes lit up immediately. She stretched out her slender body wrapped in a down jacket and put her little hand on Eve's arm. "Sister, can you give me this wallet?" Eve was puzzled. Ludmilla saw her sister's expression and probably understood. Her eyes turned and she immediately took out her empty wallet from her school bag. "Sister, I'll exchange with you." Seeing her sister handing over the wallet, Eve didn't think much, just took out the documents and banknotes in her wallet, put them into the ordinary wallet handed over by her sister, and handed the pink Chanel to the other party. "And money." Ludmilla took the wallet, held it in her hand and touched it, then remembered something and quickly reached out again. Eve's wallet didn't have much money, just a few large Ukrainian hryvnia bills and about $100 in change. In hryvnia now, because the salaries of UFMS mercenaries are directly settled in US dollars, the US dollar is much more popular than the hryvnia. Everyone also dislikes the local currency that has been depreciating, so shopping in US dollars even has various discounts. Ludmilla was very sharp-eyed. She quickly collected all the US dollars in her sister's hand, but did not touch a single hryvnia. She pretended to be cute and was about to push the door to get out of the car, but was grabbed by Eve. Seeing her sister holding the wallet in front of her chest like a kitten protecting food, Eve certainly had no intention of fighting for it. She just took off the furry white fur hat on Ludmilla's head, replaced it with her own knitted hat, and whispered, "You are going to school, don't wear this kind of hat in the future. Also, don't spend money carelessly." Ludmilla nodded her head repeatedly, like a good baby, and waited for her sister to let her go, and quickly got out of the car. Finally, she waved to Eve and ran towards the school gate. Eve watched her sister enter the school gate and then started the car again. Just as she turned around and was about to go to the villa in the south of the city, her cell phone rang. She parked the car again, picked up the phone, and heard a few anxious words from the other end. Eve gave some instructions, quickly hung up the phone, and hurriedly drove away. Arriving at the villa in the south of the city, two groups of people were confronting each other at the gate of the villa. The female bodyguard on duty saw Eve's car coming and immediately came over and pointed at some men and women standing at the gate of the villa. "It's them, they want to take Annika and the other two away." As the two were talking, another black Mercedes-Benz of the same model as Eve's arrived. This time, Celia Miller got off the car. Chapter 765 Conflict. After socializing and appeasing the high-ranking government officials in Rivne province last night, Celia Miller arranged the cleansing operation to be launched the next day overnight, and did not go to bed until after 2 in the morning. She started working very early in the morning and was supposed to rush to the UFMS military base. When she heard that the staff sent here to pick up the 3 girls in the villa in the south of the city were blocked by the security team, and Simon himself was involved, Celia had to change her plan temporarily and rushed here, just in time to meet Eve Besanoskova, who had just arrived. Eve also knew the news that the governor was arrested yesterday, and she heard her father and brother discussing it during breakfast, but she didn't know the inside story. The security team of the villa in the south of Rivne received an order to ensure the personal safety of the 6 girls in the villa, and absolutely not allow anyone else to covet and touch them. Now someone suddenly appeared and wanted to take some of the girls away. The 2 female bodyguards on duty knew that the matter involved their jobs, and they could not let others take the girls away, so misunderstandings and conflicts were inevitable. Asking the men and women who came to pick up the people to step aside first, Celia walked towards Eve, who was suspicious and vigilant, and did not ask Emily, who was following her, to translate. She said directly in English, "This is the boss's decision. You can call the United States to verify it." Eve nodded and said in English, "Please wait, Ms. Miller." After saying this, Eve turned and walked into the villa. Seeing the 6 girls sitting on the sofa in the living room with panic expressions, she smiled at them comfortingly. Instead of calling in the living room, she went to the study next door and dialed the number of girl A. A few minutes later, Eve appeared at the door of the villa again, glanced at the staff waiting not far away, and turned to Celia and said, "You can't go in. I'll call out the ones you want to take away." Celia sensed something wrong in Eve's stiff tone, and did not argue, but just reported the names of the three girls. Anika Pavlenko, Marta Boyarskaya, Yulia Antonenko. The father of the three girls had been removed from the Westeros system, and the whole family was being held in their residence by the mercenaries sent by the UFMS. The three girls were only part of the 29 main targets that would be purged at one time today, and the other small fish and shrimp were not counted. Anika's father, Yuri Pavlenko, had previously been assigned to a subsidiary of Oldek as the accounting director. Simon had hoped to cultivate a financial confidant, but unfortunately the other party embezzled more than $120,000 of the subsidiary's funds in just a few months. This was definitely a huge sum of money for Ukraine, where the average monthly salary was less than $30 at this stage. Marta's father, Nikolai Boyarskov, was appointed by Simon to manage a glass factory. In less than half a year, Boyarskov had turned the glass factory into a mess, not only wasting the $500,000 that Simon had injected into the company to resume production, but also arranging all of Boyarskov's family's friends, relatives, and neighbors to work in the factory. Yulia's father, Viktor Antonenko, was one of the two political pawns arranged by Simon. He was elected to the state parliament as a member at the end of last year. However, he had completely turned to Yuri Myroslav at some point, and even joined forces with the governor's family to fleece the Westeros system. In addition to the three girls, Evgenia Kokoshko's family behind the scenes actually had some minor problems. Perhaps because they felt that they had leaned on the towering tree of the Westeros system, and because her father Vladimir Kokoshko entered the very popular Investment Promotion Bureau of Riven State as deputy director under Simon's arrangement after adjustments. The girls' two brothers have almost become the two overlords of Riven City in recent months. They not only set up their own small gangs to participate in smuggling, but also bullied men and women everywhere to cause trouble. The main reason why Simon did not remove the other party was that both Vladimir himself and his two sons stood firmly on the side of the Westeros system. In the past few months, Vladimir Kokoshko has been very diligent in assisting the Westeros system capital to take root in Rovna Oblast, and he has never taken advantage of it. Although Kokoshko's two sons are not good at anything, they only do their own small business and have never asked the Westeros system for money. In private, they also actively safeguard the interests of the Westeros system in Rovna Oblast. Last November, a reporter from the French Le Monde quietly came to Rovna Oblast for an unannounced visit, wanting to dig out some information about UFMS. It was the small gang of Kokoshko's two sons who first discovered it. The reporter was severely beaten and returned home in defeat. Simon does not have moral cleanliness, and he is somewhat happy to see this. Of course, he will not let Kokoshko's two sons go further and further on the road of gangsters. They can obviously step onto the stage, but they have to go into the sewer. This is very unfashionable, and it is likely to affect Vladimir's path to promotion in the future. Simon did not arrange for Kokoshko to run for state legislator as originally planned, mainly to place a pawn of his own in a key government department of Rivne Oblast, but he will definitely sprint to the core of Kiev in the future. If his two sons' stains are caught by competitors, it will not be worth the loss. Ken Dixon will have a deep talk with the other party on behalf of Simon this time. There are two choices: either join the army, retire and join UFMS after 2 years, or do business properly. In short, don't do those low-class activities again. Eve heard the names of the three girls, nodded, turned back to the villa, and walked out of the door with the three girls who were like frightened kittens a moment later. Celia took the initiative to ease her expression and went forward to greet the three girls to get in the car. Suddenly, Yulia Antonenko broke away from Eve, who was holding her little hand, screamed "I don't want to leave," and turned around and ran back to the villa crying. The 6 girls are very young, but not stupid. From yesterday to now, many things that happened in this city have not been blocked from them, so they naturally know about it. Compared with Marta and Anika, Yulia knew more about her father's support for the governor. Since the Miloskov family fell rapidly yesterday, the girl had a vague premonition of something. She secretly called home last night. Antonenko, who was also uneasy, still had some expectations for his daughter's relationship with Simon Westeros. Moreover, he was not arrested immediately yesterday, so he thought he was fine. Antonenko didn't know that it was the Miloskov family and their direct descendants who were arrested yesterday. They were outsiders. Today, it was to clean up the house. The other two girls didn't have the courage to escape like Yulia. Seeing this, they couldn't help but lean on Eve together, like two frightened fledglings. Because she had a sister who was doted on by the whole family, Eve was usually taciturn, but she treated the girls like her own sisters. At this time, she held the two girls on the left and right, thought about it, and asked Celia, "What are you going to do?" Celia knew what Eve meant, and replied, "Just send them home, Eve, they don't belong here anymore, that's all, nothing else will happen." How could there be nothing else? Leaving here is probably like the princess turning back into Cinderella. But, after hesitating for a moment, Eve let go of the hands of the two girls. Celia did not embarrass her. She stepped forward to hold the two girls who were a little dazed and comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm just sending you home." After saying that, she handed the two girls to Emily. Celia looked at Eve again, obviously asking her to bring out Yulia who had just escaped. Eve glanced at the two girls who were taken into the car, nodded silently, and turned back to the villa. The remaining three girls were still in the living room, their expressions became more and more uneasy. Eve whispered a few words of comfort, asked again, went upstairs to Yulia's door, and could only hear faint sobbing in the room. After persuading for a long time without any effect, Eve felt a little soft-hearted. After hesitating again and again, she called Girl A again. She felt that no matter what happened, the girls should be innocent. Unexpectedly, after listening to her, the tone of the Girl A on the other end of the phone immediately turned cold, scolding her for not being able to do such a small thing, and bluntly said that if she felt that others were innocent, she should sacrifice herself, and she could pack up and go home immediately. I experienced the inhumanity of Girl A in Toronto. I wanted to talk to Simon, but was scolded again. He asked her if she knew what time it was in Los Angeles. If she couldn't do a small thing well, she might as well get out. After scolding, she hung up directly. Eve didn't dare to call again. She sympathized with the three girls who were going to be kicked out today. However, her own life had just turned back to normal. Thinking about her parents and siblings, she couldn't sacrifice for others after all. Yulia insisted on locking herself in the room and not opening the door. In the end, Eve had to break in with another female bodyguard. The girl cried and was taken away in the car. Back at the villa, Eve felt very guilty for being an accomplice, and everything had to continue. The 6 girls were assigned various courses, including culture, art, and dance. They also had classes today, and they were to be sent to a small class specially opened nearby. Eve had been protecting them all day. The girls, who were originally impatient with these courses, were surprisingly well behaved and serious today, without the usual absent-minded laughter. Finally, a day passed. She did not go home to stay at night, but planned to stay here. Even though she realized that the 3 girls who stayed here were fine, she still felt that it was better to keep them by her side. Things did not go as planned. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Eve was having dinner with the remaining 3 girls, and suddenly received a call and had to leave the villa in the south of the city in a hurry. My sister was detained by the police. She drove to a dance hall in the north of the city, which was surrounded by police cars. Under the sparse street lights around, the streets were crowded with people watching the excitement, and some were waiting to be taken away. When they saw her arrive in a rare Mercedes-Benz sedan in the city, the crowd dispersed. Emily was already waiting for her. Eve had a lot of doubts about what happened in the past day, but she just wanted to pick up her sister at this moment. When she saw Emily calling her, she asked hurriedly, "Is her name Ludmilla?" Emily confirmed. Seeing Eve nodding repeatedly, she turned and walked into the dance hall, saying, "Come with me." Entering the dance hall, a warm feeling came with the smell of various smoky smells. Eve frowned. During the day, her sister said that she was going to attend a classmate's birthday party tonight. Why did she choose this kind of venue? It seems that she will have to tell her parents to keep an eye on this girl in the future. Although she doesn't pay much attention to it on weekdays, Eve also knows that the dance hall is probably one of the most chaotic places in the city. There were shadows in the brightly lit dance hall. Some people squatted on the ground. Some uniformed police were checking the crowd. Occasionally, a few quarrels broke out, but they were quickly suppressed. Eve tried not to look at those people, but just followed Emily to an office. Celia was also here, and there were several others who were checking banknotes and documents around the desk. After just saying hello to Celia, Eve looked at her sister who was originally sitting on the sofa in a corner of the office. Ludmilla jumped up from the sofa when she saw her sister appear, and rushed over directly, whimpering in her mouth, looking scared. Seeing this, Celia just smiled at the two sisters. Before Eve arrived, a certain girl was not like this, and she was curious and tried to get close to her. After hugging her sister to comfort her, and checking up and down to make sure that she was fine, Eve held Ludmilla's little hand tightly and turned to look at Celia. "Can we leave?" Celia nodded. "Things here are basically over. So, let Emily go back with you. She will stay at the villa in the south of the city tonight. You two are very familiar with each other. If you have any questions, you can ask her directly." Celia also knew Eve's other identity, but she didn't know how favored she was. However, Celia, who has always been cautious, felt that some things were better explained clearly. Although she saw that Eve's character was a bit simple and weak, even a bit stupid, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Men prefer silly girls after all. Eve nodded and said nothing else. She pulled her sister, whose eyes were rolling around, out. Emily checked with Celia and followed. The three of them left the dance hall and drove on the road. Emily, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took the initiative to ask, "Do you know who opened this dance hall?" Eve looked at the road ahead and shook her head. "Yuri Pavlenko, Anika's father. The boss assigned him a very important financial position. Not only did he not fulfill his duties, he also illegally misappropriated a large amount of company funds to start his own business. This dance hall is one of them." Emily revealed the answer, and then said, "Maybe you feel sorry for the three girls who were taken away this morning, but do you know that in the dance hall just now, dozens of girls have been forced to do certain things in recent months?" Eve was stunned and subconsciously looked up at the rearview mirror. Emily didn't say it, and Eve wouldn't be so stupid as to not understand what those dozens of girls were forced to do. In this city, or this entire country, many people have no choice but to give up too many bottom lines in order to survive. Ludmilla, who had been listening to Eve and Emily's conversation, saw her sister looking at her in the rearview mirror, and immediately shrank her head, looking innocent. "Sister, I don't know anything." Seeing this, Emily helped explain, "Mira just came here to play, but I advise you not to let her appear in such occasions in the future. It's very chaotic, and no one can predict what will happen." Chapter 766, Unexpected Fish in the Pond. After roughly understanding what happened, Eve did not continue the topic and planned to send her sister home first. She would have a good talk with her father sometime. Although she was not good at socializing and her personality was simple and weak, Eve was not stupid. If she let her little sister go on making trouble, she would inevitably go astray. She could not control it, but her father could. Ludmilla, who was sitting in the back seat, saw that Eve and Emily stopped talking about certain topics and shifted their attention. Then she realized the direction her sister was driving. She smelled of cigarettes and alcohol. Thinking of her father who was old-fashioned and strict, she couldn't help but tremble. She reached out to touch Eve's shoulder in the front seat. "Sister, I don't want to go back. Can I stay at your place tonight?" Eve drove the car very seriously and shook her head. "No." Ludmilla's tone suddenly became more pitiful. She grabbed Eve's shoulder and shook it gently. "Sister, I was wrong. If I go back like this, my father will beat me to death. Do you want to see me beaten to death? The youngest is always the most favored one in many families. Ludmilla is also the same in the Besanoskov family. However, because she was so favored, Ludmilla was worried since she was a child. Alexander Besanoskov was also not a very eloquent person. The way he educated his children was simple and rough, beating. When the eldest son was disobedient, Alexander would beat him with a belt. Later, when the two daughters were disobedient, the belt was definitely not suitable, so the family always had a cane. In recent years, it has basically fallen on Ludmilla. Just like last time, Ludmilla wanted to run away to Poland to be a model with an unreliable agent, and was beaten by Alexander after being chased back. In order to reduce the beatings, Ludmilla also unconsciously formed her own fickle little shrewdness. She is a good girl in front of her family, and she will not cause serious troubles to be called to the parents on weekdays, but she is definitely not a good girl. It's not that Eve has never been beaten since she was a child. She knows that it really hurts. Seeing her sister's pitiful tone, she can't help but soften her heart and said, "You have to promise me that you will never go to those places again in the future." Seeing her sister's tone loosen, Ludmilla immediately said, "I promise, sister, I promise." Eve thought about it and said, "Then you can stay at my place tonight." Ludmilla was stunned and reacted. She had been to Eve's apartment near the villa in the south of the city. It was a house that the Westeros system had allocated to her after she returned from an overseas trip. It was much more luxurious than the old courtyard that the Besanoskov family had purchased for only $8,000. However, Ludmilla actually wanted to go to the villa in the south of the city to take a look. So she acted like a spoiled child again. "Sister, can I go there? I promise not to make trouble." Eve shook her head. "No." Before getting this job, even all other staff members had to memorize a series of thick professional standards in advance. One of them clearly stated that they were not allowed to bring anyone into their workplace without permission. If they violated it once, they would be fired. This was to prevent irrelevant people from entering Simon's property to make small moves. After training and brainwashing, the staff who could become the maids and guards of the Way family were quite loyal. However, even their families were not necessarily loyal at all. Simon had seen similar cases more than once. In this world, many times, the most ruthless people who pit a person are their family members. Seeing that her sister had no room for negotiation, Ludmilla looked at Emily with some expectation. After that night in August in the city, Emily enjoyed the same treatment as Eve, so she could live in Simon's property, but she would not be stupid enough to deliberately violate those obvious prohibitions, not to mention that it was someone who had nothing to do with her. Seeing Ludmilla looking at her, she just smiled and shook her head. Ludmilla begged in vain, so she had to give up reluctantly. The car soon arrived at the first destination, which was a 5-story apartment less than 300 meters away from Chengnan Villa. Since it was close to Chengnan Villa, the conditions in all aspects were excellent. The house was a bit old, but the exterior did not look shabby at all. The marble-style exterior was also similar to the quaint small buildings commonly seen in some large cities in Western Europe. This was also a property under Simon's name, mainly for the Way family's female guards to live in. Eve originally shared a 2-bedroom apartment with another Way family female guard. After returning from outside last time, she changed to a duplex apartment on the top floor of the apartment, which inevitably caused some jealousy and gossip. After placing her sister in her own apartment and staying here for some time, Eve took Emily back to the nearby Chengnan Villa. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The remaining 3 girls had not gone to bed yet, and they seemed to feel relieved when they saw Eve coming back. After sending the 3 girls to rest early, Eve dutifully checked the villa inside and outside, and returned to the villa to find Emily drinking coffee and reading some documents in a living room on the first floor. Emily motioned Eve to sit down, poured her a cup of coffee, and then said, "If you have any questions, you can ask me, but I can't guarantee that I will answer them." Some of the information Emily revealed in the car on the way back had already made Eve understand the cause of the incident, but she still asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Emily nodded, took a sip of her coffee, and said, "It's very simple to say. The boss has made a lot of investments in Ukraine and promoted many people, hoping to develop here. However, some people have failed the boss's expectations. Not only are they not loyal to their work, but they also suck blood from the boss. Do you think such people should be tolerated?" Eve shook her head and asked, "Anika and the other 3?" She wanted to know how Simon would deal with the 3 girls who were driven out of the villa. They have been together for a long time, and they have some feelings after all. Emily said, "Last time we accompanied Ekaterina and Natalie on a trip, it was actually the boss warning some people. Nana and Natalie's families were very responsible, and this was a reward. Unfortunately, no one understood the boss's thoughts and continued to do their own thing. The boss could only clean them up. As for the 3 girls, they will return to their original lives with their families, but everything the boss gave them will be taken back." Eve was silent for a while. She could probably understand what it would be like to return to the original life. In Ukraine now, the life of ordinary people is not far from hell. Seeing her expression, Emily added, "This is actually good. The boss did not impose additional punishment on the 3 girls and their families. This time, many people will be sent to prison." Eve nodded, and suddenly thought of something. Is it a foul for her father and brother to work in the factory of the Westeros system? Seeing Eve's eyes flickering, Emily keenly guessed her thoughts and smiled. "Are you thinking about yourself?" Eve avoided Emily's gaze guiltily, but couldn't help waiting for an answer. Emily didn't keep the secret and said, "In fact, the boss is a very generous person. Rather than leaving the resources to outsiders, it is definitely better for his own people to enjoy them. However, the premise is that these people must know what they should and should not do. Just like Nana and her family, the resources were all given by the boss, and he gave a lot. Then, Some people are conscientious and at least know who gave them everything and which side to lean on. Some people don't know how to be grateful. They seem to think that all this is taken for granted, and they don't know how to restrain themselves and ask for more. In this regard, the boss will only leave them with nothing. Eve was relieved when she heard this. Her father has always been a very honest person. As a veteran engineer at the Anisin Arsenal in Kiev, he could have sought a better job, but this time he just found a job that required physical labor with his son in a building materials factory. In fact, he didn't want his daughter to owe them any favors. In Ukraine today, many government departments have been unable to pay wages for a long time. It is indeed a blessing to have a job with a stable income. After getting answers to the questions she was most concerned about, Eve wisely stopped asking questions. She glanced at Emily, who was looking through the documents, and found a topic that she thought was irrelevant. "What are you looking at?" Emily showed her a document full of English and said, "Some investment project information here." After thinking about it, Emily said, "Are you interested in opening a special breeding farm?" Eve was puzzled. She was not puzzled about the breeding farm, but the word special. Emily took another sip of coffee and patiently explained, "This is not an ordinary chicken and cattle breeding farm, but a farm that specializes in raising minks and foxes for fur. You know, the world's demand for these materials is very large every year. If they are done well, it is very profitable, at least 100 times better than working in a factory." Eve remembered her sister's rabbit fur hat that was still in her car. It was a birthday gift she bought for her sister with a subsidy from the state when she participated in the Olympics. It was very expensive and her sister always treated it as a treasure. As for clothing, shoes and hats made of mink and fox fur, they are also very popular in Eastern Europe. Eve has also seen them, but in the past, the price made ordinary people like them daunted. Therefore, when Emily said that opening a special breeding farm is very profitable, Eve did not doubt it. However, Eve also knew that many things are never as simple as they seem. If it were really easy, those furs would not be so expensive. Seeing Eve's hesitation, Emily smiled and said, "The Westeros system has invested in several pilot farms in the north of the city, mainly for breeding. It will probably take until spring to expand the scale. If you think about it carefully, it will not be too easy. At least it will be very tiring on weekdays, and you have to take risks." Then she searched in a pile of information beside her, took out a piece of information and said, I think this should be quite suitable for your family, a military theme park." Eve looked at Emily, but there was a little vigilance in her eyes. Emily noticed Eve's look and smiled. "Ms. Miller is the person in charge of Ukrainian affairs, and I am her first assistant, so I have read all your files." Eve's look softened, and she couldn't help but look at the information in Emily's hand. Emily did not hand Eve the plan full of English, but explained, "This is a project personally drafted by the boss. After Ukraine's large-scale disarmament, a large number of weapons and equipment were left idle. Due to the lack of sufficient funds for maintenance, many tanks and armored vehicles can only eat dust in abandoned military bases. The boss thinks that this part of the assets can be revitalized and plans to open a large military theme park in Rivne Oblast. The project has been approved by the Kiev authorities, and 20 square kilometers of land have been enclosed in the northern part of Rivne Oblast. Construction will start after the new year. In the early days of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited a total force of more than 700,000 from the Soviet Union. Because of the economic collapse, the Ukrainian government was unable to support the huge military expenditure. After a large-scale disarmament in recent years, the total force in Ukraine has been reduced to only about 200,000, and 500,000 soldiers have retired. During this period, a large number of weapons and equipment that could support 700,000 soldiers were left idle. Even if Ukraine exported weapons and equipment crazily, it was impossible to consume all the stocks. Moreover, many old Soviet-made weapons were not worthy of the money, and those who liked them had no money to buy them. They could only be sealed in some military bases and left to rust. The Westeros system built a bridge for the export of old Ukrainian weapons to Africa, but Simon was very restrained about this. After all, arms dealers are not a very glorious profession. I accidentally remembered the news that the Russian army secretly opened all military equipment to tourists to play with real guns and live ammunition in order to generate income and made a lot of extra money. I think if this matter is formalized, it should be very promising, so I proposed the idea of a military theme park. Eve listened carefully, hesitated, and asked, "This park, will anyone come to play?" In Ukraine now, everyone can't even afford to eat. Who would be interested in these? Emily smiled and said, this theme park is not aimed at Ukraine, but is intended to make money from tourists from Western Europe and North America. Think about it, this is not a military museum that can only be visited, but an immersive military experience. Visitors can personally operate dozens of guns, artillery, tanks, helicopters and even fighter jets. For ordinary people whose lives lack ups and downs all day long, it is very attractive. Eve thought about it, and her heart was moved. She asked uncertainly, did you just say that our family can do this? Emily shook her head, if it is the special breeding just now, with your current salary, you can help your family open one. The Westeros system will provide seedlings and technical support and be responsible for recycling. Forget about the military theme park. This is a joint venture project between the Westeros system and the Ukrainian government. I remember, your brother was a soldier. Eve nodded and added, my father was originally an engineer at the Annisern Arsenal. Emily said, this is more suitable than your brother. When the military theme park team is established next year, they can try to apply for the job. Eve, I can tell you clearly that because of you, as long as they are suitable, they are likely to be managers. However, there is one thing, you have seen the fate of Annika and others with your own eyes. If your father and brother do something they shouldn't do in the future, you will also be unlucky. Eve nodded, she thought it was natural. After this day, life in the lakeside villa in the south of Redden City returned to peace, and many things continued. Celia Miller and Ken Dixon have been here for a week. Pulling out the nail of Governor Ronov, and cleaning up the Westeros system in Ukraine, Celia and Dixon also adjusted many layouts here while communicating with the United States. In just 1 week, in addition to some core people who were targeted by the Westeros system, hundreds of people in the city lost their jobs. The United States. Simon was paying attention to the Ukrainian affairs while dealing with various complicated affairs of the Westeros system at the beginning of the year. On January 17, when he was about to leave for Park City to attend the opening of this year's Sundance Film Festival, he unexpectedly received a piece of news about the Levison Group. Francis Levison was suddenly arrested by the IRS for tax evasion, which confused Simon. Simon did not arrange for the tax system to conduct a tax audit on the Levison Group. His purpose was to acquire the company, not to destroy it. After a careful investigation, he realized that the Levison Group had unknowingly become a fish in the pond that was affected. Chapter 767 Interview. People in other countries often think highly of the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, of the United States because of hearsay. They think that the IRS is so powerful and should not be provoked. In fact, the rich people with a little bit of assets in the United States are trying every means to avoid taxes, and the boundary between tax avoidance and tax evasion is also very vague. Moreover, even if tax evasion is discovered, it is usually just a matter of paying back the tax, and few people go to jail for it. Imagine if the IRS is really so omnipresent and powerful, how could it leave so many loopholes for the rich to exploit, and even have a negative tax rate like Amazon? However, in another situation, the IRS is indeed very powerful. That is when it is used as a tool of power. This is actually true worldwide. The most familiar thing in Simon's memory is that the industrial and commercial tax, fire protection and sanitation can easily make your company go bankrupt. In the United States, the most talked about case of the gangster Al Capone, who could not escape the sanctions of the IRS, is actually misunderstood by many people. The root of this matter is not that Al Capone evaded taxes, but that the US government wanted to deal with this overly arrogant gangster leader. The IRS was just a tool of power in this process. Since all kinds of tax evasion and tax avoidance in the United States are so common, the use of the IRS is often very effective in the process of power struggle among the upper echelons. Because one check is accurate. Why did a certain golden-haired real estate developer insist on not publishing his tax records before and after being elected president? Just because of tax avoidance? Amazon has even made its negative tax rate public. If the means of tax avoidance are legitimate, what's the harm of making it public? Anyway, the public's requirements for its moral standards have really been reduced to the minimum. The key to the matter is still not to check it. Once it is publicly exposed, the media and political opponents who flock to it will definitely take up a microscope to carefully check it bit by bit, and the smallest flaw will be magnified 1,000 times, not to mention that the original flaw is too obvious. Now, the Levison Group that Simon plans to acquire has also encountered a similar situation. The Westeros system has already controlled the industry of a certain golden-haired real estate developer, but Simon does not intend to support the other party too much, just slowly dangle it. However, Simon is very optimistic about the prospects of the real estate industry, which requires other real estate companies as expansion tools. The Levison Group is a good target. If this company is taken over, the Westeros system will have a complete set of real estate development and operation teams, and can also obtain a large number of high-quality real estate projects. At the same time, with this company, it can further expand to North America and overseas. Therefore, after the Levison Group rejected its shareholding conditions, Simon only put pressure on its huge debts, intending to force the Levison family to surrender. The IRS got involved without warning, which was completely the rhythm of wanting to bankrupt the Levison Group. The traces of behind-the-scenes manipulation of this matter are also very obvious. Francis Levison was arrested for tax evasion of less than $2 million in a transaction 3 years ago. $2 million is simply a drizzle for a super-rich man whose family assets have reached the level of $1 billion. Under normal circumstances, the IRS will never make such a big fuss, and often only asks the rich to pay back taxes, with a fine at most. Now, not only was Francis Levison arrested, but the IRS also froze the bank account of the Levison Group on this ground, and planned to further conduct a detailed review of the corporate accounts of the Levison Group within 5 years. The situation of the Levison Group was not good to begin with. The IRS's actions would only make the creditors more anxious to recover the money, and they wanted to bankrupt and liquidate this old real estate company. The contact between the Westeros system and the Levison Group some time ago was well known. Suddenly, this kind of thing happened, and everyone would subconsciously think that it was Simon who was behind it. If the deal failed and the other company was forced into a desperate situation, if this reputation spread, it would be very unfavorable for the Westeros system. What's more, this matter had nothing to do with Simon at all, and he didn't like to take the blame for others. Using the strong network of contacts that the Westeros system had built in the federal government, Simon quickly found out the truth of the matter. It was very simple. This matter once again pointed to the Republican forces entrenched in the South, or, to be precise, the Bush family. Simon also easily figured out the whole story. Florida is often an important swing state that affects the outcome of every presidential election. Simon can see this. As a political family, the Bush family certainly knows this better. As early as 1986, before George H.W. Bush ran for president, Jeb Bush, the second son of the Bush family, gave up business and entered politics. He began to serve as an important commerce secretary in Florida and tried to run for governor last year. All of this is to try to gain the initiative to sprint to the White House in this famous political swing state. In the past few years, because Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush to enter the White House and noticed the growing political influence of the Westeros system, the Bush family has made several small moves in succession, and the two sides can be said to be back and forth. If possible, Simon actually doesn't want to get involved in politics at all, but this incident once again echoes the common saying in martial arts novels. People in the rivers and lakes are helpless. 3 famous Wall Street snipers in the 1980s, Ron Perlman, Carl Icahn and Michael Milken. Why did Milken end up in jail, while Ron Perlman and Carl Icahn, who were equally notorious, were at large? There were many signs of violations that could be traced, but in the end, nothing was done. Although there are many reasons, one of the key points is that Ron Perlman and Carl Icahn are both active political activists, big money sponsors behind many politicians, and actively participate in various election activities. Clinton and Lewinsky's sex scandal is well known, but few people notice an inconspicuous detail. Monica Lewinsky was actually recommended by Ron Perlman to work as an intern in the White House. Although the result was not good, Clinton and Perlman were very good friends in private. Carl Icahn and Ron Perlman both have strong connections in Washington, while Michael Milken is far away from the political center of the United States. In order to live comfortably, this legendary financier who brought the junk bond market to its peak even moved the bond department of Drexel Burnham Lambert Securities, which he was in charge of, to Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States. He never had much interest in politics. Therefore, in the storm of investigations into a group of financial giants on Wall Street in the late 1980s, Ron Perlman and Carl Icahn easily escaped, but Michael Milken was really skinned. Lessons from the past. If Simon was just a Hollywood filmmaker like Spielberg, then he would definitely do whatever he wanted. However, With the current size of the Westeros system, if it does not try its best to foster its own political power, it will only become a fat sheep that is constantly cut by others. A child holding gold in a busy city is bound to be coveted. The Westeros system, which has developed to such a large scale in just 8 years, is actually the most typical child holding gold in a busy city. However, if the child is accompanied by several strong bodyguards, who are also carrying weapons and knives that people fear, and the child himself even has 1 or 2 grenades that will kill him if he dares to rob, it is basically enough to make most passers-by turn their eyes away from the gold. A weak country and weak people are the best soil for the survival of powerful oligarchs. Simon is a person who firmly believes that human nature is evil. During this period, reading a Chinese book has made him jump out of many of his previous misconceptions. The way to be superior and to be subordinate is not to give others the best and get the corresponding rewards. Therefore, Simon decided to have a good talk with the Bush family in person. The 71-year-old Bush, who is basically in retirement, was really surprised to receive Simon's secret invitation. Since the 1992 election, the two sides have actually stood on opposite sides of each other. In recent years, because of the defeat in the 1992 election and to pave the way for the future of his 2 sons, Bush has privately operated a lot of small actions. Simon, who is becoming more and more powerful and wealthy, has also become the focus of the Bush family. I thought there would be no chance for the 2 sides to meet, but I didn't expect that the young man would personally send an invitation. Think about it carefully. Is this a plan to completely turn around? Therefore, the day after receiving the invitation, Bush Sr. secretly flew to Aspen, a ski resort in Colorado in the central United States, as invited by the other party. As a former federal president, Bush Sr. is still protected by the Secret Service. These people are actually spies to some extent. Therefore, in order to keep the secret of this trip, they even went through a lot of trouble. It is not easy for a 71-year-old man to rush from a warm southern state like Texas to Aspen in the central part of the country, which is the coldest time of the year. Simon Westeros probably wanted to see their sincerity, and Bush Sr. took it for granted. The other party is now qualified to show off this kind of pretense. This is Friday, January 20th. Colorado, where Aspen is located, is adjacent to Utah, where Park City is located. The distance between the 2 ski resorts is about 400 kilometers. Simon attended the opening ceremony of the Sundance Film Festival yesterday. On the surface, he still stayed in the holiday villa surrounded by ice and snow in Park City. In fact, he quietly set off from Park City early this morning, bringing only a few confidants. Because it happened that some areas on the way were snowing, the traffic was very slow. 2 ordinary cars of different models did not arrive at the destination until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, they did not even stop for lunch. The meeting place was a very ordinary mountain holiday cabin. Simon was accompanied by only Neil Bennett, and the other bodyguards were left in the city. Bush also had only 2 people. Compared with Simon's dusty and tired, Bush, who arrived by private plane, was much more comfortable. Simon could actually take a private plane, but he did not want to leave any flight records that could be traced. Bush had sent various invitations to Simon, a young man who is rapidly becoming famous, during his administration, but he was always rejected by Simon. This was the first time they met, but they both acted very familiar. After saying hello, the 2 entered the holiday cabin, and the other 2 followers took the initiative to guard outside the door. Sitting down by the burning fireplace, Bush prepared a bottle of tequila that was said to be quite old, poured a glass for Simon himself, and then they chatted again. The veteran politician obviously wanted to get to know Simon better through face-to-face conversation, and Simon handled it with ease. Finally, after discussing Simon's layout in Ukraine, Bush finally took the initiative to ask, "Simon, what's the matter with you inviting me here this time?" Simon took a sip of pure Mexican tequila, looked at Bush, and said bluntly without beating around the bush, "George, I just hope to talk to you face-to-face to avoid unnecessary conflicts between us in the future." Bush narrowed his eyes slightly, but said, "We have never had any conflicts." Simon smiled and still looked directly at him. "George, there are some things that everyone knows, don't they? In fact, in last year's midterm elections, I revealed my intentions to Washington. I don't like to participate too much in political affairs. All I do is to protect myself and ensure that my personal interests will not be violated." Bush hesitated slightly and said meaningfully, "Then what about Florida?" Simon was still direct. This is my counterattack against the Kevin Morehouse incident in Pennsylvania. George, although the political strategy of the Westeros system is to protect itself, I am not the kind of person who does not fight back after being provoked. In order to avoid the punches from getting heavier in the future, I invited you to this meeting. Bush stared at Simon, and after a moment's consideration, he finally said, Simon, I need to see your sincerity. Simon said, I can have my people completely withdraw from the layout of Florida. Is this considered sincerity? Bush did not expect Simon to be so easy to talk to, and even suspected that this guy was cheating. The tax investigation of the Levison Group was indeed arranged by him personally, but he did not think that this move alone would make Simon Westeros compromise on his own initiative. This was unreasonable. Simon felt Bush's obviously suspicious look and said, I just said that the political strategy of the Westeros system is based on self-preservation. I don't have too much ambition in Washington. So, this is my sincerity. In exchange, I don't want to see any targeted actions against the Westeros system from the Southern Republican forces. Oh, and about the farce of the Levison Group, I hope it will be over next week. Bush immediately said, didn't you say you wanted to give up Florida? I gave up my political layout in Florida, but the Levison Group is a business. The Westeros system will increase its investment in the real estate industry in the next stage. The Levison Group is a very good platform. Bush fell silent, picked up the tequila and put it to his lips. After a while, he said, it's unlikely to happen next week. Simon, you have to know that once something starts, it is not so easy to stop. The IRS still has to save face for at least half a month. Then let Levison out first. That's no problem. Bush nodded, looked at Simon again, and suddenly asked, do you think Clinton can be re-elected? Of course. So, what about 2000? Simon smiled and said, I just said that I increased my layout in Congress in order to try not to interfere in the competition for the sensitive position. The 2000 election is your own business. Simon, I think you can stand on our side. You can see that the Democratic Party is a mess, and the Republican Party's governing philosophy is more suitable for the development of the Westeros system. You are right, George, but people always have to insist on something. Simon shook his head and said, also, although I will mainly support the Democratic Party, I will not give up my friendship with the Republican Party. This may be a bit tactful, but in my position, you know, I have to do this. Bush Sr. certainly knew it. The current Westeros system is really too huge. After the stock price rise at the beginning of the year, the total value of the stocks of Cisco, AOL, Deaneries Entertainment and Microsoft, the four companies that the Westeros system holds, has exceeded $300 billion. Many media predict that Simon's personal net worth has reached $500 billion, $500 billion, which is already 7% of the US GDP of $7.2 trillion in 1994, far exceeding the 1.5% of the federal GDP at the peak of the Rockefeller family's wealth. Standing in such a position, it is impossible to maintain a pure position. The reconciliation tendency was neatly finalized, but it was only the beginning. Both parties will have to see whether the other party will implement it. However, the result of this meeting has been achieved. The two did not rush to leave afterwards, and continued to chat for more than an hour. In the end, they felt a sense of mutual respect, and the host and the guest were happy. Bush will continue to stay in Aspen tonight. After completing this meeting, Simon did not plan to stay overnight in Aspen. He left in the evening and did not return to Park City until after 9 o'clock in the evening. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 768 delivered to your door. A mountaintop villa in the south of Park City. After a day of serving, Simon took a shower and changed his clothes. Girl A followed her boss downstairs to the restaurant, saying, Bryce Levison arrived in Los Angeles at noon today, hoping to meet you. She heard that you were in Park City and followed you. I arranged for her to stay at the resort in the west of the city. Simon was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Levison family to collapse so quickly, and even Francis Levison's wife Bryce Levison came to beg for mercy. Is this considered an active offer? According to convention, Francis Levison would be granted bail soon after being arrested for tax evasion. After all, this is not a serious criminal offense. As a result, The local court in Florida obviously delayed the research for 3 days, and finally issued a huge bail of up to $10 million based on Levison's crimes, his personal assets and the risk of absconding. The total assets of the Levison family reached $1 billion, and when broken down to Francis Levison, it was actually less than $200 million. The wealth of the rich is never equal to cash. The federal media now estimates that Simon's personal wealth has reached $500 billion, but it is not easy for him to come up with $25 billion in cash. Francis Levison, whose family business has been on the verge of bankruptcy in recent years, is even more difficult to come up with $10 million in a short period of time. In fact, real estate can be used as collateral. This is a method that many rich people often choose when encountering similar incidents. I don't know why the other party did not do so. Therefore, Francis Levison will probably have to stay in prison before the matter is resolved. Thinking about this, Simon went to the restaurant downstairs, waited for Zoe and Isabel to serve dinner and leave, and then continued to ask Gurley, who was standing by the side, "I remember that Francis Levison has an uncle who is the vice chairman of the group. It seems to be called Brody Levison. He is also a very capable person. Why didn't he contact me in person?" Allison served a bowl of sweet soup to her boss, but did not sit down next to her. She continued to stand there and said, "It may be a family dispute." Simon immediately understood. Even he knew that Brody Levison was quite capable. This time, Francis Levison had brought trouble to the company. If it was his uncle who saved the family business, he would probably have to step down after the incident. Thinking about Bryce Levison's dignified and charming temperament, Francis Levison was really willing to do so. Simon didn't think that the other party had no other intentions in sending his wife here under the current circumstances. After a little consideration, Simon said, "Let's arrange for her to come and have breakfast together tomorrow morning." Allison nodded, "Okay." Simon used a knife and fork to split the ribs on the plate in front of him, and thought of something, and said, "Grace should also come to Park City, right?" Grace was naturally Grace Spelt. This Man from Earth, in which Triscoff participated, will premiere tomorrow. As the other party's agent, Grace's reason for accompanying her is very legitimate. The woman specifically talked to Simon on the phone a few days ago. Gurley hummed softly. Simon didn't think much about it and ordered, "Tell Neil to send someone to pick her up." Allison didn't move this time. Simon waited for a moment, turned his head and looked. Gurley lowered her eyes, as if she didn't hear what he just said. After laughing, Simon patted his legs and said, "Okay, forget it tonight. Come, have dinner with me, and I'll deal with you later. You dare to disobey me." The next day was Saturday, January 21st. According to convention, the finale films of many film festivals are often screened later, but the premiere of This Man from Earth was held on the first weekend of the film festival. The main reason is that the organizers of Sundance wanted to use the strong appeal of Simon's new film, which was written by himself, to stimulate the popularity of the film festival. After the premiere this morning, 3 more screenings will be arranged in the following days until the end of the film festival next weekend. The effect is very obvious. Park City's popularity has obviously increased this year because of this movie. A large number of fans came from all directions to see Simon's new film in advance. The tickets for the premiere at the Egyptian Theatre at 10 a.m. on Saturday were booked out early. There was also speculation. Privately, a ticket has even been sold for more than $1,000. A mountain resort west of Park City. In the exquisitely shaped wooden holiday apartment, Grace woke up at dawn, got up from the bed in her light pajamas, walked to the window and opened the curtains. The still hazy morning light wiped away the water vapor on the glass. Through the window, between the hills and mountains covered with snow in the middle of winter, you can just see the silhouette of a luxurious villa on the top of the southern mountain covered by evergreen pines and cypresses. I came here with great enthusiasm yesterday, but until I went to bed at night, a little man didn't send anyone to pick her up. Loss is inevitable. More of it is the fear of gain and loss. After lying alone in the big bed late at night and counting hundreds of sheep, I comforted myself that when the number of sheep rose to more than 1,000, I felt that I was seriously ill. There's no hope. I've long reminded myself that I should be prepared for this, that I'm just a casual passerby when he's wandering through the flowers. What's more, there's such a big gap between the two of us. I'm lucky to have such an opportunity in my life, which was once calm. I can't ask for more. But, well, he also said that women are greedy. Today, The movie that inspired her premiered, and it's impossible for the little man not to show up. After making up her mind, she washed and dressed carefully selecting a set of clothes from inside to outside, and went downstairs after getting dressed. It was 7:30 in the morning. The two assistants who accompanied her had already gotten up and were busy in the kitchen. The other three tenants, her client Trish Goff, the heroine of The Man from Earth Elizabeth Perkins, and Bryce Levison who moved in unexpectedly, were still silent. Thinking of Bryce Levison, Grace couldn't help but frown slightly. This two-story holiday villa was arranged by Deanery's Entertainment, which is a benefit for the crew of This Man from Earth. The director of the film and the male lead are in another wooden house nearby. The entire Park City is currently in a state of fullness. Many tourists can only set up tents in the wild in temperatures of more than 10 degrees below zero. Those who can stay in the resort are not even able to afford it with money. Bryce Levison came yesterday afternoon, which was a bit abrupt, but Grace knew the purpose of the other party's visit. And some other hidden meanings. I didn't sleep well last night, and there was also some Bryce Levison in it. This beautiful woman who married into a wealthy family and lived a life of luxury, whether in appearance, figure or even age, made Grace feel insecure. However, compared with those little girls, the other party may become her most direct competitor in the future. Men are fickle. Grace absent-mindedly watched the two assistants prepare breakfast. Just as she was about to go upstairs to wake everyone up, today was not the time to sleep in. The sound of a car sounded outside the villa, and then someone rang the doorbell. Stopping Michelle from opening the door, Grace went to the living room in person and opened the door. At a glance, she could tell from the visitor's temperament that this was his bodyguard. He should be here to pick her up. Thinking of this, some of the little emotions from last night to now suddenly disappeared. Then there were some ups and downs. The visitor introduced himself and then stated his purpose, but he was here to pick up Bryce Levison to have breakfast with him. Damn guy. Little bastard. I felt my nose was a little sour, but I still suppressed it by force, and went upstairs to wake up a lazy woman as if nothing had happened. Bryce Levison did not expect Simon Westeros to send someone to pick her up early in the morning, and she was very busy, so she did not notice Grace's jealous eyes when she wanted to drag her outside and wrap her up as a snowman. The plot of a thriller novel told by the man. At that time, she imagined that he was the perverted murderer and she was the victim. This way, she could become a ghost and follow her all the time. It seemed that this was not the first time that she had such a weird thought. When Bryce Levison left by car, Grace's assistant Michelle felt that the temperature in the holiday cabin, which was originally warm as spring, seemed to have dropped by several degrees for some reason, and she looked cautious. From the resort, you can directly see a certain mountaintop villa, but if you want to go there, you have to take a detour on the mountain path. More than 10 minutes later, Bryce Levison, who had been brewing a speech all the way, felt that the car stopped and subconsciously looked outside. This was a brick and stone villa in the style of a country resort, which was more magnificent than most of the Levison family's properties. Moreover, Bryce Levison knew that a young man might not live in such a villa for a few days a year. The Levison family is out of reach for most ordinary Americans, but Simon Westeros is out of reach for them, the super rich in the public's eyes. The driver opened the car door, and Bryce Levison got out. A beautiful girl in a professional suit was already waiting at the door. She was obviously sure that she would not leave the room for too long. She did not wear a down jacket or anything like that. Women always try every means to prolong their beauty. I met her last time I attended Westeros's New Year's Eve party. At that time, this waitress had been following behind Westeros and introducing him. It seems that her name is A.B.C.D. in the United States now. She is also very famous. She talked on the phone yesterday, and her accommodation was also arranged by her. Bryce Levison did not dare to neglect it at all. She knew very well that referring to the famous BCD girls, perhaps the personal wealth of the girl in front of her would not be much worse than her husband. Girl A was a little cold to her. She just greeted her politely and walked inside together. The two came to the restaurant, and Girl A motioned her to sit first, saying, "The boss just worked out and is taking a shower. Please wait." Bryce Levison naturally did not dare to have any opinions, and sat down at the table honestly. Girl A did not accompany her and turned around and walked out again. Simon Westeros did not let them wait too long. In less than 3 minutes, the man appeared at the door of the restaurant. Bryce Levison hurriedly got up and looked up. The man was wearing a light gray striped pullover and black casual trousers. He was tall and straight, and his handsome appearance was also a bit calm. Even without any identity aura, he was the kind of person who was very attractive to women of all ages. In fact, this was also the reason why Bryce Levison did not resist too much when she heard that her husband wanted her to come and plead with Westeros. With such a man, she felt that she was not at a disadvantage at all. After a simple greeting and hug, Simon motioned for the other party to sit down at the table, and couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman opposite him. Bryce Levison was not too tall, only about 1.7 meters tall, but her proportions could be described as golden, with a perfect S-shaped curve and a face that was very dignified and noble, somewhat similar to Hollywood actress Morgan Fairchild, but with a bit of charm between her eyebrows. Moreover, this woman did not tan, and the skin between her face and neck was attractively white and smooth, and it was obvious that she worked hard on maintenance on weekdays. For some reason, Simon suddenly thought of Laura Graff, whom he had kept in Manhattan for a long time without paying attention to. From some of Grace's previous descriptions, this woman should be the same type as Laura, and perhaps they could get together. The lesbian drama between women of the same type is very beautiful. The two sat down, and Zoe and others quickly began to serve breakfast. After the waitresses left, Simon took the initiative to ask, "How was your sleep last night?" Bryce Levison felt a little guilty after being looked at by the man's undisguised gaze. Hearing this, she quickly said, "Not bad, but I didn't expect Simon to get up so early. It was only 8 o'clock now. If it was in the warm South, getting up early would not be a big deal, but in this cold headquarters town, Bryce Levison felt that 8 o'clock should be the time to stay in bed for a while, instead of sitting at the dining table so early." Simon smiled, chatted with the other party for a few more words, and then took the initiative to get to the point. "I didn't ask the IRS to check the tax." Bryce Levison was a little unresponsive and stared at Simon blankly. "What?" "You heard it right." Simon shrugged slightly and said, "But you can also blame me, it doesn't matter." Bryce Levison was sure this time, thought about it, and said, "Then, Simon, can you ask them not to investigate further?" Simon nodded. "You can call Florida in the morning. If nothing unexpected happens, Frank will be released today. Within 2 weeks, the IRS will stop investigating." Bryce Levison thought that this trip would not be easy, and she might even encounter various difficulties from the young people in front of her, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She was speechless for a while. Simon still had a smile on his face and said, "So, you see, I have always been sincere in cooperation." Bryce Levison was silent. Simon continued, "Perhaps you think that my investment in the Levison Group is to compete for control of this company. You think too highly of yourselves. Do you think I am interested in your husband's position as chairman or as CEO?" Bryce Levison retorted unconfidently, "But, Simon, you want too many shares. Then how interested do you think I would be if it was just a small business of less than $1 billion? Simon said, and without waiting for Bryce Levison to answer, he continued, "The Levison family only holds 15% of the shares of the Levison Group, and the company does not have a multiple equity structure. Even without me, you still need to deal with the pressure from other shareholders on a daily basis to ensure control. Now, to accept my investment in the Levison Group, you only need to satisfy me. The combined equity of both of us will be enough to completely control this company. Moreover, compared with other shareholders, I am the least likely to compete with you for control of the company." Bryce Levison could only nod. "Simon, I will tell Frank these words." Simon took a sip of the warm milk beside him and continued, "Of course, I am not an easy person to get along with. I missed the opportunity last time, so the initial conditions are definitely impossible. It's still $1.5 billion US, but this time I want 35% of the shares. In addition, this is to expand the shares and increase the capital, not to buy your existing shares. The $1.5 billion US will be invested in the future development of the Levison Group." Bryce Levison felt the aggressiveness in the tone of the young man opposite her, but she could not distinguish much, and just nodded again. Simon was very satisfied with the reaction of the woman opposite the table, and said, "In this case, call Miami after breakfast and get back to me as soon as possible. In addition, since you are already here, stay here tonight." "Ah." Bryce Levison subconsciously raised her head and shouted, but faced with the gaze of a certain young man, she quickly lowered her head with a slightly red face. She did not agree, nor did she refuse. However, the man opposite still did not let her go, and asked, "Are you willing?" "It's really Hateful. Do I have to say it directly? However, realizing that the hateful guy across the table was still waiting for an answer, Bryce Levison hesitated for a moment and finally hummed in a mosquito-like voice. Chapter 769 Controversy. At about 10 o'clock, James Mangold and his group rushed from their hotel to the Park City Egyptian Theater. They were shocked to see the dense crowd outside the theater. The road outside the Egyptian Theater, which was not very wide to begin with, was almost completely blocked. Some vehicles could only stop and turn off the engine. Among the dense and bustling crowd, the most eye-catching thing was probably the many signs holding up high asking for tickets. Seeing Mangold and his companions approaching, as if they were going to go straight into the Egyptian Theater, a young man in a black windbreaker immediately came over, accompanied by his girlfriend. "Hey, men, do you have tickets for the Man from Earth? How about selling them to us? 2 tickets, I'll give you $1,500. Hearing the young man's offer, James Mangold, who was not actually well off, couldn't help but be tempted, but quickly suppressed the idea and refused. He pulled his girlfriend beside him and walked around the other person and continued forward. "Sorry, buddy, we don't sell our tickets." The young man seemed to notice Mangold's intention and did not give up. He immediately said, $2,000, buddy, this is the highest price. My girlfriend and I can only stay in Park City for 1 weekend, so we hope to see Westeros' new movie today. With this $2,000, you can wait until other showtimes on weekdays to watch it, right? James Mangold did not stop, but still shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, buddy, but I really can't sell it." Seeing Mangold's firm attitude, the young man turned to the other 3 people with Mangold, but still failed, so he could only look for other targets. After being accosted and entangled by other ticket seekers in a short distance of just over 10 meters, James Mangold and his party finally entered the Egyptian Theater. Unlike the screenings in the past few days, security checks were set up in the Egyptian Theater today. Audiences entering with tickets not only had to pass the security check gate, but also were strictly scrutinized by the sharp eyes of security personnel who were obviously not ordinary bodyguards. Moreover, audiences with backpacks would be politely asked to leave their packages aside, and they were not allowed to bring bags in at all. Probably to calm the resentment that the audience might have when accepting security checks, today's audience can receive a snack and drink for free. James Mangold and his party passed the security check and received free popcorn and Coke. Thinking about the $2,000 they had just given up, they still felt a little painful. However, from these security check details, everyone can be sure that Simon Westeros will definitely be there today. This is more exciting than today's movie. James Mangold is not a pure audience, he is a director, and this time he came with his own work. This is his feature film debut. Prior to this, Mangold, 31, had been in the film industry for 10 years. When he graduated from the California Institute of the Arts, he joined Disney and was involved in the screenwriting of the Disney animation Olivia's Adventure. A few years later, he resigned from Disney and moved to New York, where he continued to look for various opportunities while studying at the Columbia University Film School. In recent years, the film industry has become more and more prosperous. Deaneries Entertainment's continuous efforts to make a fortune with a small investment have also allowed many capitals interested in the entertainment industry to see opportunities and enter the market, allowing many filmmakers with little experience to show their skills. It was in this context that James Mangold was lucky enough to get investment for his first feature film Unspeakable Love, and then made it all the way to the main competition unit of Sundance. It seems that his luck has started to turn from this. James Mangold's film will not premiere until next Wednesday, but a person in charge of Gay-Omen Films, who has seen the finished film in advance, has already contacted them, trying to buy the distribution rights of Unspeakable Love in advance, and also directly hopes to sign 3 film contracts with Mangold. When a new filmmaker is spotted in the industry, they will often only cautiously sign 1 or 2 film contracts to test the waters. Gay-Omen Films tried to sign 3 film contracts with Mangold at once, and even the most unresponsive people could sense that something was unusual. Not only that, Mangold also received an invitation to Simon Westeros's mountaintop villa party tonight. Although he responded to Gay-Omen Films that he needed to think about it again, James Mangold has decided to agree. Perhaps after the news came out, other film companies would offer higher prices to win him over. However, he knew that no matter from which perspective, cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment, which has been the most popular in recent years, is his best choice. Because Deaneries Entertainment provides not only treatment, but more importantly, Career development prospects. The new directors discovered by Deanery's Entertainment in recent years can probably be described as soaring. Entering the screening hall, the Egyptian theater with more than 500 seats is almost full. There is no seat limit for tickets to the old-fashioned theater. There are some empty seats in the front row, but they are obviously for today's important guests. Mangold and his group could only find the last few seats, and they were not connected. Only Mangold and his girlfriend Kathy Conrad sat together, and the other three friends had to go to other scattered seats. After sitting down, feeling the heated atmosphere of discussion in the theater, James Mangold couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't dare to expect to be on par with Simon Westeros, but at least he hoped that one day his movie premiere would have such a popular event. Just as he was a little distracted, his girlfriend Kathy patted him and reminded him, "Look, Westeros." In the sudden silence in the theater, James Mangold quickly looked up. Simon Westeros and Robert Redford walked out of the backstage side by side, talking and laughing, accompanied by some other familiar celebrities. The remaining empty seats in the front row were soon occupied by these big names. His girlfriend Kathy was still whispering in his ear, "That's Nicolas Cage, so handsome. And Quentin, so ugly. Trish Goff doesn't seem to be that tall," obviously suppressed by Cindy Crawford. "Hey, Jim, look, they seem to be vying for favor around Westeros. The Coen brothers are here too. They lost so much money on their movie Empire of Money last year, but they didn't expect to be able to work with Deanery's Entertainment again. The new movie should return to the genre they are good at." Whit Stillman, his Metropolitan Man, is very interesting. Thinking, last year's Barcelona was much worse. Nicole Kidman, wow, I didn't expect her to come here. This woman was really glorious last year, with 3 consecutive hit movies. I heard that she recently joined Gus Van Sant's new film. She is very smart. She knows to take the initiative to participate in art films to maintain her style. But she didn't sit next to Westeros. It seems that she has fallen out of favor. Hey, Jim, look, isn't that Steven Soderbergh, the director of Sex, Lies and Videotape? He won't join Deanery's too, right? James Mangold was actually looking at a series of big names in the front row. When he heard his nagging girlfriend ask, he looked in the direction she pointed. He and Soderbergh were not familiar with each other, so he could only make a rough judgment and nodded, "It should be." Kathy Conrad fell back to her seat and suddenly lowered her voice, "So many big names are under Deanery's, Jim, do you think it's a good idea for you to join this company again?" James Mangold actually considered this issue. Deanery's Entertainment is now almost equivalent to half of Hollywood, and has produced many excellent films in recent years. However, correspondingly, due to the participation of a large number of top filmmakers, the internal competition for resources will also be very fierce. However, just a slight loosening, James Mangold once again made up his mind and said to his girlfriend, "If Deanery's only signed a contract with me for 1 film, maybe I would hesitate. Now it is 3 films at a time, which means that someone in Deanery's Entertainment is very optimistic about me. It would be stupid to miss this opportunity." Kathy Conrad listened to her boyfriend and thought about it, and nodded, and then said, "You say, is Simon Westeros himself optimistic about you? Otherwise he would not sign 3 films at a time." James Mangold certainly thought about it, but he did not dare to expect too much. Maybe there will be an answer tonight. At Simon Westeros's mountaintop villa party in the evening, if a young tycoon treats him differently, some things will probably be confirmed. However, even if not, James Mangold will not change his mind. After Simon and his group sat down, the time quickly came to 10 o'clock in the morning. Robert Redford took the microphone and walked onto the stage. He glanced at everyone in the screening room and said with a smile, "This is a very interesting movie. I just asked Simon why he had such an idea. Moreover, it is a small movie with a production cost of only $1.5 million US. This is too insignificant for him now. He said that he hopes everyone can see a possibility that movies have unlimited creativity. As long as everyone uses their creativity, any other external factors are insignificant. So, let us enjoy this The Man from Earth together." Robert Redford walked off the stage amid the applause of the crowd, and the lights in the screening room dimmed. Since the film project was established, Simon Westeros' new film has been the focus of many media. However, before this premiere, except for various speculations caused by the name of the film, no other information was released, and the curiosity of the media and movie fans was raised to the highest level. On the big screen, After the opening of Gay Omen Films, the picture lit up. It starts with a set of beautiful empty shots. The cold and desolate atmosphere in the mountains in winter, accompanied by a light and ethereal soundtrack, directly leads the audience into some inexplicable emotions. Soon, the camera freezes on a white man who is carrying boxes onto a pickup truck. Everyone recognizes that this is the male protagonist George Clooney at a glance. This actor, who has been in Hollywood for many years, has also had a turn of events in the past year. He first became famous for starring in the popular ER story. Recently, because he played the male protagonist in Westeros' personal screenwriter, his popularity has increased significantly again, and there are signs that he has entered the first-line status. After a while, other characters soon appeared. After a simple conversation, the audience quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. A university professor named John Oldman suddenly resigned and planned to leave, and a group of colleagues came to see him off. At the same time, foreshadowing and suspense soon appeared. Everyone was surprised by John's sudden resignation. There was obviously a spark between John and his female colleague Sandy, played by Elizabeth Perkins. Another colleague, Edith, noticed a painting that John was about to load onto the car, and thought it might be an authentic work of Van Gogh, so she recommended him to do an appraisal. John seemed to be very concerned about the whereabouts of another colleague, Will, and seemed a little disappointed that Will did not show up. When he heard that he would arrive later, he showed a relieved expression. Everyone chatted and entered John's cabin together. The topic continued. Everyone was reluctant to let John leave, and they all asked questions. And it led to another suspense. John's appearance has never changed in the past 10 years, which is a talent that many female colleagues around him envy to the point of madness. During the questioning and discussion, another colleague and the beautiful female student Linda, played by Therese Goff, who had a teacher-student relationship with her teacher, also appeared one after another. Faced with everyone's relentless pursuit, John finally opened a topic very cautiously. Is it possible for humans to live forever? All the university professors present heard this question and began to analyze the possibility of this matter from their own professional perspectives with great interest. Until John accidentally said that he almost had the opportunity to go on a great voyage with Columbus. The scene suddenly became quiet. In the screening room of the Egyptian theater, 20 minutes had passed unknowingly as the plot progressed to this point. Simon has always believed that the highest standard for a good movie is to make the audience feel no passage of time. Although this movie does not have any CG special effects of car crashes and explosions, it also achieves this goal smoothly with a slowly unfolding plot and the tacit performances of a group of actors. 20 minutes later, the first climax of the plot appeared, and the audience in the screening room was focused again. At the same time, they also vaguely realized the core theme of the movie. The story of an immortal. On the big screen, there was a moment of silence, and everyone's first reaction was that John was joking. John also took the opportunity to let everyone discuss this topic in depth with a joking mentality. As the topic continued, John's argument that he was an immortal became more and more solid, and everyone began to feel more and more shocked and suspicious. Everyone began to know that John was an immortal who had lived for about 14,000 years. Knowing that John's body has a strong ability to recover, he is safe and sound after experiencing various diseases, and he doesn't even have a scar. At the same time, we also know the reason why John is so knowledgeable, which is the accumulation of endless time. 50 minutes later, the plot came to the second climax. In everyone's shock, John easily pulled open an ancient bow and accurately shot the arrow at a tree trunk outside the cabin. The recurved bow that appeared in the original film was just a pure prop. The colleagues failed to pull it open, and John also failed to get started. Simon made a change to this detail, abandoned the original recurved bow, and specially found a strong bow from China that was about 3 stones according to ancient standards. To pull this bow, according to Western standards, 300 pounds of arm strength is required. At that time, no one in the crew could pull it open, including many stand-ins who were found, but they could not complete it smoothly. Therefore, this shot was actually completed by Simon himself as a stand-in during the last visit. Because of his good exercise habits, Simon's physical fitness has not diminished due to his affluent life over the years. Although the strong bow that requires 300 pounds of arm strength is a bit difficult for Simon, he only tried 5 times at that time, and he accurately shot the arrow at the target tree trunk. Because of Simon's special guest appearance, the main creators involved in the filming of The Man from Earth privately felt again that this movie might be Simon Westeros's personal biography to some extent. Chapter 770 Controversy 2. On the big screen, the powerful arrow shot out of the hard bow just startled an old man who had just driven to see Jon off. This is Will, a psychology professor. Different from the abrupt turn of events in the original version, because there have been many details laid out, the audience has realized that compared with other colleagues, Will obviously has a special connection with Jon. A few viewers with more agile minds have even vaguely guessed this connection. After learning about the topic everyone is discussing, Will, who seems to be a little depressed, cheers up and analyzes Jon's delusion of being an immortal from a psychological perspective. When he finds that he can't refute Jon's theory, Will unexpectedly explodes and even pulls out a revolver. This is another turning point in the movie. After a lot of consolation and comfort, everyone learned that Will's wife had suddenly passed away. The man who had just lost his beloved was already on the verge of collapse. When he learned that Jon could enjoy endless life, he felt that time was unfair. Jon also showed his unusual concern for Will again in this plot. In the end, Will calmed down and felt that Jon intended to end the topic, so he took the initiative to bring it up again, hoping that he could continue to tell this seemingly beautiful and fantastic story. Jon agreed and continued to answer the questions of the crowd skillfully. Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Beside the fire, Jon played Beethoven's 7th Symphony. In the distant music and the hazy firelight, the story seemed to be coming to an end and reaching its final climax. I participated in the construction of the pyramids, and was shocked by the Great Wall. I witnessed the rise of the Persian Empire, and regretted the fall of the Roman Empire. I encountered Jesus preaching, listened to Buddha's teachings, watched the stars with Copernicus, painted with Van Gogh, felt the light of Aristotle's wisdom, and experienced the splendor of the Renaissance. And war. Endless war. I followed Alexander to conquer Europe, welcomed the Mongols' god Scourge, witnessed the fire of Troy, and experienced the fall of Constantinople. The Spartan uprising, the Crusades, the disastrous defeat of the Teutonic Knights, and Napoleon's Waterloo. And the 2 world wars in which humans madly destroyed themselves. Jon's monologue lasted more than 3 minutes, like a wonderful speech, slowly unfolding a magnificent historical picture to everyone in the cabin. The music fell unconsciously. In the light of the fire, Jon took a final look at everyone, and suddenly raised his hand, shattering everyone's dreams with a loud high five. When everyone came to their senses, facing his colleagues who had almost completely lost their suspicion, Jon suddenly announced that the story would end here. Everything was just a story. The night was getting dark. It was time to say goodbye. After seeing everyone off one after another, Jon finally gave everyone the big bow and Van Gogh's paintings, without any nostalgia. The song ended and everyone dispersed. But the woman he had secretly loved for 10 years insisted on staying. Leaning against the front of the car side by side. Looking up. Above his head was the empty and lonely starry sky in winter, which had never changed. Linda asked Jon if he would come back to attend Will's wife's funeral, and got a seemingly inhumane negative answer, but it was not surprising. Then suddenly combined some of Jon and Will's previous words and revealed a truth. A truth that most people had actually guessed by the end. This planet is 4.6 billion years old, and it may be another 4.6 billion years old. 14,000 years is nothing. So, we are all just a moment, aren't we? Yes, a moment. In the last conversation, the camera began to rise, zoomed out, and gradually turned to the empty space again, freezing in the endless starry sky and the distant outline of the sky and earth, and then went dark. The subtitles rose. Because of Simon's deliberate actions, the movie did not clearly instill any thinking words to the audience from beginning to end, but only narrated and discussed in a chain. However, in the screening room, when the film ended, all the audience fell into an involuntary contemplation. Until the lights came on, there was another moment of silence, and warm applause finally broke out. The new version of This Man from Earth is exactly 90 minutes long, slightly longer than the original version, and Simon's obsessive-compulsive disorder is at work. The screening started at 10 o'clock and the movie ended at 11:30 in the morning. Accompanied by the applause of the audience, the main creators began to take the stage. A row of chairs were arranged on the stage. Simon and Redford sat on both sides, showing that they would leave the opportunity to the core players. The 4 people in the middle were the 4 main creators of the film, director Brett Ratner, the leading actors and actresses George Clooney and Elizabeth Perkins, and Trish Goff, who is relying on the support of the big guys to increase her popularity, and it's useless for you little bitches to be jealous. The girl's seat happened to be next to Simon. The 6 people sat down, and the reporters waiting for permission to bring cameras in the audience pressed the shutter for a while. Redford raised the microphone and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this movie?" The audience responded with another round of warm applause. After a moment, Redford raised his hand to suppress it, and then said, "Well, if you have any questions you are interested in, you can ask freely." As soon as the voice fell, the audience raised a lot of arms. Redford looked around and steadily chose a reporter from Variety magazine who happened to have some impression of him. The white young man, who looked less than 30 years old, took the microphone handed over by the staff and, as expected, looked directly at Simon, Mr. Westeros. "It's an honor to see your screenwriters work on the big screen again. I want to ask, how did you come up with the idea for this movie, or is the protagonist Jon in this movie yourself to some extent?" When this question came out, the eyes of hundreds of viewers in the theater widened slightly, waiting for Simon's answer. At a certain position in the front row of the theater, Grace heard this question and couldn't help but think of the experience in San Francisco last October. There are not many opportunities to be alone with a little man, and every time she is alone, she can remember it deeply. Sensing that a guy on the stage obviously glanced at this side, Grace quickly lowered her eyes, her cheeks slightly hot, not knowing how he would answer. Simon was not surprised by this question. He glanced at somewhere in the audience without leaving any trace. With a smile on his face, he said, "It was just an interesting idea that came up when I was chatting with a friend, and then I did it. It has nothing to do with me. If I were Jon in the movie, I would definitely try every means to hide myself as much as possible, instead of sitting in front of everyone now. I am still very afraid of being caught and taken to the Institute for Dissection Experiments." Amid the laughter of the audience, Simon added, "Brett and George have put a lot of effort into this movie. I hope that everyone's questions will focus on the movie as much as possible. If you go off topic again, I will not answer." After Simon's reminder, although there were more questions directed to Brett Ratner and others, the gossip atmosphere in the screening room was still difficult to suppress. However, when it came to relatively private topics later, Simon really stopped answering. The audience who was asked only had one chance to ask questions. After hitting the wall a few times, no one would waste it easily. The interaction lasted for more than half an hour. At around 12:15, the premiere of This Man from Earth ended smoothly. In previous years, movie premieres often had to wait until the next day to see film reviews. With the popularization of the internet in the United States, the speed of information transmission has also greatly increased. Less than 10 minutes after the premiere, the first batch of film reviews for This Man from Earth appeared on online forums and social platforms. Genius creativity, I can't wait to watch it a second time. Oh, I can't describe the shock this movie brought to me. It also made me realize that movies never need all kinds of big stars and special effects, but extreme creativity. As long as your imagination is rich enough, you can make a top science fiction movie even without using any technical means. Yes, This Man from Earth is a science fiction, but there are no special effects techniques commonly used in traditional science fiction in the movie. Well, I can't reveal more, but I swear to God, it is definitely one of the best movies I have ever seen. Simon Westeros, who has $500 billion, is still the Simon Westeros who made Lola Run back then. An amazing alternative science fiction movie. There is almost unanimous praise, but of course there is no lack of opposition. A film critic who is certified as a columnist for the Seattle Times on Facebook criticized The Man from Earth as a disappointing movie, full of Simon Westeros crazy fantasies. Another freelance film critic who also has more than 800,000 fans on Facebook was even more straightforward. "I am sure that this movie, which was written by Simon Westeros himself and said to cost only more than $1 million to produce, will sell well again, because it will once again remind the public of the various peculiarities of Simon Westeros." However, from a purely film perspective, it really lacks sincerity. I think someone will definitely compare it to 12 Angry Men in the future, but compared with the ideological depth of 12 Angry Men, this movie really has no connotation and the story logic is very far-fetched. The original The Man from Earth was very popular among people who liked it, and there were also many people who didn't like it. Simon's original intention of making The Man from Earth was just for fun, and perhaps there was also a little intention to further confuse the public's various speculations about him. He was also prepared for media comments, whether positive or negative. Controversy is inevitable for any movie, and these comments will not actually have much impact on Simon. Since we have done our best, the follow-up is up to the audience. After the premiere in the morning, Simon had lunch with Redford and others, and returned to his mountaintop villa south of Park City in the afternoon. Simon's time is not free. Celia Miller and Ken Dixon, who returned from Ukraine, came to Park City specially, and he needed to deal with some related matters whenever he could. This lasted until the evening. Since it has already started last year, this time in Park City, Simon held another mountaintop villa party as usual, inviting many filmmakers to come. The total number of films participating and screened in Park City this year exceeded 200, and the overall quality was very good. On the Deanery's entertainment side, in addition to The Man from Earth, there is also a new director, Edward Burns, the brothers McMullen, in the main competition unit of feature films. This is a project recommended by Ang Lee's producer partner James Shams, who signed a contract with the Yeoman Films, and the production cost is only $500,000. In the past, the brothers McMullen was the winner of the jury prize of this Sundance and achieved very good commercial results. In the past few years, Deanery's Entertainment did not have any public relations interference in the Sundance Review results. This time, Simon took the initiative to let Redford know that The Man from Earth did not need any honors and hoped that the jury would leave the opportunity to other films. This is actually a hint that The Man from Earth gave way to the brothers McMullen. After all, whether The Man from Earth won the award has little impact on the commercial performance of this movie that is destined to attract too much attention. The brothers McMullen won the award, but it can once again bring up a new filmmaker. In addition to the two feature films, there is also a fashion documentary, Zipper Down, that entered the main documentary competition unit. This is a video record of Isaac Mizrahi, the creative director of the American fashion brand Liz Claiborne, preparing for the new season of clothing last year. Because Liz Claiborne is an affordable fashion brand and does not compete with many luxury brands under Melisandre, Highgate Films accepted this cooperation. The documentary is jointly invested by Liz Claiborne and Highgate Films, and Highgate Films is fully responsible for operation and distribution. Liz Carbon has invested a lot of money in this brand promotion. During the filming of the documentary, Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelisted, Nadia Orman, Yasmin Gary, Tyra Banks, Trish Goff and other top supermodels appeared in the documentary. This time, Park City also invited several supermodels such as Cindy Crawford to help out. The premiere of the film is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Many supermodels appeared in Park City, and they would not miss the mountaintop party in the evening, which also added a bit of color to the party where filmmakers gathered. In the morning, she called back to Miami and learned that things had taken a turn for the better. Bryce Levison relaxed and stayed in the mountaintop villa like a canary all day. At night, feeling the excitement of the party downstairs, she was worried about being recognized and embarrassed at first. She wanted to stay upstairs, but she couldn't help it after all. In addition, Grace Spuld, who was picked up by Simon in the afternoon, joined the party. She didn't want to fall behind her, so she went downstairs quietly. Then she found that she could not attract much attention among these well-known faces. The tall and beautiful supermodels who shuttled through the party made Bryce Levison feel a little inferior. Even if she took good care of herself, her son was already 17 years old, and she could not compare with these big fairies in their prime. However, thinking about what was going to happen tonight, Bryce Levison's mentality changed. These big fairies were all dressed up to attract the attention of a young man at the party, but she had already done it. No matter how charming a woman is, it can't stop men from not liking that type, right? Thinking of this, Bryce Levison walked through the party crowd and found Westeros in an indoor bar booth. The other party was chatting with several other people, and there were two models on the left and right who were obviously flattering. I saw them in fashion magazines. They seemed to be called Trisha Heffer and Patricia Velasquez. They were both Victoria's Secret angels. After a little hesitation, Bryce Levison took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 771 Return to Ukraine. Simon saw Bryce Levison approaching and patted Trisha Schiffer on the waist. The girl stood up and gave up her seat. She looked at Bryce with dissatisfaction. Bryce Levison ignored the other's gaze, sat down next to the man, and smiled politely to the people around her. Seeing that Simon had no intention of introducing her, she was relieved, but also disappointed. She cheered up and pretended to listen to their conversation seriously. A young man named James was introducing his script idea, telling the story of a small-town policeman who accidentally killed two black youths. Murray killed 2 black youths because of a misjudgment. His uncle Ray, who was also a policeman, faked the scene and created the illusion that Murray was dead to let him escape punishment. The dead Murray even became a hero praised by the media. During the investigation of the incident, another police officer, Tilton, found many suspicious points and traced them to Garrison, the town where Murray lived. For some reason, many people in Garrison are engaged in the police profession. As the investigation deepened, Tilton gradually discovered the truth that Murray might still be alive, but this was no longer the most important thing. It turned out that the town of Garrison was a famous drug transfer station, and the men in the town actively applied for police positions in order to cover up their drug transportation network. Freddie, who had always wanted to be a regular policeman since he was a child but could not work as a policeman due to hearing impairment, was an ordinary sheriff in the town, responsible for directing traffic and guiding students to cross the road. When he found out that the police neighbors he respected and admired had another identity, Freddie, who was upright and righteous, agreed to assist Tilton in the investigation. Realizing that his nephew who was protected might expose the town's dark side, Ray decisively decided to get rid of Murray to eliminate the trouble, but he failed. Murray unknowingly became an important tainted witness who could expose the town's dark side. He was also a criminal who pretended to commit suicide and escaped after accidentally killing 2 black youths. Justice, humanity, and redemption. Various choices were intertwined, testing Freddie, whose outlook on life was severely impacted, and he finally chose to stick to it. Normally, she was only interested in fancy clothes, jewelry, parties and travel. She occasionally went to Broadway to watch a play just to show off her taste. Bryce Levison thought that she would have nothing to do with this conversation. However, when James finished introducing his script, she suddenly heard the man next to her ask her, "What do you think of this story?" Bryce Levison was stunned. Although she was not distracted just now, she didn't know how to evaluate it. She just relied on the woman's natural instincts to disguise. She didn't reveal any flaws. After a little consideration, she said, "It's very good. Maybe it can get nominated for an Oscar." After Bryce finished speaking, she didn't dare to look at the reaction of the man next to her, but she keenly noticed that James' eyes opposite brightened a little, and immediately realized that she might have hit the point. Simon smiled and stopped asking questions. He looked at James Mangold and said, "The core of this script is somewhat similar to Scorsese's Cape Fear a few years ago. Both are questioning fairness and justice. The story is wonderful. I know you are interested in impacting the Oscars, Jim, but it is not easy. The Oscar judges have never been very interested in realistic crime thrillers. Therefore, on the basis of a good story, you also need a strong creative team and some luck in the future. Deanery's Entertainment can provide you with these." James Mangold nodded sincerely, remembering the fact that Cape Fear a few years ago was only nominated for 2 acting awards, and did not doubt the judgment of the young man opposite him. After a slight hesitation, Mangold made up his mind and said, "Simon, I have definitely decided that I will sign a contract with Deanery's Entertainment. I'm glad you can join." Simon smiled and raised his glass to Mangold. After both of them took a sip of the cocktail, he added, "In fact, you must have some guesses. Regarding the 3 film contracts, it was indeed me who asked someone to propose them to you. I have read your resume. Compared with winning various awards, I am actually more optimistic about your potential in commercial films. Jim, for us, movies are ultimately a business. I think you must want to be Spielberg, not Coppola, right?" James Mangold nodded again. Between Spielberg and Coppola, there is actually Martin Scorsese, who attaches equal importance to art and business. But Mangold does not expect to be Scorsese. From the time he started to mix in Hollywood in his early 20s to now when he is 30, Mangold knows his abilities. Tim Burton, who also graduated from the California Institute of the Arts and worked side by side with Disney, had already become famous a few years ago with Beetlejuice and Edward Scissorhands, which were both well received and box office hits. However, he could only start from scratch with a small film with a production cost of only $250,000. The gap in talent and opportunity was very obvious. Now, Simon Westeros is the turning point of his life opportunities. This kind of opportunity may only come once in a lifetime, and if you miss it, you will never have it again. Mangold would never think that Westeros must have him because he is optimistic about him. What Deanery's Entertainment lacks the most now is talent. It is said that Tim Burton has recently signed a project with Deanery's, and he has no qualifications. Decisive agreement is undoubtedly his best choice. In fact, According to the History in Memory, James Mangold does have some potential to become another Martin Scorsese. Before the two Logan films, this famous Hollywood director had produced a series of films with both commercial and artistic characteristics, such as Girl, Interrupted, Identity, and 311, Yuma, and they were of various styles. Unfortunately, they encountered the era of blockbusters and comic book adaptations. The most important reason why Simon attaches importance to him is that Mangold rarely fails in business. In addition to films such as Girl, Interrupted that have both box office and reputation, even some works with very low media reviews can basically achieve very good box office results. For example, the Logan 2 that was criticized by a lot of people had a budget of $120 million and a global box office of $410 million. The box office alone has brought Fox a huge profit. Such results are still on the upper level in Fox's X-Men series. Then Mangold had the opportunity to produce Logan 3 with good reputation and box office. With a budget of $97 million, it sold $600 million worldwide. Obviously, in terms of budget control, Mangold is not inferior to Michael Bay. This kind of director with solid foundation is definitely the focus of any film company. In addition to the three people on Simon's side and the couple opposite Mangold, there were also Brett Ratner, George Clooney and Elizabeth Perkins from The Man from Earth on the side. Brett Ratner could not help but feel a little envious of Simon's attention to Mangold, but George Clooney had already started thinking about the new film that Mangold had just described. As for Elizabeth Perkins, who sat closest to Simon, even though there were beauties around him like flowing water, she was still trying to attract the attention of a certain man without leaving any trace. At this party, being looked at by Westeros a few more times was far more effective than saying 100 words to other small fish and shrimps. After Simon finished chatting with Mangold, he did not ignore the people around him. He turned to Brett Ratner with a smile and said, "You did a good job on The Man from Earth, Brett, but I hope you can take a break. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice will start shooting at the end of the month. I hope you can go turmeric as an assistant director to gain some experience in making blockbuster and special effects movies. What do you think?" Brett Ratner, who was a little envious of Mangold just now, immediately cheered up and said, "Of course, Simon, I can join the group at any time." At this stage, the production level of super blockbuster movies with a budget of hundreds of millions has gone beyond the scope of ordinary movies in previous years, but has been transformed into a large-scale film project. Therefore, it is not just the talent of filmmakers that can be controlled, but must go through substantial project training. Simon Westeros asked Brett Ratner to be the assistant director of the Batman v Superman project. Everyone knows what it means next. After discussing these things, Simon had no intention of leaving, but raised his glass to Brett and the others. Then, "Everyone, have fun tonight." Knowing that the bus was driving them away, Brett and the others stood up and said goodbye to the party crowd. Elizabeth Perkins glanced at the two women beside the man, and seeing that Westeros had no intention of asking them to stay, she had to leave unhappily. Simon was still holding a cocktail in his hand, waiting for the others to leave, and handed the glass to Bryce beside him. He leaned back on the sofa seat and drank a glass. His other hand touched a slender waist with full elasticity, and turned his head to look at the Victoria's Secret angel with Indian ancestry, Patricia Velasquez. Patricia Velasquez is 24 years old this year, from Venezuela. She made her debut at the age of 18 by participating in the Miss Venezuela beauty pageant. She was originally only a little famous in the fashion circle, and was able to participate in the Victoria's Secret show mainly because of her familiar face. In the past, Patricia Velasquez became famous for her role as Insuna, the pharaoh's concubine in the Mummy series. This time, she appeared in Park City because of Liz Clayton's fashion documentary Under the Zipper. Patricia is also one of the models. After the premiere tomorrow afternoon, Liz Clayton will hold a grand brand event, and naturally these fashion brands will be needed to support it. Simon likes women with fair skin, but he does not reject other types of beauties. In fact, just like he hates artificial lip augmentation, Simon actually doesn't like those women who deliberately tan. Yasmin Gary, the waist beauty next to him, is actually not the kind of woman with fair skin, but her figure and appearance are irresistible. Thinking of this, Simon made a look at Patricia, and the girl actually understood, got up and turned to Simon, sat diagonally on the coffee table in front of her, and posed a display posture that many models are very good at. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Simon asked with a smile, "Do you want to act in a movie?" Patricia Velasquez was not reserved at all. She looked at Simon with a teasing look in her eyes and said in English with a slight accent, "Yes." Simon asked, "Do you have any dancing skills?" Patricia Velasquez nodded, "I have learned it, Mr. Westeros. Do you want me to dance?" Patricia Velasquez actually has a good family background, so she has received dance training since she was a child, which is also one of the foundations for her to get to where she is now. In fact, in Latin America, girls who can go out to be models are rarely from the bottom of society, because girls from the bottom of society cannot have too many opportunities to get professional training, and their horizons and knowledge are destined to be limited. Even if they go out of Latin America, they often fall into other aspects. Just like Ukraine. Eastern European countries such as Russia, Poland, and the Czech Republic have the top supermodels, but there is no supermodel from Ukraine, only the Ukrainian girls known to the whole world. The quality of Ukrainian girls is definitely not inferior to those of neighboring countries. The reason for this is that there are no conditions. Simon shook his head and said, "It's good to have a good dancing foundation. There happens to be a role that suits you. It involves a lot of action scenes. If you play it well, you can gain a foothold in Hollywood. If you want to develop in Hollywood at the same time, go back and sign up for some acting courses. I will have someone contact you for the rest." The cooperation project with Fox, the Mummy series, has begun preparations. Simon does not intend to make too many changes to the plot in his memory. Now he has met the original actor, and the other party's performance was very good. Naturally, there is no reason to change. Patricia Velasquez did not expect that good luck would fall directly like this, and her head was a little dizzy. Among the huge Victoria's Secret army, she is not the most outstanding one, and she is already 24 years old this year. Since she has not reached the peak like Cindy Crawford and others, she is not far from going downhill. In the next few years, she will either find a good husband to marry as soon as possible, or try to transform as much as possible. Model tractor is undoubtedly the best way out. In the past, Patricia Velasquez began to transform during this period, and finally relied on a small role in The Mummy a few years later to gain a foothold in Hollywood. Seeing that the man had no follow-up after he finished speaking, Patricia Velasquez stretched out her calf and rubbed it on the man's trouser legs, and took the initiative to say, "Simon, don't you really want to see me dance? How about we go upstairs?" Simon smiled and shook his head, "Go and have fun. If I have time, I will call you." Patricia Velasquez was smart enough not to entangle, and she got up obediently, finally nodded to the man, and walked away, but her steps were inevitably erratic, and she still felt like she was dreaming. After Patricia left, another voice sounded in Simon's ears, with a hint of teasing, "Simon, I also want to develop in Hollywood." Simon turned his head and glanced at Bryce. "Okay, I'll send you to Fernando Valley. What type of performance do you want to participate in?" Bryce Levison, who was born in a wealthy American family and married a husband from an old money family at a young age, had no idea what Fernando Valley was, but it did not prevent her from feeling the malice in Simon's tone. She raised her hand and gently hit the man's arm, and suddenly said, "Why don't you take her upstairs to watch dancing? Are you afraid?" Simon was interested. "What do you mean I dare not?" Bryce Levison glanced at the man, with a condemning tone. "I had a lot of blood drawn by your cold female assistant this morning, and she... Huh? I didn't expect you to be a coward. So, what's the result, Mr. Westeros? Can I get on your bed?" Chapter 772, Back to Ukraine, 2. In the dining room of the mountaintop villa south of Park City. The time was January 22nd. Sunday. In the early morning, Grace, who had been hiding in the guest bedroom where she had not slept last night, came to the dining room after being reminded by Lady A until the waitress had served breakfast. Simon was already sitting at the dining table with Celia Miller. After saying good morning, Grace glanced at the little man who was discussing Ukrainian affairs with Celia in a black OL formal suit. She hesitated a little, but took the initiative to sit next to Simon, but she didn't dare to look Celia in the eye. Bryce Levison was also missing in the dining room. However, the woman who was pampered on weekdays obviously didn't have the habit of getting up early. Among the three women, she couldn't compare with the other two women in terms of age or appearance, but her feelings for the little man had penetrated into her bones, and she was willing to give everything for him, even if it meant death. Therefore, although the little man didn't mean to wrong her last night, she took the initiative to get close to him. In fact, she was jealous and wanted to compete. Grace also discovered another thing. There are always rumors in the circle that he likes other people's wives. However, this seems to be just an appearance. The truth seems to be even more hateful. Ridiculous little bastard. But anyway, as long as I can be by his side occasionally, anything is fine. Eating breakfast in small bites, her mind gradually calmed down, and Grace began to pay attention to the discussion between the little man next to her and Celia opposite. Regarding overseas investment, Simon never naively thought that he could open up markets in other countries just because he was rich and willing to spend money. If he did so, he would only become a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Therefore, he would only open up investment if he was sure that a country's foreign economic policy was sufficiently continuous and stable, or that the Westeros system had considerable influence and control over the target market. The former is China, and the latter is Ukraine. Moreover, Ukraine is temporarily limited to the Rivne Oblast. The concession made by the Kiev authorities on the replacement of the governor of the Rivne Oblast made Simon determined to further increase investment in this region. Simon intends to turn Ukraine, or more precisely the Rivne region, into a huge European factory. For general overseas capital, Ukraine's most attractive resources are probably the agriculture supported by the fertile black soil and the huge industrial system inherited from the Soviet Union. However, in Simon's view, Ukraine's most abundant resource is still human resources. At present, Ukraine has 52 million people, and the average salary level is less than $30, which is comparable to China across the ocean. In my memory, 20 years later, China's economy took off, and Ukraine, which has been in turmoil for a long time, still has a per capita income of only $200 or $300, which is still an absolutely inflated number in official statistics. The country's economic decline has caused more than 9 million people in Ukraine to leave their homes and live in various European countries to engage in various kinds of bottom-level occupations in order to survive. This proportion accounts for 20% of the country's total population, which can only be compared with the Middle Eastern countries that have to flee from home due to war. Let's not talk about the future. Simon's current plan is to use Ukraine's low human resource costs to build the Rovne region into a small European factory to attract enterprises and capital inside and outside the Westeros system to build various factories that require a large number of workers in this region. Compared with this plan, Simon's previous series of investments in Rivne Oblast can only be regarded as small-scale. As Nokia becomes the world's largest manufacturer of mobile communication equipment, especially mobile phone production will show explosive growth in the next few years, and eventually reach a terrifying sales volume of hundreds of millions of mobile phones per year. The lowest level assembly workers required for Nokia mobile phone production will also reach hundreds of thousands. If various supporting industrial chains are included, the overall employment created will reach millions. Nokia's main foundry base will be set up in China. However, due to certain considerations that eggs cannot be put in one basket, Simon plans to place part of Nokia's mobile phone production business in Ukraine. In the near future, Nokia will build an assembly plant with an annual output of 1 million mobile phones in Rivne City. This alone will bring 3,000 direct jobs, and various supporting facilities will indirectly drive at least tens of thousands of long-term jobs. This is just the beginning. In the past 1994, Nokia's shipments of mobile phone equipment alone reached 12.7 million units, and it is expected to reach 20 million units in 1995. After the mobile communications industry exploded in 1996 and 1997, this figure will continue to double. Simon's plan is to place 20% to 30% of Nokia's mobile phone production in Ukraine, depending on the specific situation. Therefore, Nokia alone will be able to create hundreds of thousands of direct and indirect jobs for the Rovne region in the future. Of course, there is more than just Nokia in the plan. The entry of other Westeros-related companies can also achieve this effect. By then, the capital of Rovne province, Rivne, will be more prosperous than the Ukrainian capital Kiev. With a deepening of economic penetration, the Westeros system's control over Rovne province and even the entire Ukraine will become stronger and stronger. It involves the jobs of millions of people, and no one dares to act rashly against the interests of the Westeros system in Ukraine. Moreover, Simon will not support the Rovne region without restraint. He has even considered how to withdraw the wealth accumulated after the development of this region in the future to prevent it from upgrading its industry and getting rid of the fate of the lowest level foundry base. The method is actually very simple. Real estate. A house, decades of mortgage, tying up several families for life, neat and tidy. killing without bloodshed. Therefore, if there are some uncontrollable changes in the future, Simon can make the Ravna region only have real estate, and it may be the last worthless real estate, and the wealth accumulated by millions of people through decades of hard work will be quietly drained and transferred by the Westeros system. Simon will not easily tell others about these deep-level considerations, even if Celia, who has had physical contact with him at the table at this time, he will only let Celia execute according to his own plan. However, even if Simon did not point it out, Celia also vaguely sensed the huge and far-reaching layout of the little man in front of her. Unlike a woman beside Simon who has given up herself and cannot extricate herself, Celia, who was forced to withdraw from the Washington officialdom, still prefers the powerful hidden power brought to her by relying on the Westeros system. Celia enjoyed the feeling of speaking on behalf of the Westeros system in front of many heads of state at the United Nations General Assembly, the feeling of personally participating in the creation of a private military force, and the feeling of bargaining directly with the president of a country or even confronting it. Celia did not deny that she was a powerful woman. She was originally a little dissatisfied with helping men deal with various business and even life matters. During this period of time, especially after Simon's sorting out this morning, Celia realized that the man seemed to be able to do it easily, but he had unknowingly set up a huge chess game. And she was no longer a chess piece like other people. At least she was a red sleeve that made tea with bare hands beside the chess player. As breakfast was about to end, Simon said to Celia with a certain light in his eyes, "I will return to Los Angeles in the morning. If there is no other arrangement, I will leave for Ukraine next Wednesday. If you don't want to go there with me in the short term, just let Emily go with you." Celia heard this and immediately shook her head. "No, I will go with you." Simon nodded. "That's better." Grace did not interrupt during the whole breakfast process. She knew that the little man next to her was a smooth guy. Usually, he rarely made people around him feel ignored. He didn't take the initiative to talk to her just now, not because he ignored her, but because he was close enough and there was no need. Grace never took the initiative to talk, just quietly being an observer. Now when she heard the little man say that he was leaving in the morning, Grace, who had already finished her breakfast, couldn't help but look over. Simon noticed her gaze, turned his head and asked with a smile, "When are you going back to New York?" If it weren't for Simon, Grace would not have come to Park City this weekend. However, since she was here, she couldn't just leave as soon as the man left. That would be too obvious. After thinking for a while, she said, "Tomorrow morning. I'll also attend Liz Carbon's brand event in the evening." Simon listened to Grace's gentle voice and couldn't help but reach out to grab her delicate chin and pinch it. When he withdrew his hand, he scratched the tip of her nose. He looked at the woman's eyes with reproach and shyness, and hurriedly flashed back and forth between him and Celia. He smiled and said, "Then I'll lend you this place to live. Zoe and the others will also be left to you." Grace opened her mouth to refuse, but felt the man's warm eyes that wanted to melt her away, and subconsciously nodded, yes. He had rushed here since Thursday, attended the opening ceremony of Sundance, and quietly completed a secret meeting with Bush Sr. The premiere of This Man from Earth had been completed. Some new people who should be won over last night had also been communicated. All arrangements for Simon's trip to Park City had been completed. After breakfast, without staying for too long, Simon drove directly to Salt Lake City, the capital of Utah, where he would take a private plane back to Los Angeles. Celia Miller left Park City with Simon, but she would take a flight to the East Coast in Salt Lake City. After Simon left, Grace immediately felt that the villa seemed much emptier. In fact, she was still empty inside. She couldn't help but arrange Zoe and others to take care of the villa inside and out like a hostess, which gave her some satisfaction. But she always felt like she had forgotten something. It was not until 11 o'clock in the morning that she finished her housework and called her 2 children in New York to tell them about some trivial matters. Finally, she sat in a living room on the second floor of the villa overlooking the panoramic view of Park City and drank the coffee that Zoe had just brought. Grace suddenly remembered that there was another guy in the villa. When she came to the master bedroom, a lazy woman really hadn't gotten up yet. She shook him up unceremoniously. When she saw the marks on Bryce Levison's fair skin when she sat up in a daze, Grace even felt a strange envy. People's physiques are different. She is the kind of woman who is hard to leave marks on her body. Bryce Levison, who has been pampered since childhood, has the kind of body that can produce water if pinched. Then Grace couldn't help but pinched her again. Bryce Levison felt pain on her body and protested with dissatisfaction. She had no choice but to start dressing under Grace's urging. After washing up and going downstairs, she learned that Simon had left. Grace seemed to want to drive her away. Bryce Levison didn't seem to agree. She immediately stayed and refused to leave anyway. After communicating with Simon yesterday, Bryce Levison's purpose of this trip to Park City had been achieved. The follow-up was not something she, a housewife, needed to worry about. Although she didn't like the cold weather in Park City, after staying there for a day and a night, especially with such a big house and a group of maids who were more attentive than the servants at home, Bryce Levison felt that this place was not bad. So she planned to stay for a few days. She was not leaving. She was actually very smart. Since the man did not send her away when he left, and allowed Grace to stay, there was no reason why she couldn't stay. Moreover, she was tortured so badly by him last night, so this was considered compensation. As for what her husband in Florida thought, since he was so cruel to send her to fall into the tiger's mouth, she should be mentally prepared. She knew her husband's character very well. When he chased her, a beautiful woman who was 10 years younger than him, and married her with a child, they did not sign a prenuptial agreement. Therefore, in order to avoid having half of his property divided, he dared not even divorce now. Moreover, the man last night was Simon Westeros. She could feel that the other party was quite satisfied with her, and he was actually a very generous guy to women. All in all, Bryce Levison didn't think she had any worries. At night, she fought for the comfortable master bedroom and threatened Grace that she would let her son bully her daughter, but she failed. In the end, the two of them shared a big bed. Grace left the next day. The other party had a job, not as idle as her. She was a little worried at first, but when the baby-faced waitress named Zoe left with a few others, 2 more waitresses and 2 female guards came to take over. So she stayed there with peace of mind. During the day, she went to watch those weird movies and ski, and at night she could attend various parties. Probably because of her relationship with Westeros, all circles in Park City were open to her, and she also met some Hollywood stars, which made Bryce feel a sense of superiority that she had never had in her life before. On Wednesday morning, she met someone who approached her while skiing. He was a very handsome guy. He had just starred in a movie that received good reviews in Park City. He kept talking to her about the plot of the movie, and he looked very high-spirited. Although she likes a luxurious life and requires exquisiteness in everything around her, Bryce Levison is proud in her bones when it comes to men and women. She despises those women in the circle of noble ladies who have affairs with restaurant waiters or fitness coaches, and thinks they are very tasteless. Naturally, she will not feel anything when a beautiful man chats with her. Sensing that the other party is entangled, Bryce quickly lost her patience and directly said that she was Simon Westeros's lover. If the other party did not disappear from her sight within 10 seconds, she would make him disappear from Hollywood forever. The 2 female guards who were guarding not far from her happened to approach. Probably hearing some news, and looking at the 2 aggressive female guards, probably thinking of something, the handsome guy immediately realized that Bryce was not joking. With an awkward smile on his face, he turned around and hurried away. Because he was too anxious, he rushed all the way down and directly onto the guardrail of the ski resort. Later, it was heard that he broke his right leg. At that time, Bryce just stood there and gloated heartlessly, and then decided to stay in Park City until the closing of Sundance. The tax investigation storm against the Levison Group was raised high, and then it was gently put down in the blink of an eye. The day after Bryce Levison met with Simon, Francis Levison was released on bail. The local judge reduced the bail to $5 million on the grounds of protecting the interests of thousands of employees and many creditors of the Levison Group, and finally used Levison's properties in Florida and New York as collateral. The IRS's tax investigation of the Levison Group was no longer so high profile. An IRS spokesman publicly stated in an interview with reporters on Monday that the Levison Group had no major problems and the matter would be over within 2 weeks. Simon asked Bryce to convey to Francis Levison the inside story that the tax investigation was not instigated by him. After this disaster, coupled with the reactions of many people inside and outside the Levison family during the custody, Francis Levison completely realized the fact that cooperating with Simon Westeros was his best way out. Therefore, on the afternoon of his release from prison, Francis Levison personally called Simon to discuss the Westeros system's investment in the Levison Group. $1.5 billion, 35% of the shares. Francis Levison did not bargain this time. Faced with pressure from many creditors, shareholders who did not want Simon to enter the market had to compromise. The specific agreement still needs to be negotiated in detail. In addition, in order to ensure that there will be no unexpected hidden debts and legal risks in this transaction, Westeros will also conduct a detailed audit of the Levison Group. According to calculations, it will take at least 1 month to complete this transaction. Simon handed the matter over to James Raybould, the father of the female assistant, and stayed in Los Angeles for 2 more days to deal with some affairs of Deanery's entertainment group. On January 25, he set off again and rushed to Ukraine. Chapter 773 Nuclear Power Plant. Ukraine. Rivne Oblast is located at the northern border, more than 80 kilometers away from the capital city of Rivne. Simon brought a group of people here the day after he arrived. This is the location of one of the 4 nuclear power plants in operation in Ukraine. Rivne Oblast Nuclear Power Plant. To build Rivne Oblast Inter-European Factory, abundant and cheap human resources are only the most basic condition. If only people are needed, Africa may become the Earth factory. In addition to cheap human resources, a region needs a complete infrastructure supporting system to develop. At this stage, the biggest obstacle restricting Simon's layout in Rivne Oblast is energy. Mainly electricity supply. Before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine's total annual power generation reached 290 billion kilowatts-hour. After the disintegration, due to the economic collapse, in just a few years, the country's annual power generation plummeted to 170 billion kilowatts-hour in 1994, a drop of 42%. At present, even in the capital Kiev area, there are frequent power outages due to power shortages. The demand for electricity in the foundry industry is very huge, and Simon must first solve this problem. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident in Ukraine during the Soviet era made the entire Ukrainian people very resistant to nuclear power. When former President Leon Kravchuk encouraged Ukraine to leave the Soviet Union, he took advantage of this public sentiment and promised that Ukraine would gradually dismantle all nuclear power plants in the country after independence. Ukraine left the Soviet Union in 1991, and the Kravchuk authorities did as promised, sealing up the nuclear power plant projects under construction in the country as soon as possible, and planned to shut down and dismantle several nuclear power plants one after another. However, with a sharp downturn in Ukraine's economy, the power generation of traditional thermal and hydropower stations continued to plummet. On the contrary, the 4 nuclear power plants still in operation in Ukraine can stably provide the country with about 50 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity each year, accounting for 30% of Ukraine's current annual power generation. In this case, not only the Ukrainian government, but even the Ukrainian people, did not mention the closure of nuclear power plants, otherwise more areas of the country would fall into darkness at night. Not only that, just last year, the Kuchma authorities lifted the nuclear power ban issued at the beginning of the disintegration, intending to recomplete some of the previously sealed nuclear power units under construction. The construction cost of a nuclear power plant is very expensive. A large amount of money has been invested in the nuclear power units that were sealed at the beginning. As long as they can be completed, they can provide the country with an additional 20 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year. However, the ban has been lifted, and the biggest problem in completing the project is still money. The construction of a nuclear power plant requires billions of dollars in funds, and the current Ukrainian finances cannot afford this expenditure at all. The other 3 nuclear power plants have nothing to do with the Westeros system. Simon is only concerned about the Rovna nuclear power plant. The Rovna nuclear power plant was built in 1973. Initially, there were only 2 small 380 megawatt units. Unit 3 was built in 1980, and the power was increased to 950 megawatts. Unit 4 was built in 1986, also 950 megawatts. The first 3 units of the nuclear power plant were successfully put into operation, generating about 11 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year. Due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, Unit 4, which had been under construction for 5 years and was about to be completed, was sealed in 1991. Not to mention the expensive operation and maintenance costs in the later stage, the complete construction cost of a single 950 megawatt unit is about $1.5 billion at this stage. Even though Unit 4 has been mostly completed, after several years of sealing, it will cost $500 million to restart, install power generation equipment and start the reactor to power it. However, as long as Unit 4 is completed, The additional 5 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity supply per year, coupled with the recovery of some local thermal power plants, can basically solve the expansion needs of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast in the next few years. $500 million is not a big sum of money for Simon, and the same is true for other international capital giants. However, Ukraine signed an agreement last year to dismantle all its nuclear weapons, and barely received $330 million in compensation funds from the United States. Now Ukraine is such a mess again. Unless there's enough security and interest driven, no one wants to rashly invest in such a country that may be lost at any time. The Westeros system can provide the Ukrainian government with much-needed guarantees. Compared with last year's low-key visit, Simon brought a large team involving all aspects to Ukraine this time. In addition to the executives of the Westeros system, there was also a consulting team from Westinghouse Electric and an investment inspection team from First Boston under Credit Suisse during the visit to the Rovna nuclear power plant. The former was invited by the Westeros system to conduct a series of technical assessments on Unit 4 of the Rovna nuclear power plant to confirm the feasibility and related risks of restarting construction. The latter involves the financing of restarting Unit 4. For Ukraine, Simon does not intend to monopolize the benefits. Although the Westeros system is fully capable of providing all expenses for the restart of Unit 4 of the Rovna nuclear power plant, Simon still plans to matchmake and let Wall Street help raise the funds by issuing bonds. In addition, the head of the First Boston inspection team is Grace's husband Bill Spurt. This business is not too big for a Wall Street giant, but for an individual, it is a good performance if such a project can be pulled in. Bill Spurt is mainly responsible for the stock trading business of First Boston, but he is one of the two presidents of the securities trading department of this investment bank. By promoting such a project, he can also naturally extend his influence to the bond business. In order to welcome Simon's visit, the Ukrainian Minister of Energy Pavlo Lazarenko personally came out, and there were also senior executives of the Ukrainian nuclear power company who managed Ukraine's nuclear power business. Not only that, Simon also saw another powerful woman in the welcoming crowd, Yulia Tymoshenko. Simon did not have any good feelings for either of them, but it did not prevent him from chatting and laughing with each other along the way. Everyone took a quick look at the interior of the nuclear power plant, and had lunch in a public employee restaurant for nuclear power plant employees at noon. Simon personally decided to host a banquet for the senior management of the Rovna nuclear power plant. After lunch, an assistant of Lazarenko mentioned to Gerlay that he hoped to return to Rivne to discuss follow-up matters. In a place like a nuclear power plant, even if many facts show that there is no danger under normal circumstances, ordinary people will still feel scared instinctively. Simon did not object to this. The long motorcade left the Rovna nuclear power plant. Probably to show its solemnity, there were police cars leading the way in front and behind, which was very ostentatious. Of course, this kind of scene would definitely not appear on the local TV station of Rovna State, which has been controlled by the Westeros system. The relevant news would only report that the Minister of Energy visited the Rovna nuclear power plant with overseas investors, and Simon would not appear on camera from beginning to end. The Rovna State nuclear power plant is about 80 kilometers away from the city of Rivne, which is a fairly safe distance to some extent. Take the United States as an example. Dozens of nuclear power plants on the East Coast are actually within 100 kilometers of the metropolitan area, but ordinary people don't have much concept of this after getting used to it. In order to show his importance, Simon continued to attend the cooperation talks in person in the afternoon. Of course, he and Lazarenko only finalized the main cooperation framework, and the details will be discussed by the relevant persons in charge. In the roughly determined plan, after completing the technical evaluation of Unit 4 of the Rovna nuclear power plant, as long as it meets the standards, the Westeros system will be responsible for helping the Ukrainian nuclear power company to issue a bond overseas for the restart and construction of Unit 4, as well as the power grid transformation project between the Rovna nuclear power plant and the city of Rivne. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the talks ended. A dinner was also arranged in the evening, at the home of Sergei Kimorov, the main spokesperson for the Westeros system in Ukraine. After everyone separated, Simon temporarily returned to the villa in the south of the city. Because it was cloudy, it was dark in Rivne at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Back to the villa, take a shower, change clothes and go downstairs. Just as I sat down in a comfortable small living room on the first floor, Girl A walked in with a folder. After sending away the 3 girls who were snuggling beside him like kittens, Simon asked with a smile, "How are things going?" Allison did not sit down, but stood beside Simon and said, "The news has been spread. In addition, boss, this is the list of technical backbones of the Rovna nuclear power plant compiled by our people. During the negotiation with the head of the Ukrainian nuclear power company, Ms. Miller has also put forward our request to let the Ukrainian nuclear power company form a stronger technical team to support the construction and subsequent maintenance of the number 4 unit of the nuclear power plant." The banquet at the Rovna nuclear power plant at noon was intentional by Simon. After the lunch, Simon had someone spread the news that the lunch was arranged by Simon Westeros, and Energy Minister Lazarenko was very dissatisfied with the status-degrading thing of having a meal with a group of employees. This is actually the case. The reason for doing this is mainly to win people's hearts. Simon is actually a little scared of places like nuclear power plants. If it is not necessary, he will not go there rashly. In proposing to visit the Rovna nuclear power plant in person, Simon's other goal is actually a group of nuclear technology experts from Ukraine. This time, Simon Westeros created an impression that he attached great importance to talents. With the help of some subsequent measures, the Westeros system could quietly win over a group of talents in related fields. The sword of Damocles plan of the Westeros family has never stopped. This kind of deep-level top secret cannot be easily disclosed even to Girl A. After listening to Girl A's report, Simon took the file she handed over without explaining anything. He was about to pat his thigh and ask Allison, who was obviously in a bad mood, to sit down and teach her a lesson, when Celia Miller appeared at the door again. Watching Girl A turn around and leave without saying a word, Celia asked with a smile, "Did I disturb you?" Simon continued to pat his legs. "It's obvious, you come to fill the vacancy." Celia turned her head to look, turned around and closed and locked the living room door, then walked over and sat down on the man's legs, letting a pair of big hands wrap around her waist, and said, "The Westinghouse team hopes to win the order for power generation equipment for Unit 4. Hearing this, Simon paused and asked, "Is Westinghouse's equipment compatible with Ukraine's reactor? This nuclear power plant is to serve our industry, and we can't mess around." Celia said, "I made a few other phone calls for consultation. The problem is not big. The key is still the cost. Westinghouse's equipment is twice as expensive as Ukraine's own construction. Of course, Westinghouse's equipment will have a higher power generation efficiency. According to the data they provided, Ukraine's self-produced equipment will have an annual power output of about 5 billion kilowatts-hour after completion. Westinghouse's equipment can increase the efficiency by about 10%. Simon said, "This is not a problem. As long as it is proven to be feasible, how to deal with the top management of Ukrainian nuclear power plant and Lazarenko as Westinghouse's business." Celia nodded, "I think so too." Simon urged, "You should ask someone to study this aspect again. Don't believe Westinghouse's statement completely. Remember, our interests are the first priority." "I understand. If the number 4 unit of the Rovna nuclear power plant is to be completed, about $300 million of the subsequent $500 million investment will be used for the purchase and installation of power generation equipment. If Westinghouse's equipment is used, the price will double and the total investment will increase to $800 million. As long as Westinghouse's equipment is perfect and feasible, Simon is happy to see Ukrainian nuclear power plant take on more debt. The higher the debt, the greater the dependence on the Westeros system. Of course, the premise of everything must be that the plan is feasible. Ukrainian nuclear power plant wants to restart the construction of the number 4 unit of the Rovna nuclear power plant. In any case, the funding cannot be circumvented by the guarantee of the Westeros system. Without Simon's consent, no one dares to invest in this project. Without money, Westinghouse will not be able to do any business. Therefore, the decision-making power of the whole matter is actually in Simon's hands. Seeing Celia nod, Simon thought for a moment and said, "Tell the people at Westinghouse that the breakthrough point is Lazarenko. He is a very greedy person. So, don't be stingy. As long as you can deal with the other party, no matter how much they pay, they can make it back from this business." Celia agreed and said, "What about us?" Simon said, "I have asked Sergei to do it. Don't interfere in this matter. You don't need to know anything." Celia understood that the man was thinking about her and nodded obediently. In memory, Lazarenko, who had a great impact on President Kuchma's career, was unscrupulous in greed. Basically, if you don't give him money, don't think about getting anything done here. Of course, as long as the money is enough, national interests and the like are all clouds. In the past, Lazarenko would be promoted from the position of Minister of Energy to Prime Minister of Ukraine next year. Because of the conflict with Kuchma and his personal reputation, he stepped down quickly in 1 year. Then, the former prime minister who stepped down stood on the opposite side of Kuchma in a blink of an eye. After the two sides failed in the game, he fled overseas. His close partner Tymoshenko took over as the people's fighter and continued to fight against the corrupt Kuchma authorities. A news detail in memory shows how greedy Lazarenko is. After losing power, this pro-American Ukrainian senior official fled to the United States to seek political asylum, but was arrested by federal authorities on charges of money laundering and other crimes. He paid a sky-high bail of up to $90 million, but he still did not get out in the end. Not only was he imprisoned in the United States, but his personal assets were also confiscated. In order to get more people to rely on, the chess pieces that have been used up usually get a pretty good ending. Ukraine's chess pieces don't seem to get this treatment. It can only be said that there are probably too many people willing to rely on him, and he himself is too lucrative. Chapter 774, Lifting of the Ban. I dreamed about my childhood, and it seemed like a long time ago. I was much taller than my peers when I was young, so I couldn't help but feel out of tune with the people around me. I was often laughed at for being big and so on, so I had no friends. Occasionally, some teachers suspected that I had intellectual problems. I was still in the lower grades when I was so old, so I worked hard quietly and got good grades, but it was taken for granted. My brother once beat a classmate who laughed at her, and his parents were called. My father apologized to the teacher and the classmate's parents, and went back to beat my brother with a belt until he couldn't get out of bed. So my personality became more and more silent, and I was used to dealing with many things in silence. When I was 8 years old, I finally found the direction of my life: basketball. In fact, my parents were privately distressed that she grew too fast. By chance, she showed her basketball talent in the school physical education class. One of her physical education teachers came to her house in person and explained to her parents that she could practice basketball and participate in competitions in the future, and even join the national team to serve the motherland. Her father immediately took it seriously and thought it was a good way out for her, and spared no effort to create various conditions for her. At the age of 18, she finally joined the national basketball team as she wished. In fact, what made the family most relieved was that she stopped growing after she reached 188 centimeters. If she grew any taller, she would not be able to find a boyfriend. Then there was the violent social unrest. The ideals and honors she had once had became a thing of the past. Her father lost his job, her brother retired, her sister dropped out of school, and she herself had no place to go. Even her mother's job only paid for a few months. The family struggled to make ends meet and even began to starve. Until last year, a former team leader contacted her and said someone wanted to hire a group of female bodyguards. She had never found a job, so she agreed without thinking. Then she found that it was not easy to get the job. Some team members she knew participated in the test together, but she was the only one who passed this level. This was not over yet. After another 3 months of intensive training, she also learned that she might serve the Westeros family in the future. That's right. That's Simon Westeros. Apart from other things, just the 3 months of training and the monthly subsidy of $200 made her feel that she had to get the job no matter what. $200 not only alleviated their family's plight, but also could be used by their parents to help other relatives. The 60 people who were selected from thousands of people to participate in the training at the same time all thought the same. Knowing that only half of them could stay, some people had other ideas. Then the 2 team members who slept with the instructor were expelled together with the instructor. The instructor was also taken away by the police in public. Later, it was heard that he was quickly sentenced to 10 years. The 2 team members did not receive any additional punishment, but they obviously lost the most precious opportunity in their lives. After 3 months of training, only 23 people stayed and 37 were eliminated. When the results were announced, many people cried on the spot, and one of the eliminated team members fainted directly. She did not cry at the time, but after celebrating at home that night, she lay in bed and could not sleep all night. Soon she was sent to protect the 6 girls in the villa in the south of Riven City. It is said that they are all Simon Westeros's girls. According to the textbooks, it is a very standard corrupt and decadent capitalist. It should be overthrown. However, A monthly salary of $1,000, as a colleague said, Kuchma's bodyguards may not have such a high salary. With so much money, she would beat whoever Simon Westeros asked her to beat. Deep down, she actually felt so. So when she saw him for the first time, he told her to wash up and wait for him in bed, and she did it. In fact, she was mentally prepared. Evil capitalists should be like this. Then, he didn't do anything that time, but her salary increased from $1,000 a month to $200,000 a year. Until now, I don't know how to spend so much money. I just feel that I have completely sold myself to him. Although the girl who made her a little scared said that she could choose to leave freely after a year, she never thought about leaving. It's not because she coveted the $200,000 a year, but because she instinctively felt that she had sold herself. Keep your word. Unconscious dreams have turned into scattered thoughts when she is about to wake up. Finally, she opened her eyes, and everything from last night quickly rushed into her mind. On the soft big bed, she was leaning on the side of the man lying on his back, her chin on his shoulder, and holding his arm in her arms, looking very intimate. And there was something strange about her body after the first time. She was worried about disturbing him, so although she woke up, she didn't dare to move. She just looked at the man's profile close at hand like a thief, and her breathing became cautious. This is her man. Well, no, she is just one of the many women of this evil capitalist, and he may forget her in less than a year. Thinking of this, she felt a little lost for some reason. Thinking of last night again. He came back from the party and saw her. He naturally asked her to go upstairs to run him a bath. Then, she didn't understand anything, but just stiffly obeyed and let him do it, gritting her teeth and not making a sound, worried about disturbing his interest. Later, it seems that he called her Littlewood. Well, definitely not Bigwood. She could feel that this name was completely different from the big guy she was teased for when she was a child. It had some different meaning that she couldn't quite understand. In short, she just felt a little sweet in her heart after hearing it. She didn't know if he seemed to have forgotten it after waking up. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know how long she looked at him. The faint morning light came in from the window, and the man moved his body, as if he was about to wake up. She quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The arm that was holding him was pulled away, and the man quickly came over and kissed her on the cheek. The man's lips were very hot. Then she felt her heart warm. Feeling that he should start to put on clothes, she also pretended to open her eyes as if she had just woken up, sat up carefully, hesitated, and did not deliberately pull the quilt to cover her body. The man turned his eyes to her, and then smiled, which made her feel very comfortable. Morning. She quickly responded, morning. Then he took the initiative to move forward and said in a low voice, I'll help you. No need. Simon looked at Eve, whose cheeks were still blushing, and refused with a smile, you can continue to sleep. You can get up whenever you want. You don't need to work these days. Have a good rest. As the man spoke, he reached out and pressed her shoulder. She lay down again obediently, but her eyes were still locked on him. When he looked over, she dodged quickly. It was not until the man washed up and left the master bedroom that she completely relaxed and fell asleep again. The time was January 28th, Saturday in Ukraine. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Simon went downstairs, and the maids in the villa had already gotten up early and started to work. Arriving at the gym, jogging on the treadmill for less than 10 minutes, Celia Miller, who was wearing a women's sports suit, also came in. The two greeted each other. Celia turned on the treadmill next to her and jogged with Simon while saying, "What do you think of Timoshenko's suggestion last night?" Simon shook his head, "Not very good. Don't contact those two people in the future unless necessary." At the party at Sergei Kermorov's house last night, Yulia Timoshenko, who came to Rivne Oblast with Ukrainian Energy Minister Lazarenko, proposed to Simon to invite Westeros system to invest in the energy enterprise Ukrainian Unified Energy Company under the name of the Timoshenko family, which was being reorganized. In Simon's memory, Timoshenko used this company and relied on Lazarenko's support to monopolize the entire Ukraine's natural gas supply in the following years and make huge profits. A single company monopolizing a country's natural gas supply, this unscrupulous behavior of eating alone is doomed to not last long. Lazarenko quickly fell in 1997, and was involved in the closure of Timoshenko's family business by the Ukrainian government. A large part of the reason is also because of this. Judging from the information in hand, Timoshenko is definitely a very powerful woman. Compared with the greedy Lazarenko, this woman probably knows that a monopoly business cannot last long, so she tried to get Simon to join. Moreover, although it seems to have monopolized the natural gas supply of the entire Ukraine, the Ukrainian Unified Energy Company will eventually import natural gas from Russia. This company wants to do a monopoly business, but in fact it does not have so much money to support its expansion. In the past, in order to get Russia to relax the payment period of the Ukrainian Unified Energy Company's billions of dollars in debt, Tymoshenko has dressed up carefully many times and conducted intimate consultations with Russian energy oligarchs. During the party last night, Simon also received a personal business card with a phone number written on it that Tymoshenko quietly stuffed over. Some things are self-evident. If there is a world-class super jebel, the Westeros system, as a backing, not only will the funding shortage problem faced by the Ukrainian Unified Energy Company be solved, but Simon, who has a strong influence in the US government, is definitely much stronger than Pavlo Lazarenko. Simon likes women with outstanding abilities and strong personalities. However, Black Widow is an exception. Even though Simon understood that this was the helplessness of a small person in the big game, he was too lazy to get involved with such a woman who was sometimes pro-Russian and sometimes pro-American. As for participating in the other party's company, this was even more impossible. Simon's original idea of operating Ukraine was to avoid the sensitive energy industry as much as possible, not to mention monopolizing a country's natural gas supply. This would make the Westeros system a thorn in the eyes of many powerful people in Ukraine who coveted this piece of fat. Once this happened, not to mention how many years this monopoly could last and how much benefit it could get from it, it is certain that the other layouts of the Westeros system in Ukraine will not be able to proceed peacefully in the future. When Tymoshenko met Simon last night, Celia was also there. Hearing the other party's suggestion, Celia was actually a little moved. She even made some small plans in private. She didn't expect the man's veto to be so straightforward. After thinking about it, she said, "Simon, even if we don't invest in Tymoshenko's company, we can definitely increase investment in natural gas. This is a good business in Ukraine. Because of the extremely cold winter weather and the fact that Ukraine is located on the gas pipeline from Russia to Europe, the annual natural gas consumption in Ukraine is very large. The related business is naturally very profitable." Simon said, "Sergei is already doing it. He acquired a natural gas company at the end of last year. In the next few years, we are expected to control the natural gas supply in the Rovna area, which is enough. Celia, our roots in Ukraine are not that deep, so at this stage, try not to get involved in things that may offend most of the local Ukrainian forces. Natural gas happens to be the one that cannot be touched." Celia nodded, but noticed another meaning in Simon's tone. "Simon, then, what about the future?" Simon shrugged slightly. "Let's talk about the future in the future. Besides, I told you that I don't plan to gain too much economic benefit from this country. I just want to make sure that there is a private armed force here that belongs exclusively to the Westeros system. To achieve this, the more turbulent and poor this country is, the more beneficial it will be for us." Celia agreed, and then remembered something. "Simon, Washington is planning a secret military operation recently. I don't know the details. However, Philip gave me news that they are interested in borrowing a UFMS team from us to enter Serbia. I said I would ask your opinion first. Yugoslavia between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea collapsed in 1992. Because it involved the sensitive land oil channel from the Middle East to Europe, the United States, which was fundamentally in order to maintain its own petrodollar hegemony, made many arrangements in this region. MCSS, a private military company in North America at the Westeros system, had already started cooperation with the U.S. Department of Defense last year, and therefore also obtained a talisman from the U.S. official. In the future, if there is anything, as long as a word of state secrets, it can block a lot of trouble. This time, the Ministry of Defense wants to withdraw people from the UFMS in Ukraine, and it is obviously planning to do some small actions that will not involve the Washington authorities. Since it has benefited from the cooperation with Washington, it is inevitable to cooperate with the authorities. Simon said after a little consideration, "I need to see detailed information, and there are also corresponding endorsements." Although he is willing to work for the country, Simon is absolutely unwilling to take the blame for the country. If things go wrong, Simon also needs to make sure that Washington will not push UFMS out as a scapegoat. Celia knew what Simon meant and nodded. "I understand, boss." The two chatted and jogged together for more than half an hour. Simon took a shower, changed clothes, and went downstairs to the restaurant. Today is still a busy day. In the morning, I have to rush to the UFMS military base. As the ultimate controller of this private military force, it is necessary to appear in front of the soldiers frequently. In the afternoon, I have to discuss with officials of the Riven state government about the planning of a series of cooperation projects such as the Nokia factory and the military theme park. In the evening, I will also host a banquet for the core members of the Westeros system in Ukraine. After breakfast, I left a villa in the south of the city and rushed to the UFMS military base in the north of Riven. Along the way, Simon also listened to the report of Girl A on various affairs of the Westeros system. On Friday afternoon on the east coast of the United States, both houses of Congress finally completed the vote to lift the media integration ban, and the relevant bill has been sent to the White House. There will be no surprises. Clinton will sign his name on the bill next week. The abolition of this law that restricts the American film and television industry from merging with each other is, in Simon's view, tantamount to announcing that the three traditional American TV networks, ABC, CBS and NBC, are all in a for-sale state. In the past, the three old TV networks have merged with Hollywood studios in recent years to form larger media giants. This time, history has changed a lot. The other 6 Hollywood studios, which have been severely weakened by Deanery's entertainment, simply do not have the strength to merge the 3 major TV networks. On the other hand, it is not so easy for the 3 major TV networks to swallow up the Hollywood studios, because the 7 major film companies have already had big owners for the time being and will not transfer in the short term. The biggest benefit of this situation is that it can reduce the resistance of Deanery's entertainment group to acquire one of the 3 major TV networks. Because the probability of competitors appearing in the acquisition process is very small. After all, not counting Fox, which is definitely not for sale, there are still 3 TV networks. If the Westeros system takes a fancy to one of them, even if someone else wants to acquire the TV network, the possibility of competing with Deanery's entertainment for the same goal is not great. On the other hand, because Deanery's entertainment is now too powerful, if it wants to expand further, the antitrust review pressure it faces will also increase significantly. Of course, these will not affect Simon's established plans at all. After hearing what Girl A said, Simon used a satellite phone to call Amy Pascal in Los Angeles and asked her to start preparing for the acquisition plan immediately. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.